StarCraft, the Terran Empire. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 301, Invasion of Air. What does that mean? Tal'Darin, who was in the ice blue life-sustaining liquid in the Dragonite Mech's tank, was like being in the ocean, and some white bubbles flashed in front of his torch-like eyes. You want Tacita to disobey the order of the Supreme Council, and refuse to resign, and return the command of the fleet. Tal'Darin immediately read the direct meaning of this passage in Augustus's superficial thoughts. The true thoughts of this human were self-evident. Yes. Augustus watched Tal'Darin's long Dragonite mechanical limbs pass over several huge black rocks, and stop uneasily at the edge of the crater. Tal'Darin's reaction was the same as that of the Templars present, stunned, shocked, and at a loss. For the high-ranking Templars, this was undoubtedly a bolt from the blue. Executor Tacita was considered an outstanding leader comparable to a Dun. He was wise and knowledgeable, and was full of enthusiasm for the people and institutions he wanted to protect. Since he became an executive, Tacita has been regarded as the most outstanding military leader, and he is also the most tolerant wise man and mentor. But after the Supreme Council decided to put Tacita on trial, this respected executive officer would lose all his glory and even suffer humiliation. Never before had an executive officer in charge of a fleet been brought back for trial during a war. This was not only a huge loss of reputation, but also put the person on trial in an insulting position. The people of the Protoss Empire would not be told that Tacita disobeyed the orders of the Supreme Council out of pity for humanity. He would only become a sinner, a Templar who dared to disobey the orders of the arbitrator of the Supreme Council. Have things really reached a point of no return? Tal'Darin walked by Augustus and Zeratul. His voice reflected in their minds was like waves in a strong wind, with the roar of waves hitting boulders. I still can't understand the Supreme Council's actions. Even Zeratul didn't believe his own words. Perhaps this is due to the arbitrator's long-term considerations and other irresistible factors. The Supreme Council cannot tolerate an executive who will disobey the Supreme Council's orders, because it was a Dun who disobeyed the order to execute our ancestors, so the ancestors of the Dark Templar were able to flee to the Star of Undying Dawn, Shakiris. Although the history of being expelled by the Supreme Council made the Dark Templar disgusted and hate them, Zeratul still didn't believe that the rulers of the Protoss Empire would issue such an order without any long-term thinking. All the Templars thought that a Dun was a perfect and glorious hero, but he also disobeyed the orders of the Supreme Council, sheltered the ancestors of the Dark Templar, and taught them how to use the Forgotten Void psionic energy. In any case, you have to return to Tacita to know. Augustus said, you can take our ships to leave Char. Zeratul took over Augustus' words and said, these ships are equipped with ancient and advanced Xel'Naga technology and cloaking devices, which can send everyone out of Char. Aren't you leaving with us? Raynor was very smart. Combining the contradictions between the Dark Templar and the Templar, he immediately understood Zeratul's approach. The Templar will not welcome us. Zeratul made a farewell gesture to Tal'Darin. May a Dun bless you. Point I'm afraid it's not just as simple as not welcoming. Tal'Darin put away his uneasy emotions and listened carefully to what Zeratul said. After a Dun, all the Protoss in the Protoss Empire were repeatedly indoctrinated with the knowledge that the Dark Templar are evil and the terrible legends about this. Tal'Darin read Zeratul's concerns from his mind and expressed his understanding. Even Tacita was greatly affected. His choice to cooperate with the Dark Templar may simply be the best choice due to the war situation. Tal'Darin is one of the very few Protoss who survived the Age of Adun and knew the truth about the exile of the Dark Templar. If it wasn't him who led the landing army, Zeratul's Dark Templar would have drawn their swords as soon as they met. So, when can we leave this damn place? Titus threw the cigar on the ground and crushed it, spitting. If you have decided, then you'd better hurry up. Char, this smoky hellhole, is giving me prickly heat. The air here is terrible, and the sun can kill people. It's all your fault. You've been smoking and drinking in the power armor. Raynor complained. Titus, the doctor has been reminding you that you may have lung cancer or other difficult diseases. The spaceship is right next to it. Zarachil was not displeased by Titus's rudeness and impoliteness, because this muscular Terran man is exactly the image that the Protoss have always known about humans. Greedy and cunning, overindulgent, selfish and cold, cruel and vicious. Augustus and Raynor constitute the only positive image of the human race in Zarachil's impression. As Zarachil spoke, several dim black Protoss spaceships appeared in front of Augustus and others in the distorted light. They were the strange spaceships they had seen in the high-altitude orbit of Char before. Compared to the golden and blue ships of the Templars, the ships of the Dark Templars are restrained and low-key, and they also pay more attention to stealth and detection interference technology in order to deal with the pursuit of their fellow heirs. Despite this, these inconspicuous black ships are also full of artistic beauty. The hatch of the ship opened with the pleasant hum of the crystal matrix, and a soft green light flashed inside. Titus took the lead and ran straight to the ship without any regrets. "You still want to stay in Char? It's dangerous here," Augustus said to Zarachil. Although the Protoss ships can directly load passengers on board through the warp matrix, they will also set up a gangway entrance composed of openable shaping energy curtain walls and light bridges to deal with emergencies. "We must stay here to monitor the Overmind and the Cerebrates and look for opportunities to kill them," Zarachil replied. "This is the duty of the Dark Templar, and this is the mission of the Nerazim." Zarachil's psychic voice sounded deep and magnetic, perfectly matching Augustus's perception of the voice of a wise elder. He was the kind of elder who had countless experiences and stories, and the kind of loving old man who could make noisy children calm down and listen when he told stories. "Elder, we will definitely have a chance to meet again." Augustus always called Zarachil Elder, which was another consistent name for the Dark Archon. Augustus could accept that Zarachil would stay in Char, which meant that he at least had an exact location to know where the other party was. "Dark Archon Zarachil, perhaps you can seek help from your matriarch Ratzagul." When Tal'Darin was preparing to take a ride with the Dark Templar to leave, he issued a retreat order to the dozens of ships still in Char's low Earth orbit. "If more Dark Templars can join the fight against the Zerg, we will have a chance to kill more brain worms. I will consider this suggestion." This is undoubtedly Zarachil's humble words. "I have been away from my hometown for too long. I wonder if the people of Shakura still remember their brothers." Augustus said goodbye to Zarachil for the last time and walked into several Dark Templar spaceships with Raynor, accompanied by the Martial Guard and the high-ranking Templars of Tal'Darin. The interior of the Dark Templar spaceship looks no different from the Xel'Naga spaceship Voidseeker, except that the light source is more abundant. The cabin is filled with huge dark metal seats and dark purple silk cushions similar to futons. The niches in the four walls of the cabin are filled with green crystals carefully carved by Dark Templar craftsmen. There is no pilot in the spaceship, but the operating system is not much different from that of the Air Protoss. The text and numbers used have not changed either. After all, the Dark Templar is also a branch of the Protoss Empire. Several ships lifted off amidst the resonance of the Matrix, pushing aside the dense ash clouds of Char's spacetime and heading for space. At this moment, Zarachil had become a black dot in the mountain wind. Above the Overlord hive were flying Zerg creatures that covered the sky. Hundreds of millions of Overlords, Mutalisks, and Swarm Guardians were accompanying Leviathans that looked like asteroids into the wormhole above. From high above, it looked like black smoke pouring into a black hole. The Dark Templar ships were traveling at a very fast speed, and they silently passed through the dense Zerg flying creatures in Char's high-altitude orbit in a state of stealth. When they entered the reconnaissance range of the expeditionary fleet at the edge of the system, these ships were quickly detected and almost locked as hostile targets by the weapon system. While waiting for the ships to reach the fleet, Augustus rested for a while on the seat of the ship. At this time, Augustus realized that the injection of stimulant he had taken last night was about to lose its effect. When the headache and dizziness were about to hit him like a tsunami, he gave himself another injection. Augustus would regret his decision for at least 2 days, but he absolutely could not fall down at this moment. Augustus realized that compared with the extreme fatigue and severe headache caused by the side effects of stimulants, the excitement and refreshment of stimulants were simply intoxicating. This was also the reason why Lisa Cassidy was addicted to it. If humans could develop a stimulant with less side effects, it would definitely be welcomed by the army. He sat on the seat cushion in the cabin for a while and calmed down almost immediately. The seat cushion was releasing some kind of negative ions with a calming effect, which was a must for the Dark Templar when meditating. There was almost no bumping. When the light curtain hatch of the spacecraft opened again, the light from the star shuttle immediately shone in. Damn, is this a palace made of gold? Maybe I can exchange this for a lot of money. Titus' eyes lit up as he stepped onto the deck of the star shuttle dock that seemed to be made of gold. This is really a miracle. When Titus uncontrollably did his job of stealing, Renault, Corporal Faraday and others exclaimed in amazement. If the human battle cruisers are still limited by the times and technology, and must compress the space of each cabin and corridor, then the deck of the Star Shuttle, the flagship of the Protoss Empire Expeditionary Force, has no sense of oppression due to the small space and dim lights. The dock deck of the Star Shuttle is unusually open, and hundreds of interceptors with butterfly-shaped wings are neatly stacked on several wide platforms that are constantly rising and falling, like golden butterflies lying on leaves. The view here is wide, and you can see the control core and the relay matrix made of blue crystals in the distance at a glance. Those crystals cut into regular hexagons are like ash and neutron stars, constantly radiating waves of light, brilliant and dazzling. The ground under your feet is also engraved with leaves and curling vines with the ingenious craftsmanship of the Protoss Calais engineers. The walls are covered with blue light curtains, and behind them are exquisite carvings and wooden decks. Above their heads is not the ceiling, but the gradually changing starry sky. The brilliant and charming starlight is cast through the upper decks made of energy plasticity, giving people a wonderful feeling that they are in the universe. The dock and the wide corridors leading to other directions are filled with hundreds of Protoss phase technology and tropical angelfish-like mechanical servants in blue robes. The armored Templars stand on both sides like statues. To Augustus' surprise, Tassida was waiting for them at the dock. "I'm really pleased to see you, Marshal Augustus," Tassida said in a friendly manner, not seeming to be frustrated or angry about being dismissed. "General Duke's soldiers have been properly entertained, and the wounded are being treated. Now, you are the commander of this fleet, the great Archon Taldarin." He turned to Taldarin next to him. "I would rather not have been appointed." The distance between Taldarin's eyes seemed to have narrowed a little. "You are the executor who deserves this honor, instead of being sent back to Aya for trial. Since the founder of Kara, Kars, established the original order after the turbulent catastrophe, the arbitrator class has been the one who defined the law and issued orders, and the warriors, the Templars, are the executors of these orders. They are just people who execute orders. It sounds like the Supreme Council is as unreasonable as the Federation's parliament." Titus lit a high-end cigar imported from the Antigua starport during this gap. The quality of the cigar Titus smoked can reflect his recent financial status. When he was short of money, Titus didn't know what good people would do, but he knew what bad people would do. Usually, Mr. Titus was not in a good mood at this time, especially when he was left in charge for so long. Those in power only care about whether their authority is damaged and don't want to hear even the slightest voice of opposition. There is only one way to deal with such a person, and that is to smash his mouth. It doesn't matter. I was prepared for this when I decided to go against the orders of the arbitrators to help humans. Tassida is a philanthropic person. He cares more about others than himself. This kindness even transcends racial barriers. Taldarin, you must not have heard the bad news from her homeland. Just now, Executive Officer Moyo, who is cruising in the Edna system, told me, although I don't know where those sudden enemies come from, Aya is under attack by alien Zerg. Chapter 302, Abducting Tassida. This can't be true. Aya's coordinates are hidden. It's a secret only we know. Taldarin seemed to be hit by a bullet. In the past, the mechanical limbs of the Solar Dragon Rider moved freely like a part of his body, but now each mechanical limb seemed to have its own will and went its own way. The angry emotional fluctuations manifested in a surge of psychic energy, and his pale skin contracted unnaturally. There are no lies and deceptions in the Calamental network of the Aya Protoss. In that spiritual ocean as vast as the ocean, everything is the most truthful and sincere reflection. Aya is the home planet and holy land of the Protoss, and no one is allowed to desecrate it. The other high-ranking Templars and Valerie Spearman felt a shock and staggered, as if they had lost their strength. Some Protoss were able to barely keep calm, while others fell to the ground, their glowing eyes losing focus. The exposed skin of the Protoss showed dark spots and stripes, like an octopus, that changed color due to fear, which was a manifestation of their great mental trauma. The Protoss Calais phase technicians and ship engineers wearing blue robes in the dock of the expeditionary flagship Star Shuttle were also affected, and some began to scream out of control like crying. These howling screams were also a great torture for Augustus and other humans. It was as if the sound of millions of people crying at the same time appeared in their minds, and the sound of grief made the humans shed tears uncontrollably. Emotional fusion is a manifestation of the high evolution of races with psychic powers, which is extremely difficult to see in humans who are clumsy in psychic reactions. Augustus has only seen this scene in one human, that is Sarah Kerrigan. Are they crying? Like a soft egg and a cribbaby. Haven't humans been involved in the war for so many years? Titus is not an emotional person, and he will not sympathize with the Protoss' experience. While Augustus, Raynor and the others were wiping their tears, only the hard-hearted Titus seemed unmoved. What a shame. It's quite shocking. Raynor paused, indicating that he was frightened. Honestly, when you know that your hometown has been infested with insects, all the green mountains and rivers and cultural treasures will be destroyed, and your family may encounter unexpected events, you will react the same way. This is what the Chatsera and Marsera people have faced. That's something I don't have. Titus snorted disdainfully, like a donkey snorting. Augustus took a towel from Corporal Faraday and wiped the tears from his eyes. He almost couldn't remember when he cried like a child, because of pain and grievance, because of being hurt. Wow, I haven't seen Augustus cry yet. He really looks like a gray-haired beauty. After glancing at Augustus, Titus immediately realized that this opportunity was the only one in his life. If someone said that Augustus Mengsk was a cribbaby who wore skirts when he was a child, every soldier of the Revolutionary Army would regard it as a huge insult to himself. In many cases, Marshal Augustus Mengsk, the leader of the Korhal Revolutionary Army, was considered to be a person with an extremely strong will. A professional writer for the Umoyan Korhal News Broadcasting Company once described Augustus Mengsk as follows. Augustus Mengsk is wise and cold, and is the fortress and high wall of Korhal. He never cries, because steel and stone don't shed tears. This is not a shameful thing. Augustus did not regard this as an insult to himself, but Titus would soon learn what to say, and what not to say. After saying this, Augustus threw the towel back to Corporal Faraday, not noticing that the latter was carefully keeping the towel. Corporal Faraday always firmly believed that Augustus was a hero and a great man who would accomplish great things, so the meaning of this towel was more than just a towel. Augustus approached Tacita. He was the only one who did not suffer as much as the other Protoss. But that was probably because he had known the news for a long time, and had already mourned. Executor, now we can determine where the wormhole that appeared on Char leads to. That is air. Augustus said to Tacita. I'm no longer an executive. Tacita looked at Augustus and read his thoughts. But you don't care about this. Tacita's blue eyes, burning like flames, tilted slightly. This was a kind expression similar to a smile. In fact, for humans, the Zerg invasion of Aya might not be a bad thing. It means that the Protoss and the Zerg are about to have a head-on war, and they have no time to care about the humans who are shivering in the cracks. The Protoss territory, which has always been isolated from the world, will become the main battlefield for the war between these two very different, but equally powerful civilizations. The Overmind will definitely send the main combat forces of the Zerg to the territory of the Protoss Empire, and the pressure faced by humans will be much less. Judging from the attitude of the Supreme Council towards humans, once the strength of the Protoss Empire is weakened, they will no longer have the energy to burn infected human planets all day long. That's why the Zerg suddenly appeared in the Aya system in such a short period of time. The executive fully agreed with Augustus's idea. According to the monitoring of the detector, countless Zerg are pouring into Aya in every sunlight cycle. The wormhole must be destroyed. After all, Taldarin was a military commander who had commanded troops on various battlefields thousands of years ago. He quickly stabilized his emotions and transformed his sadness into anger and cold determination. His determination was passed on to other Protoss through Kara, making those Protoss who felt extremely painful gradually calm down. Even those Protoss of the Kara civilian class who were considered to be more vulnerable and must be protected no longer trembled for grief. I thought about doing that, Archon. I thought about all possible ways, and repeatedly pondered them, and practiced them on the battlefield simulation light curtain. Executive Tassiter was a little listless. Although he was not overwhelmed by the resolution of the Supreme Council, he also felt physically and mentally exhausted. The fact is that without the support of other fleets, our fleet alone can no longer break through the Zerg's defenses in the high-altitude orbit of Char. His calm voice appeared in everyone's mind. There are many ways to destroy that wormhole. Maintaining such a wormhole requires an extremely large amount of energy and dark matter. The executor continued, energy and dark matter maintain a balance. As long as this balance is destroyed, or the Overmind is unable to continue to maintain the wormhole, we can temporarily close it. Only temporarily. Tal'Darin repeated a sentence. If the Overmind can create a wormhole, it can create a second one. Augustus immediately understood what Tacitus said. If the purpose is only to transport the first batch of landing troops, the Overmind does not even need to maintain this wormhole all the time. The executor said. On the way back to the shuttle, the wormhole is shrinking, and its existence is now almost undetectable. Then we will wait until the Overmind tries to create a second wormhole. One of the mechanical limbs of Tal'Darin's Dragon Knight armor slammed heavily on the deck, as if to emphasize what he said. Unfortunately, the hives scattered in the Kaprulu sector are returning to Char, and at the same time, there are still a large number of Zerg coming from the direction they came from. The executor said, I'm afraid that, if we don't evacuate here, the Zerg will surround the fleet. Tacitus' fleet is just a huge expeditionary force temporarily formed after the emergence of the Zerg. Their name is the Kaprulu Expeditionary Force, which is a branch of the Protoss Empire's magnificent invincible fleet. In addition, there are expeditionary forces and colonial fleets in other sectors. They are scattered throughout the galaxy. Their duties include scientific research, protecting colonies, searching for Xel'Naga ruins, searching and hunting down Dark Templars, etc. The Kaprulu Expeditionary Force invaded Char without the support of other fleets and fought against the Overlord Zerg in its heyday for many days. Now it is really difficult to continue. Executor, make the decision. Tal'Darin said after a silence. You are the commander here now. The executor said. I refuse to fulfill the duty entrusted to me by the Supreme Council. Like most Ea Protoss, Tal'Darin was straightforward and honest. He neither spoke in euphemistic terms, nor rejected any false rhetoric. Well, let's go to the bridge, Tacitus said. Who says that the Protoss are all dull and stubborn? I think this Protoss executive officer is very cunning. I just didn't like to remember the names of the Protoss. They are just very frank. Augustus said, in the Protoss's calorie, they communicate far more than we can hear, so you will feel that their words are very direct. Augustus led Titus and others to follow Tacitus through the huge corridors of the Star Shuttle. The Ea Protoss liked the light of the sun. The entire warship was filled with shining golden light. The edges of the battleship's decks and bulkheads were inlaid with crystals and precious metals that emitted light. The upper dome upwards was an energy-shaped wall and translucent crystals for light to penetrate, in order to allow the Protoss to get closer to the starlight that nourished them. The long and wide fleet corridor extended all the way to the bridge of the Star Shuttle, the legendary flagship of the Protoss. The Protoss who walked on it were like walking in a treasure house with infinite treasures. Along the way, they could see beautiful golden patterns and carefully carved blue Tal'Darin mind crystals. These elegant and luxurious artworks and carvings made Augustus feel that he was in the center of a golden and brilliant art palace. Such brilliant and gorgeous artworks represent the Protoss's thinking about beauty and the long history, which is beyond the reach of the Terran humans. The crew members of the Star Shuttle who walked by Augustus all observed these humans with a certain introspective look. The ordinary Protoss Calais crew members did not look as strong and agile as the Protoss Templar, and they did not behave so arrogantly. When the Tal'Darin and the high-ranking Templars walked by, they had to bow their heads and maintain respect and thought it was justified. The strictness and inviolability of the internal system and class of the Ea Protoss had already begun to emerge. What's going on now? From what the Protoss said, the Overmind is transferring all the Zergs in Kaprulu back to Char, so our goal has been achieved. Titus walked while trying to find some valuable collectibles in the Protoss spaceship. The smartest way now is to leave as soon as possible. The farther away from these Protoss the better, he said. From what they said, the Protoss will soon have a big fight with the Zerg, so we'd better not get involved in this mess. Titus is right, we should leave too. Raynor suggested to Augustus. The Protoss have helped us a lot, but I'm afraid we can't help them at all with our strength. Let's see what Tacita does first. Augustus signaled Titus and Raynor to stay calm. Tacita? Isn't he going to be sent back to their home planet Ea for trial soon? The kind-hearted Raynor was worried about Tacita. He can't even save himself. How can we care about him? Titus said. Find a chance for the Protoss to send us away quickly. I don't want to follow them anymore. Tacita will not surrender. He has the desire to save others in his heart. Augustus said. Once he returns to Ea, he will be immediately placed under house arrest by the Supreme Council and await trial. The council will no longer allow a person who has disobeyed their orders to serve as the commander of the army, which means that if Tacita goes back, he will never be able to turn things around. Even if I don't say anything, Tacita will not go back. Why are you sure Tacita will do that? Raynor asked. It's not hard to guess. Augustus said. Point well, I can't guess it all. When can I catch up with you? Raynor spread his hands helplessly. The Protoss are the most arrogant guys I have ever seen, Titus said, and the Supreme Council is the most arrogant of the Protoss. As he spoke, Augustus followed Tacita into a teleportation platform. After a burst of blue flashes and the sound of the Matrix, they were teleported to the bridge of the Star Shuttle at the same time. The bridge of the Star Shuttle was surrounded by golden light. The huge, transparent porthole faced a planet in the Char system. The blue-brown gas planet was like a glass bead shrouded in brilliant starlight. In the dim bridge lights and the light of the stars, the Templars standing in front of the control console looked at Tacita one after another. Tacita walked to the porthole of the bridge and faced the starry sky. Zamora, open the communication channel for the entire fleet, he said. Are you really going to send all the warships to Ea? Our Ligus fleet is still guarding our homeland. Tal'Darin said to Tacita. Even if the Zerg will eventually cause irreparable damage and incalculable losses to Ea, the invincible fleet guarding Ea cannot be defeated. Once that happens, the ending will be irreversible. Tacita made up his mind. Ea must not fall. I'm the former executor Tacita. Warriors. Ea is facing the threat of Zerg. I have decided to disband all the expeditionary fleets and return to our homeland to help our people resist the attack of the Zerg. But I have a more important mission to accomplish, and I will take the Star Shuttle to complete this mission. He said. You have all learned of the punishment imposed on me by the Supreme Council, but if there are other warships and crews who are willing to follow me to complete the mission we have not yet become, to continue to practice the Protoss's duty as the protector of all things in the universe, I, Tacita, will pay you the highest respect. You have decided to do this. Tal'Darin said. It is not your fault to disobey the orders of the Supreme Council to protect mankind. Great Archon Tal'Darin, mentor of the Templar and Dragon Knights, now it is up to you to command this fleet to rescue Ea. The executor said. Hail to Tacita. The Archon said. May the places where the sun does not shine be covered with twilight shadows. It sounds like we can pull Tacita to our side. Raynor whispered to Augustus. The Protoss Empire wants to judge Tacita. Now that he is homeless, we can act together. Aha, we can drive this ship to bomb Tarsinus. Titus was overjoyed. He has always been obsessed with bombing Tarsinus. Jimmy, you hit the point. Augustus nodded. Tacita didn't pay attention to what Augustus, Raynor and others said. The shouts of millions of Protoss expeditionary crew members echoed in the spiritual sea of Kara. We are born as Ea. Please vote at the end of the month. Chapter 303, Augustus and Tacita Alliance. Repeat, the fleet is heading for Ea. Go home, sons of Ea. Your loyalty is immeasurable. Tacita conveyed his orders for the last time on the communication network of the Protoss Caprulu Expeditionary Fleet. Hail to Adun. Behind Tacita, the Grand Archon of the Templars, Dragon Knight Tal'Darin, turned around and prepared to leave with his men and lead the remaining fleet back to the home planet Ea. Listen, Tacita, my brother, the heir of the glory of Adun. In the years to come, you will be regarded as a traitor. deprived of all honor, merit and even dignity. You will lose everything you once had and be alone. Taldarin said to Tacita before leaving. But you must remember that Aea will always be your home, and the Templars welcome you back at any time. Thank you for your teachings. Tacita bowed his head again, his chin pressed tightly against the armor on his chest to show respect. Taldarin led his high-ranking Templars and Valerie warriors to the teleportation platform on the bridge, and the clattering footsteps gradually faded away. At this time, Augustus was standing next to Tacita, standing shoulder to shoulder with the former executive officer who had angered the Supreme Council for disobeying orders, and their respective followers stood on both sides. This was an unprecedented scene. The human warriors wearing gold and red alloy steel power armor stood together with the Protoss executive officer, discussing their views on the current matter as two leaders. The Supreme Council of the Protoss Empire has deprived you of your power, and is determined to humiliate you for it. Augustus said to Tacita, you don't have to follow their orders anymore. Executive officer, you have your own criteria for judging the standards of right and wrong in the world. Tacita, you are one of the few who believes that the honor and dignity of the people are higher than orders and authority. You are committed to maintaining the nobility of your race at all costs, even if it means tarnishing your own reputation. Outside the porthole of the bridge of the Star Shuttle, the flagship of the Protoss Expeditionary Force, several huge Protoss aircraft carriers traveling side by side were adjusting their deflected courses, and their elegant streamlined ships were like a whale flipping in the ocean. Several flying formations consisting of shuttles, reconnaissance planes and carrier-based interceptors passed by the portholes, their golden hulls gleaming brightly under the light of the Char binary star system. Even though many warships were lost in the battle with Char and the Zerg, the scale of this magnificent fleet was still quite large. Are you trying to teach me, as a young human? Tacita's voice reflected in Augustus' mind turned into an anthropomorphic hearty laugh. Augustus Mengsk, you are very accurate in your views on me and this matter. It's as if you have known me for a long time. You are not the first person to say that, Augustus said with a smile. Tacita paused here. The Supreme Council not only believes that my act of disobeying orders is a challenge to the arbitrator class and an intolerable transgression, but also an unforgivable crime. He was cautious in using the word crime. In the social system of the Protoss Empire, the word crime is often linked to harming or betraying compatriots. Augustus felt that Tacita was sad because of this word. You just did what you thought you should do, reject the unnecessary and cruel orders of the Supreme Council. Even if all human planets are purified, the threat of Zerg still exists. As a human, you can actually understand me. Protoss and humans are both intelligent creatures with rich emotions, and they share the same sorrow and joy. Tacita's voice reflected in Augustus' mind was dragged out, like a lament. The Supreme Council put itself in an extremely extreme position from the beginning. Even if a human planet is just likely to be infected, it must be immediately purified with fire. But I don't want to do that. I'm determined to take a way that can protect our people without harming innocent people, sending troops to eliminate the Zerg instead of burning a planet that nourishes magnificent life. He said, this is a decision based on extreme rationality and coldness. Destroying all human infected planets is not only the fastest and most effective way to eliminate all Zerg and infection, but also prevents the genes and biomass of an entire planet from becoming nutrients for the evolution and growth of Zerg. This is understandable. After all, the arrogant Supreme Council has never taken humans seriously from the beginning. In their eyes, we are no different from real bugs that can be trampled to death at any time. Augustus said unhappily. After all, they don't have to consider other races. If the roles are reversed, humans may only become more ruthless. The Dawn Doctrine once taught us to protect other weak races and fulfill our duties as the eldest son of God, but now the Supreme Council has completely forgotten this. Tacita knew that from the standpoint of the Supreme Council, it was understandable to save the Protoss at the expense of humans. The arbitrators in the Supreme Council of the Protoss Empire are elders who are considered to have outstanding foresight and politicians who can ensure that the Protoss continues to walk on a glorious and correct path. For these arbitrators who have a deep understanding of Kala's teachings, adhering to the system of their ancestors is more important than anything else. The fate of the Empire is above all the Protoss and everything else. Even the Templar class, which is considered to be the most noble, loyal and brave, has begun to show corruption and internal struggles over the years. The gradual degeneration of the arbitrator class has allowed some arbitrators who are unworthy of their positions and names to join the Supreme Council. It is obvious that Tacita has been dissatisfied with the Supreme Council for a long time. Corruption and depravity are inevitable in any system. When they are rooted in a solidified ruling class, the Protoss Empire will be in trouble. It seems that the arbitrators in your Supreme Council are just the same as the Federal Council of the Terran Federation. Raynor said, they are all a group of cold-blooded frozen fish. It's ironic that now it's your turn, little Protoss. Tychus, who was standing behind Augustus, spoke up. He was gloating, and showed it without any care. How about it? Is it time for your Supreme Council to make up its mind to burn Aya? Tychus didn't care whether an alien who made him feel disgusted would get angry, or beat him up, because of his words, but he didn't mind fighting with the arrogant Protoss. I can understand your anger, just as I can see your good side through your soul. Tacita said. It must be pitiful. Raynor laughed. Don't pry into my brain, or I'll make you, a damned Protoss pointy head, suffer. Tychus yelled, thinking that this was Tacita's response to his mocking words. Want to fight? You stupid one. Enough, Tychus, we are the guests. Augustus stopped Tychus, who was taking the opportunity to attack. You idiot, I'm going to deduct your salary for next month, and the month after next. What? What did I do wrong? Just because I said a few words to that Protoss? He's not your father. Tychus didn't remember when he had angered Augustus. Damn Tychus, you just said Augustus was like a woman not long ago. You know he hates this the most. Raynor reminded Tychus, just because he said he doesn't care, it doesn't mean he won't retaliate. Oh petty Augustus. Tychus said in annoyance, it seems that I won't be able to see those sweethearts in the club for a while. You have to pay the bill, Jimmy. For the sake of the past, you can't just stand by and watch me die. Come on, I didn't agree to such a thing. Raynor emphasized that he was a married man. I won't go to that kind of place with you again. Just pay the bill for me, and I'll have money when I have it. Tychus' eyes rolled around. After joining the Revolutionary Army, Tychus had fewer ways to make money, especially with Augustus keeping a close eye on him. Where are you going, and what are you going to do next? Augustus ignored Tychus' complaints and turned to Tacita, ready to recruit him. Next, I will continue my mission with the Star Shuttle to eliminate the Zerg in the Korhal sector, protect other races, and find ways to fight the Zerg. Until my hometown, until Aya needs me again. Tacita said truthfully. This is exactly what my Korhal Revolutionary Army is doing. Augustus immediately said, perhaps we can form a coalition and act together. Augustus believed that Tacita, the exiled Protoss Expeditionary Force executive, had now got his own script, and only lacked a little rebellious spirit. Tacita had not yet thought about overthrowing the rule of the Supreme Council of the Protoss Empire. He still believed that, although the Supreme Council had begun to become pedantic, self-contained and paranoid, and even wanted to judge the executives they once trusted, it was not yet time for Tacita to confront the Supreme Council. Coalition. Tacita was surprised. He looked at Augustus, and then he understood in his heart, yes, now we all have a common goal. This is commendable, a common enemy, a common pursuit. Let us go save the world together. Tacita, we will be heroes of humans and Protoss. Raynor shook off Tychus, who was starting to act like a spoiled brat. As an idealistic young man, Raynor still believed that he was saving the world. Most of the revolutionary soldiers, represented by Raynor, believed that they were carrying out a great cause that would definitely bring about changes to the Terran human race. After the Zerg invaded the Korhal sector, fighting for humanity made this goal seem even more ambitious. Hero? If someone can be praised and spread, then he is a hero. Tacita was silent. In his opinion, Raynor was too young. Even a Protoss over 200 years old would be considered too young to take on important tasks. However, Raynor's pure integrity and ideals made Tacita admire him. Tacita felt that he was lucky. Augustus and Raynor, who he had met the most, were the most upright and charismatic people among humans. With the contrast of Tychus and Duke, these excellent qualities were even more precious. At this time, the Protoss expeditionary fleet anchored at the edge of the Char system began to move. A black space-time rift appeared in the center of the Protoss fleet, like a black hole that was sucking ships into it. Hundreds of Protoss aircraft carriers, shuttle frigates, reconnaissance aircraft, detectors, and other butterfly-shaped and needle-shaped Protoss spacecraft were leaping into this space-time rift. Countless shining gravity thrusters and auxiliary high-energy plasma thrusters space-time wakes were like ice blue suns. When these Protoss warships reappear, they will appear in the stargates above air, and in high-altitude orbits under the guidance of the fleet's beacon. Augustus and Tacitus both noticed that some of these warships did not follow the rescue fleet into the time and space channel. After all the rescue warships entered the time and space channel, the warships that stayed in the original place were still anchored in the original position. At the original time, when Tacitus announced his rejection of the Supreme Council and ordered the fleet to return to air, the Overmind had not yet learned the coordinates of air. When Tacitus went to Char to find the Queen of Blades, he only had a star shuttle with him, but now he thinks he needs the support of a small fleet. Tacitus respects the choice of everyone in the expeditionary fleet. Those who are willing to follow him will stay, and the others will return to air. Now Tacitus' fleet, including the flagship Star Shuttle, only has 22 aircraft carriers and hundreds of small and medium-sized warships and ships attached. Even so, this fleet is still enough to run rampant in the human territory of the Korhal sector. After a while, a thumping sound from metal boots came from behind Augustus. Augustus was sure that it must be the reckless and rude footsteps of humans, because the Protoss was a race as elegant and noble as cats, and their steps were extremely orderly and quiet. Marshal, the Protoss medical equipment is really advanced. Are wounded. Duke rarely praised the Protoss. He must have been shocked by the medical technology he saw, otherwise Duke, who was stubborn and never willing to praise others, would never let go. But soon Duke's words were interrupted by Titus, who came up. Even the nobles don't have money to lend you anymore. Duke glanced at Titus's old face. I don't care how you got the money, by stealing or robbing. Do what a country bumpkin and an uneducated person should do. If you still have some face and decency, then get out of here, you stupid donkey. Gather our soldiers and wounded. We will return to our spaceship immediately. Augustus looked at the timer on the face display of the power armor and realized that his third shot of stimulant was about to expire. Before he showed his ugly face, he had to return to his flagship, the Hyperion. Through the communication channel inside the power armor, Augustus contacted the deputy captain on duty on the Hyperion, but heard a series of extremely hurried footsteps. What happened? Lieutenant Colonel Ryan. Augustus asked the other party. Marshal, I finally contacted you. Lieutenant Colonel Ryan's voice was full of surprise. The fleet of the Nova Squadron found and surrounded us 20 minutes ago. At least 13 Behemoth-class battlecruisers are attacking us, and Holler's Nova Terror is in the front. Prepare to fight back, Lieutenant Colonel. Report coordinates, and support will be here soon. Augustus gave the order decisively. Yes, sir. The lieutenant colonel did not ask who the support was, or when it would arrive. Since Augustus said so, it must be there. The Federation bastards in Nova Squadron must not have thought that we had just connected with the Protoss. Raynor said. Come on. Titus realized that he might have a lot of spoils to get soon. Titus, the devil of heaven, is about to appear. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 304, Tacitus and his pendant. It was the Zerg experiments conducted by the Federation humans in the Serra system that attracted the Zerg. Tacitus issued an order to assemble in the communication network of the remaining warships. You can say that Augustus was convinced that the forbidden experiments of the Terran Federation were still to blame for the massive invasion of the Zerg, which was no less than inviting a wolf into the house. In a burst of ice blue flashes in the bright wake of the thrusters, dozens of majestic Protoss aircraft carriers formed a tight attack formation around the flagship Star Shuttle. These behemoths, which were more than 3,000 feet, about 1 kilometer long, had a smooth golden shell, and were an oblong body. Unlike the human battle cruisers, the Protoss aircraft carriers did not seem to be completely sealed by various airtight compartments and exit valves. Their bows and islands were open structures, shaped like a cracked fig or a flower that was about to bloom. This reminded Augustus of a golden, plump and round bean pod. As the sun scorched, the tip of the bean pod cracked into several pieces. That was the appearance of a Protoss aircraft carrier. In comparison, the reconnaissance planes flying near the battleship were like falcons with their wings folded, ready to pounce. The outer wall and main deck were replaced by some extremely hard transparent crystal and a luminous curtain wall formed by pure energy. Through these walls as pure as water, one could see the broad deck, dock and the tip of the iceberg of the main gun matrix of the battleship. Every Protoss spaceship, from the huge aircraft carrier to the small and difficult to detect detector, was surrounded by a layer of light blue plasma shield, like a net made of countless equal hexagons. The air Protoss liked the sun's rays, so their personal accessories and battleship mechas were all golden. If a human battlecruiser was painted pure gold, it would only be seen as an avaricious who was extremely extravagant. Then the Protoss's exquisite craftsmanship and the art attached to it made it completely different. The exquisite design and breathtaking beauty. Look at what those people have done during this period. Provoking the Zerg, standing aside or making trouble behind the scenes. Tacitus has seen everything the Terran Federation has done in the Ceres system and Antigua Prime. The Protoss Expeditionary Force is doing its best to help the Terran humans put out the fire under the highest pressure. The Terran Federation does not help, and it often adds fuel to the fire. I will not easily intervene in the internal disputes of low civilizations. This is also part of Doru's doctrine. The Kalash arbitration incident happened because we rashly intervened and tried to mediate the civil war between the Kalash people, which led to disastrous consequences. He gave an order. But I will not tolerate them slaughtering my selfless and brave human friends. Go forward and stop those Federation humans. It is one of the luckiest things in my life to know you, Executor. Augustus put his hands behind his back, his expression serious, and his clenched hand showed that his heart was far from as calm and composed as his face showed. The Hyperion was a battleship that had been modified several times by the top engineers of the Umajan army, including Rory Swan and Viktor Kaksinski, and was equipped with the most advanced large-scale defensive shield generators. It could rival two Behemoth-class battlecruisers of the same level, but it would not last long against enemy ships that were several times larger than its own. Following Tacitus' order, the remaining Protoss fleet made a short distance jump to 2 astronomical units in a flash of light and appeared about 10 miles above the two fleets. The bridge of the Star Shuttle could directly overlook the two human fleets that were slowly closing the distance. A beautiful light and shadow like brilliant stars was projected on the Star Shuttle star map console and combined into a multi-dimensional 3-dimensional screen on which the images of the 1,000-gun laser cannon groups of more than a dozen battlecruisers of the Nova Squadron were played in full detail. The brilliant orange-yellow barrage was like a dense stream of orange-red fire. Human warship, I'm Tacitus, the executive officer of the Protoss Expeditionary Force. Stop firing at your compatriots immediately. The main screen in front of Tacitus and Augustus switched to a communication screen with snowflake-shaped electromagnetic interference. A few seconds later, a man wearing a Federal Blue Eagle emblem military cap appeared on the screen. It was Colonel Jackson Holler, the commander of the Nova Squadron. This is none of your business, Protoss. Don't meddle in other people's business. Colonel Holler put one hand behind his back. His eyes were sharp, and he looked smart and capable. Colonel Holler was a thin-faced man with small black eyes sunken in deep eye sockets. He was probably less than 30 years old, looking young and vigorous, with a pointed, iconic mustache on his upper lip. I advise you, Protoss, you'd better not interfere in the conflict between humans. The human Terran Federation is not easy to mess with. He straightened the brim of his hat, took out a cigarette, and lit it with his own laser lighter. After saying that, Colonel Holler took the initiative to cut off the communication. He did not come to negotiate with the Protoss, but only to give a threatening warning and ultimatum. People in the core world of the Terran Federation probably only heard the words Protoss and Zerg from time to time on radio programs and news channels, as well as a few words from official channels and various channels. Many Federation people still believe that there is a clear distinction between the two races in the Kaprulu sector. However, the Federation commanders who are actually on the front line believe that there is no clear distinction between the Protoss and the Zerg. They are both equally bad and equally hateful. If the Zerg are carnivorous locusts that are constantly devouring the Federation territory, then the Protoss are mysterious, powerful, and dangerous ancient aliens. In Colonel Holler's cognition, the Protoss who burned the sister star of the Serra system are unreasonable and brutal creatures. There is no possibility for humans to communicate with them or live in harmony with them. Holler obviously knew nothing about the cooperation between Augustus and Tacitor on Char. His warships have always been far away from Char, and he dared not approach Char, which has more than 10 billion Zerg swarms. There was a record of the Protoss fleet appearing and expelling the Federation fleet earlier, but the Federation commanders all believed that it was just a coincidence, and the Revolutionary Army ships that were saved by the Protoss were just lucky. The Protoss would never attack human warships and large transport ships full of people, and at most would only warn human ships that entered their field of vision. Holler did not know that Augustus had formed an alliance with Tacitor. He believed that, as long as he boarded the Revolutionary Army's flagship Hyperion before the Protoss intervened, he could capture the famous Revolutionary Army leader Augustus Mengsk alive. What's going on? Is that guy crazy or mentally ill? Ty just put the heavy machine gun in his hand upright on the ground. Do you think the Protoss dare not open fire? As long as they have seen how the Protoss burned Chasera and Marcera into a paste, even if they have only read the reports and impact data. Damn, if the Protoss main gun that can evaporate an ocean with one shot falls on their human warship, how can it be just a joke? They don't know the pain yet. Let the Protoss teach these Federation bastards a lesson. Raynor didn't realize that he was just pretending to be powerful. In the early years, during the Kalian War, Augustus and Raynor were also called Federation bastards by the Kel-morians they killed, but now they are the ones saying this. As if to prove the cruel words just now, on the main screen of the Star Shuttle, the Nova Squadron warships that were chasing several Revolutionary Army warships in space accelerated one after another. The Nova Squadron battlecruisers have always been proud of their swift speed and unpredictable entry timing. The performance of these battleships' power engines may not be better than the Hyperion, which has been upgraded and modified many times by the Umoians and Swan, but they can steadily overwhelm the Son of Thunder and other Revolutionary Army warships. As long as he can catch up with one of the battleships, then with the style of the Revolutionary Army Marshal, he will definitely not abandon the crew of an entire battlecruisers, especially when he still has a chance to save others. These Federation battlecruisers with dark purple paint on the screen are like a school of fish swimming towards the sea. Just like the name of this Federation Navy squadron, the symbol of the Nova Squadron is also a shining new star, a circle with symmetrical light lines radiating outwards, a star that is exploding. Lieutenant Colonel, report the battle situation. Augustus contacted the deputy captain of the Hyperion again at this time. Their missiles and space torpedoes are about to catch up with us. The deputy captain reported. From the information that the flagship of the Nova Squadron keeps sending us, they seem to believe that you must be on the Hyperion now. He continued, based on the several fragmented encrypted communications of the Nova Squadron that were intercepted, I suspect that they may launch a boarding operation against the Hyperion. They want to capture me alive. Augustus thought for a moment and said, Holler is right. A living Augustus Mengsk is far more valuable than a revolutionary marshal who may just die in the accident of the battleship being destroyed. I'm afraid. Yes, sir. The Revolutionary Lieutenant Colonel replied. They are approaching the Air of Thunder. They are firing at its port side. At this time, a report came from the side of the Lieutenant Colonel. Return fire. Open all the gun groups. The Lieutenant Colonel issued orders one after another in an orderly manner. This Karjohim who graduated from the Umajan Naval Academy was another extremely talented and knowledgeable person after the destruction of Korhal. We will contact you later, Augustus said and turned to Tacitor beside him. The Federation wants to capture me alive. Ah, he wants to take you back. You are so kind, Colonel Jackson. Raynor, who was standing next to Augustus, complained. What will they do to you after they catch you? Tacitor actually knew what humans did to the rebels. After all, in the past few centuries, he had been observing the Terran human ancestors who had just arrived in the Korhal sector, watching the fire of civilization gradually rise, watching humans destroy the environment of their homeland for development, and then reshape it, put him in prison, and then hold a public trial. The witnesses are the speculators in the revolution, and the jury are the nobles, merchants and those vested interests whose interests have been damaged by our military operations. Augustus said. But there will never be such a day. I will kill them all first. There is no good person in the Federation army. Titus judged others by himself. Do you know how much Augustus Mengsk, who is ranked second on the wanted list, is worth? The Federation is willing to pay even a few $100 million. Holler is eager to claim the reward. You are a damn genius, Titus. Augustus praised him. You can take my head to claim the reward, and the money will be used to build the army and the colonies destroyed by the Zerg. I have no objection to this. If the members of the Federation Parliament were standing in front of me, I would only ask them how much my head is worth. If the price is right, I will personally offer my head. Then it will be a question of who should offer the head. Raynor laughed. At this time, Tacitus' flagship Star Shuttle had shortened the distance with the Nova Squadron into short jumps. Without the need for the executive officer to issue another order, all the crew members of the Star Shuttle could do their own work in tacit understanding. The Templar pilots on the bridge were tapping the photosensitive screen and the console inlaid with jewels and crystals at a dazzling speed. The Protoss words and symbols that Augustus could not understand were jumping on the holographic screen. The speed, armor, and weapon system values of the human warships were fully presented in front of the Protoss commander. A series of shrinking blue concentric circles appeared on the huge portal in front of the Star Shuttle bridge. It was the calibration of the main gun of the Star Shuttle that was focusing. The light from the dome of the bridge reflected the entire bridge in blue. Unlike the human nuclear reactor and high-energy gas engine power supply method, all the facilities in the Protoss warships were directly powered by Kadarin crystals, and they did not need to spend too much time on supplies. In the dock of the Star Shuttle, thousands of carrier-based interceptors were automatically detached from the energy cables connecting them to the warships, and took off from the dock runway of the aircraft carrier with the assistance of the gravity ejection drive. Under the guidance of the Kara's mental network, the Templars and the Kara engineers each performed their duties as if they were one mind and existed as a whole. Honor and loyalty are rooted in the hearts of every Protoss. Every Protoss can empathize with the thoughts and feelings of others. Betrayal should be impossible and unimaginable. During combat, the entire bridge of the Star Shuttle was silent. There were no complicated orders, crew reports, and commanders' roars mixed with slang, only the pleasant resonance of the crystal matrix. Augustus walked into the porthole of the bridge and witnessed thousands of butterfly-shaped carrier-based interceptors taking off from the Star Shuttle aircraft carrier passing by quickly in front of him. The other 20 or so Protoss aircraft carriers also released thousands of interceptors, as if they were a swarm of angry bees. It's really a hornet's nest, Titus exclaimed. These small planes are much faster than ours. These wasps are not much different from a Goliath, Augustus said. In the distance, the Nova Squadron warships, including the flagship, could be clearly seen firing at the Revolutionary Army warship, the Arrow Thunder. There were 3 of them in total, and they sandwiched the Revolutionary Army warship below them, firing at the same time with their broadside guns and ground guns. However, when Augustus realized that the main gun of the Star Shuttle had aimed at the flagship of the Nova Squadron and fired, a beam of light, so bright that it was blinding appeared, and 1/3 of the flagship of the Nova Squadron was wiped out by the passing beam, as easily as cutting a piece of butter with a hot knife. A large number of red particle streams, cables, metal fragments and people were pouring out of the broken part of the Nova Squadron flagship, like metallic and orange-red blood flowing out of a wound. The main gun beam of the Star Shuttle seemed to have only passed by the stern of the Nova Squadron flagship, but the damage it caused was more than just a scratch. This was not a random shot, and the main gun beam avoided the area with the least crew in the design of the human battle cruiser, avoiding more casualties as much as possible. Oh my god. Titus chuckled. These bastards are in trouble. What are you going to do? At this time, Tacitus, who had remained silent, asked Augustus. Capture their commander alive and force the remaining warships to surrender. Augustus said. Adjutant, prepare the warp platform, and send out our boarding shuttle. Tacitus said, gather my loyal Templars. This is the first battle between the Zealots and humans. Come on, I can't wait to get started. Titus raised his heavy machine gun and said loudly, I'm going to get a booster shot tomorrow, and I hope I can catch up with the writing. The editor said that I have to save some manuscripts before I can get on the recommended list. I will fight for it, even if I have to fight for it. Chapter 305, Traitor. The flagship of the Nova Squadron was severely damaged and deviated from its original course under the impact of kinetic energy. If this warship is a fish in the ocean with half of its body bitten off by a shark, then the flames and parts gushing out of the cracks are internal organs and blood. The other two Nova Squadron warships gave up the pursuit of the Arrow Thunder and instead lowered the hatch to receive the lifeboat that came out of the flagship's ejection compartment. The other Federation warships began to move at high speed to the starboard side of the flagship, and the ship's guns ejected orange-red bullets as they moved. The main engine room of Colonel Holler's flagship, the Nova Terror, was completely destroyed. The violent explosion was tearing apart this severely damaged ship and dismembering it. It was only a matter of time before it sunk. Directly below the bridge of the Star Shuttle, dozens of Protoss shuttles were heading towards the Nova Terror at high speed in the light of the aircraft carrier's traction matrix, and thousands of reconnaissance aircraft and carrier-based interceptors escorted it like a golden torrent. You want to participate in this landing battle? Tacitus looked at the battlefield ahead. When talking to the Protoss face to face, they would not only project their thoughts directly into Augustus' mind, but also project their emotions of joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness. Destroying a Behemoth-class battlecruiser that humans are proud of would not be more difficult than crushing a flying insect. The gap between the Protoss Empire and human civilization is as big as that between humans and monkeys. Thousands of years ago, the Protoss Mother ships were already cruising at the edge of the Milky Way. They can manipulate time and even create a short black hole. But in Tacitus' eyes, the Protoss, as the eldest son of God, slaughtering low-level and backward humans is tantamount to blasphemy against Doru's doctrine. If it is not a last resort, Tacitus will never attack human ships that have not been infected by Zerg. Tacitus is unwilling to kill innocent people, but that does not mean he will not attack humans. Anyway, I will never refuse to be in the limelight. Augustus answered Tacitus' question humorously. In the resonance of the crystal matrix, Augustus and Raynor were teleported to a larger teleportation platform. Now he was accompanied by only more than 30 martial guards of Corporal Faraday and the elite guards of Alpha Squadron. This teleportation platform was located in the central spine of the Star Shuttle. The dome was a whole crystal dome, reflecting the gorgeous starlight. Hundreds of Templars in gold armor and blue robes stood with their heads held high, like statues. When Augustus and others appeared on the teleportation platform, all the Protoss looked at them in unison. Silence, indifference. Hey, buddy, good morning. Are you also rushing to catch a ride to Nova Squadron? Titus smiled awkwardly. What a coincidence. It's my honor to fight with you guys. Raynor nudged a Templar next to him with his elbow, attracting the other's angry glare. Don't be like that. I know you're happy too. You stepped on my foot, you damn blue-skinned alien. I'm going to throw you into jail. Fearless Duke pointed at the long chin of a Templar and cursed. Although Duke's opinion of the Protoss had changed a little, in his opinion, these were still a group of dangerous aliens, not even as good as country bumpkins. Give me a gun. Augustus thought to himself, how could he overthrow the Federation with such a group of people? The Protoss, especially the Templars as a warrior class, are always very serious. It is absolutely impossible to expect them to understand the bragging and farting of humans. For a moment, all the Protoss simultaneously withdrew their gazes from the suddenly appearing human, and the blowlight that descended from the sky enveloped Augustus' head. The next moment, the sound of shooting and explosions from the Gauss rifle had reached Augustus' ears. They appeared on the middle and upper decks of the flagship of the Nova Squadron, which was mainly the cafeteria, restaurant, and entertainment facilities. A matrix network generated by the Kadarin Crystal Tower matrix spread out around them, covering all areas within the naked eye. This is the main passage from the transfer service cabin to the crew cabin. The left and right spacing is relatively wide, which can accommodate 4 Marines to pass through at the same time. But facing the charge of the Templars, Such a space makes it impossible for the Nova Squadron soldiers guarding here to form a high and low crossfire network. All bullets and grenades were bounced off by the Templars' plasma shields. They were facing a cruel one-sided massacre. When Augustus quickly adapted to the lights here and prepared to shoot, the Templars around them had already revealed their shining blue blades and charged. Their strong feet began to exert force, and their figures almost became an elusive phantom. When Augustus was holding a rifle and looking for a target to shoot, he saw with his own eyes that a Nova Squadron soldier who was shooting was cut in half by a hot blue psychic blade, as easy as cutting a piece of tofu. A soldier of the Nova Squadron was so frightened that he started firing randomly, and before his head was chopped off, he smashed off the head of a comrade. The battles of the Protest Templars were accompanied by brilliant swordplay and fanatical charges, and the human battle line was quickly torn apart. The human power armor may be able to deal with most calibers of firearms, but the claws and psychic blades of the Zerg can still cut through it easily. The Protoss' attack method is often a one-shot kill, while the Zerg is much more cruel. Every time Augustus aimed at a target, the next moment the enemy was cut in two by a charging Templar. It was as if the Protoss read Augustus's thoughts and did not want to share the honor of killing the enemy with him. It is not so easy to win the recognition of the Protoss. The battle in the ship's passageway lasted only a few dozen seconds before the corpses were everywhere. The Templars followed the retreating Nova Squadron soldiers into the cabin, leaving a pile of human corpses. "Oh my god," Titus said blankly while holding his heavy machine gun. "I haven't fired many shots yet. Follow me. No one will be left alive." But he immediately shouted unwillingly and followed Duke, who was also full of blood, to lead the soldiers of Alpha Squadron to catch up with the Protoss troops that were about to disappear. The bronze deck was full of blood and soldiers of Nova Squadron killed by psychic blades. Their purple armor was neatly cut, and the cut surface was as smooth as a mirror. There were about 100 people lying on the ground, all of them dead, not a single one alive. "I absolutely don't want to be enemies with the Protoss." Raynor looked at the bloody scene and muttered to himself, "If it wasn't the Tal'Darim we met in Basha, we might have been finished long ago. How dare that guy Holler provoke the Protoss?" He said to Augustus, who was running forward. Now he knows how scary Tacitus warriors are. Be careful in your next life. At the same time, violent explosions were still heard all around, and the gravity stabilization device inside the battleship had already shown signs of failure. This location was not far from the bridge of the battleship. After Augustus passed through the corridor full of corpses, he entered the upper deck through the vertical ladder that was still able to operate. In the process of rushing to the bridge, all he saw were the corpses of the soldiers of the Nova Squadron and the trembling ordinary crew members, scientific researchers and military doctors. It seemed that the Templars let them go after confirming that these unarmed people would not pose any threat to them. Everything that happened today was a nightmare for the people here. The Protoss boarded their ship and then destroyed all the defense forces with ease. If Augustus had not needed to capture the commander of the Nova Squadron alive, the battle would have ended the moment the main gun of the Star Shuttle opened fire, and there would not even be any need to board the ship. If the Nova Squadron fought to the death, they might have been able to cause losses to Tacitus' fleet, but the ending was doomed from the beginning. By the time Augustus walked into the bridge of the Nova Squadron flagship, the Templars had cleared all the enemies on the road. There were corpses and cut power armor everywhere. Many of the barrels of Gauss rifles were cut open, and the cuts were red. Jackson Hole, the commander of the Nova Squadron, stood in front of the bridge window of his flagship in a dark blue Federation Navy captain's uniform, with his back to Titus, Duke and a group of silent Templars beside him. "Turn around, Colonel Hole," Augustus said as he walked. "Did you hear that, you despicable bastard? When we were in Char, we were almost killed by your people." Titus stretched out a hand and was about to grab Hole and lift him up. "I finally waited for you, Marshal Augustus Mengsk." What Augustus didn't expect was that Hole immediately turned around with a smile on his face and stepped over as if he wanted to hug Augustus. "Stop, if you move again I'll smash your mouth." Duke raised his chin, expressing his disdain for this former Federal Navy colleague. "It's too late to say that now." Renault stared into Holler's black eyes. "But we will spare your life, but you have to make the remaining warships surrender first." Any surrender order will never be accepted by those captains, but I can let them stand by at the assembly point, and then you can take over these ships. He said, I had plenty of opportunities to escape in time, but I gave up after sensing you on board. Sense? Duke said sarcastically. Do you think you are a psychic? Come on, admit your failure, don't be stubborn. Face the reality, everyone will lose the war, except me. Yes, I'm a psychic, and no one knows it, except me, a psychic with a SEAL level of 8.5. When I was in the Ghost Academy, I was diagnosed as a mental patient, and my level was extremely dangerous. Holler looked quite happy. I have many abilities, one of which is that I cannot be brainwashed and controlled. This is why the Federation's Ghost Project abandoned me. You may not believe how hurtful those words like mental illness, extremely dangerous, untouchable and extremely easy to get out of control were to me as a child. He continued, gritting his teeth with hatred. I was imprisoned and tortured, and I have lived until now, just to realize my revenge on the Federation and Ghost Academy. You are indeed a little crazy. The Protoss dared to chase our ship next to us. Titus never liked to give face to others. I can't imagine what terrible things my son would encounter if he entered the Ghost Academy of the Federation. Raynor knew that the Ghost Academy was scary, but he didn't expect it to be so scary. He had made up his mind not to let his son become a ghost agent. Another mistake they made was to take a crazy person lightly. Later, I escaped from the Ghost Academy in Tarsus and replaced a young officer named Jackson Holler. Another unique ability of mine is mind control. By manipulating the minds of other people around me, I quickly gained the trust of others and successfully obtained the command of the Nova Special Forces. Holler ignored Titus' words. After the Federation decided to reorganize the Nova Special Forces into a naval fleet, I naturally became the commander of the new fleet. I have been in the Federation Army for many years, just to get a high position and realize my revenge. Only power can control people's hearts, he said. Several captains in the Nova Squadron have been controlled by me. As long as you give an order, they will immediately be under your command. After you began to become famous in various marginal worlds of the Terran Federation, I have been looking for such an opportunity to defect to you. I have heard about how you deal with those Federation ghost agents. You treat them as real people instead of experiments or killing tools. A ghost agent who once wanted to assassinate your father even became your personal guard. Sarah Carrigan has always been the best among us. Augustus stared into Holler's eyes, as if trying to find signs of lies in them. It's a good story. Augustus paused. He said, prove your ability to control minds without the help of equipment. No wonder Holler dared to mess with the Protoss. If this guy was really a rebel who had been lurking for many years and a supporter of the revolution, then he might have hoped that the Protoss would quickly stop the Nova Squadron, so that Augustus's Hyperion could escape. Holler could have ignored Tacitus' communication signal, but he not only answered it, but also threatened in the name of the Terran Federation, just to create a chance for Augustus to escape. Very good. Colonel Holler looked at Titus. Titus lowered his helmet and slapped himself hard, and his cheeks immediately became red and swollen. The official story of this character is quite rich, but the photo shows a big bald head. Chapter 306 Rising Star Squadron. Titus regained control of his body after slapping himself. He roared and let out a strange cry before attacking, his eyes wide open, and he rushed towards Holler like a bull with red eyes. He had never been so angry as he was now. When the huge Titus ran rampant in the football game within the Revolutionary Army in this posture, no one could stop him. Titus was in his prime, extremely strong, a real humanoid monster. But then Titus's left foot tripped over his right foot and fell forward to the ground, landing on his face. I told you that I hate sickers the most. Titus groaned. They are either crazy or psychopaths. Ha ha ha. A beautiful paratrooper landing, Mr. Finley, but your butt is too high, so I'm going to give you a 0. Few people have seen the gloomy and arrogant Duke laugh, but he is laughing more happily now than when he was told that he was about to be awarded the rank of general. You deserve it, Titus. Raynor smacked his lips. It's time for you to learn some lessons. Remember to keep your butt shut and behave yourself. No one objected that Titus should learn some lessons so that he could behave himself. In the Revolutionary Army, no one except Augustus could control Titus, not even Raynor, the de facto second in command. See Marshal Augustus. This is my ability. Controlling a person's central nervous system and cerebral lobe is just the simplest application. I can also distort other people's thoughts and their perception of themselves. Holler said in a show-off manner. Soon, I will become your right-hand man. You must need my ability. So you can control me too? Augustus asked him back. No, you are determined. Distorting will is only useful for those cowards with fragile hearts. Holler wiped the cold sweat that had just appeared. Really? Did you decide to follow me for power or ideals? Augustus did not comment. He could not immediately believe what Holler said. Augustus had to admit that, if Holler was his opponent, he would be unable to sleep or eat. Jackson Holler was a rare talent, and human psychics above sea level 8 were extremely rare. Holler thought he would immediately answer this question, but he hesitated. Revenge the Federation, so that all children with psychic powers will no longer suffer the same fate as me, he replied. I didn't expect that such a person would sneak into the Nova Squadron. At this time, Duke on the side whispered, to what extent has the Federation Navy been corrupted? I originally thought that the entire Federation Navy was full of cowards, sissies, and trash who could only chew oatmeal and sing. Raynor heard Duke's words. You brainless mudleg, what do you know about the Navy? Duke spoke foul language. Duke still remembers that when he was on the Tullisis II, a group of Marine recruits led people to beat up the fleet soldiers of the Alpha Squadron in a bar. Later, he learned that it was Augustus who led those Marine recruits. Do you know this man? Raynor didn't want to dwell on this question. No. Duke said bluntly, there are only two possibilities for me not knowing him. Either he is the offspring of a small noble who can only wander around the edge of the social circle of the great nobles and form cliques, or he is a rare Federal Military Academy student who was promoted as a civilian. But the one who can command a naval squadron cannot be those incompetent nobles who are promoted in the army by relying on the power and prestige of their family. He is a psychic. As far as I know, the only psychic in the army is psychic agents. There is no other possibility. I will take you in and give you all the honors and status that a talented person deserves, but you must prove your loyalty to me. Augustus did not dwell on this question for too long. Now there is an opportunity in front of him that is almost enough to prove whether Holler is making up a story. Augustus knows very little about Jackson Holler. In the intelligence network of the Revolutionary Army Ogbo, the Sons of Korhal, and the United States of Umoran, this person's identity has always been a mystery. Like other officers who were promoted in the Federation Army, Jackson Holler was also a noble, but his qualifications were just ordinary. Despite this, he was still promoted to colonel and led Nova Squadron, a unit built for covert operations and special operations, just like the outstanding noble officers in the Terran Federation Navy system who were considered excellent and promising. After Augustus Mengsk's rebellion on Korhal IV and Augustus Mengsk's rise from Marcera, Nova Squadron was quickly expanded into a larger naval squadron to deal with the threat posed by Augustus's Korhal Revolutionary Army in the Sera system. Previously, Nova Squadron's main dock was in the Antigua Prime Star system, and one of their main tasks was to suppress the local situation that became increasingly turbulent due to the rise of Augustus Mengsk. Jackson Holler, who led Nova Squadron, was a mediocre figure. He did not even achieve any achievements during the Kalian War that were worthy of being written about by the Unknown Federation battle flag websites and forums. However, when Holler proved that he was a psychic, Augustus believed what he said more, because the Federation would never allow a psychic to command an entire naval squadron, but he still would not relax his vigilance against Jackson Holler. There are a total of 17 Nova Squadron and Omega Squadron warships in the Char system, and there will be several Deep Blue Squadron research ships. Holler spoke out his plan without hesitation. 13 warships are following me, and the others are on the edge of the system, to establish outposts and mining bases. As the commander, I will announce to the other captains that my flagship is completely finished before it is towed into the giant dock for repairs, so all the crew members must be evacuated. He said, more than 4,000 crew members will be evacuated to various warships. Then our people will be able to take advantage of the opportunity. Raynor followed. Good idea, then we will seize control of those warships. This is not an easy task. There are at least 1 or 2,000 people on a battle cruiser. Our number is not enough. Duke pointed to the several Alpha Squadron soldiers around him and said, if it's a lifeboat full of Protoss, it's different. Augustus realized that this was his only option at the moment, and he had to do it as soon as possible. The severely damaged battle cruiser under his feet would soon turn into a coffin floating in space due to insufficient energy supply from the life support system. The other warships of the Nova Squadron would never have thought that their commanders had rebelled and that the enemy's allies were Protoss. Augustus looked at a Templar standing next to him, who immediately looked at him calmly. He was Radnanix, who was ordered by Tacita to take Augustus to the Star Shuttle's transmission platform. The executive ordered us to cooperate with your actions. Radnanix had been listening to the conversation between humans and directly fed back to Tacita through Kara. This human is the most powerful human psychic I have ever seen, and he didn't lie. Augustus was relieved immediately. He couldn't find a reason for Tacita to continue to help him seize the Nova Squadron's warships. Perhaps the other party also believed that the Federation should be punished or lose the ability to pursue. Most of the soldiers on this battleship are my followers. They will drive the lifeboat for you. Holler said, all the port entry orders and standard instructions are set by me, and this will not be an obstacle. All you have to do is to invade the captain's room, to seize control of the battleship, paralyze the entire battleship, and finally settle the remaining people. How sure are you? Augustus asked. Of the remaining 12 battle cruisers, the captains of 4 have been controlled by me. Holler said. At the same time, send spacecraft disguised as lifeboats to the remaining battleships, and probably we can seize control of at least 3 of them. Prepare the lifeboat. Augustus looked at the flickering main screen next to him, which showed the structural diagram of the battle cruiser. Most of the area had turned red, indicating danger, and the values of the life support and atmosphere stabilization devices had dropped to critical points. Execute the new combat plan. Prepare to board the ship. Edmund and Jim, each of you will bring a unit, and the Protoss will cooperate with your actions. He said. Holler and Radnanix, follow me. Augustus had a good memory. Tacita only called Radnanix's name once, and he remembered it in his heart. Do you understand your mission? Guys, let's go if you understand. Duke and Raynor immediately led their people away. Under Radnanix's order, a part of the Protoss Templar followed these humans. Get up, Titus. Augustus walked to Titus' side. How long are you going to sleep? Isn't this embarrassing enough? Holler immediately blinked innocently, indicating that he was no longer controlling Titus. Damn you, damn bastard, don't think you can do whatever you want, just because you know some witchcraft. Titus suddenly got up and rushed towards Holler again with a thunderous force, but then he fell to the ground with a loud bang. This is not my fault, Marshal. Holler spread his hands. This time Titus got up quickly. He admitted his defeat, but he didn't spare Holler. This matter is not over yet. Don't let me find any evidence against you. Come on, Mr. Finley. Holler raised his hands and said in a nonchalant tone, in all these years in Ghost Academy, the only thing I learned is how to kill my target cleanly and neatly. That's good. I need someone who will sing a different tune from you. Duke is no match for you in a fight. Augustus said as he led his Protoss allies to the ship's internal staircase leading to the launch bay. The internal structures of the Terran Federation battle cruisers are similar, and you can find the way by following the arrows. At this time, the vibration of the battleship has become increasingly larger and is on the verge of collapse. When the staircase descended to the launch bay entrance on the lower deck, about 100 Protoss Templars were following Augustus, and people continued to join their team from various corridors. How many people can the lifeboats here hold? Augustus asked Holler as he ran. The remaining lifeboats are enough to hold all of us. Holler replied. Does this also include the remaining crew members here? Augustus looked at Holler. There are not so many lifeboats left for them. Holler said as a matter of course, there is no need to save those people. They are either asocialized soldiers or professional soldiers, not. How many people are left? Augustus interrupted Holler. Probably less than 2,000 people. Holler's eyes flickered. Call the Hyperion. Immediately send lifeboats to the flagship of the Nova Squadron, the Nova Terra, which must be able to hold at least 3,000 people. Augustus called his fleet on the communication channel. You are really different from those people. Hollow's voice changed. If someone could have offered me a helping hand then, but now I have offered you a hand. Augustus said, since that's the case, then take it. Aren't you afraid of me? Hollow's eyes changed. People say that ghost agents can kill a person in a few seconds. We can kill a person in 1,000 different ways. This is the meaning of our existence. The federal government has always used assassination and persecution to maintain its rule. I'm willing to give you a chance. Just like I have given everyone who is willing to change their ways a chance. Augustus knew how dangerous a psychic with a C of more than level 8 was. If it weren't for the other hidden Revolutionary Army ghost agents and the Templars of Radnanix around him, he really wouldn't dare to get so close to Holla. The propaganda of the Sons of Korhal is all true. Holla said. Which part? Augustus had seen some of the propaganda materials his brother sent him, and was impressed by those shameful and exaggerated parts. After all, even the Terran's Light Emperor could say such words. All of them. Holla said seriously. You can't trust this guy, he's weird all over. Titus, who was following Augustus, said. After today, Titus hated psychics even more. It's not up to you to decide who I should trust, Titus. Augustus said. They had arrived at the launch port, where many lifeboats were docked. These lifeboats were painted bright purple with the logo of a new star explosion and the red and blue flag of the Federation. Augustus took the lead and walked into a lifeboat. The captain of the Marshal's Guard drove the boat. Radnanix came in with more than 50 Templars. They kept a long silence whether in battle or on the march. When the guidance light came on, the lifeboat drove out of the launch bay with the roar of the engine, and the black space seemed to be close at hand. In the distance, 2 dark purple battle cruisers of the Nova Squadron were approaching their flagship. The blue-white lights on the side and the tail flames of the escorting Wraith fighters were clearly visible. They were unaware of the approaching danger. I'm Jackson Hole, Loyalty. Open the hatch immediately. Hole said using the communication device of the lifeboat when approaching a Nova Squadron battle cruisers. Thanks for voting. Chapter 307, Seizing the Ship. Through the external camera in front of the lifeboat, the hammer-shaped bow of the bright purple painted Nova Squadron battle cruiser was gradually enlarged in Augustus's eyes. Compared with the battleship's hull shielding, which was shining with gorgeous gold edges under the reflection of the starlight, the lifeboat was just a fruit fly about to land on grapes. The Loyalty is a magnificent Behemoth-class battle cruiser, which was finally completed and launched at the Bennett shipyard. It was built during the Kel-morian War, and upgraded and rebuilt during the Korhal IV rebellion. The prototype Titan reactor was added to power more laser gun groups and giant fusion artillery that may be installed in the future. Although the human battle cruisers are not as gorgeous and exquisite as the Protoss warships, they are the pride of the Terrans. Their strong and powerful shape, spectacular fine steel armor and bright white lights dotted on the mast still the model and representative of human giant ships and cannons in this era. The lifeboat marked as 303 began to approach the Loyalty battle cruiser and drove along the side, close to the bright purple armor plate. Looking forward along the side, another Nova Squadron Behemoth-class battle cruiser was just in front of the bow of the lifeboat, about 10 miles away. Another battleship of the same level was parallel to the Loyalty, but farther away. All the battleships and the escorting frigates, destroyers, supply ships and troop transports were maintaining a relatively static high-speed movement. Driving a spacecraft smoothly into the dock berth has extremely high requirements for the spacecraft driver. The lifeboat hovered at the entrance of the Loyalty's dock for several minutes, waiting for the dock's landing bay to open. Holla pulled out a 2D control panel from the side of his seat, and entered a series of codes on it. The hatch of the landing bay opened the valve, as if a steel giant opened his mouth facing the space. The blue light of the dock entrance immediately emerged from it. When the lifeboat entered the port, Augustus noticed that several T-280 Tarsana space engineering vehicles fixed by cables were moving on the edge of the deck on the alloy steel elevated structure at the dock in trance. The faint flames of welding were fleeting. There were also 7 lifeboats of the same model following closely. These ships, which should have been full of wounded and refugees, did not arouse the captain of the Loyalty's vigilance. After learning that Colonel Holla was on the first lifeboat, these ships were ignored. Augustus stood up the moment the lifeboat stopped and followed Holla down the alloy gangway. The dock berth of the Loyalty was very empty. Most of the fighters and transport planes were performing missions outside. There were only various ground crews in orange work clothes on board. They were driving space engineering vehicles and unloading robots to and fro in the dock, or repairing damaged aircraft. When Holler walked down the gangway, an officer of the Nova Squadron wearing a dark purple CMC 300 power armor was running towards him with several soldiers. There were not many soldiers guarding here, only less than a combat platoon. Even in the war between humans, boarding battles were rare. Only the Kel-morians would use their many and fast assault boats to seize the Federation battle cruisers in fleet battles, which was also the usual way for space pirates to deal with large freighters. Colonel Holler, thank God you are still alive. Without your orders, the whole squadron would be in chaos. The officer of the Nova Squadron was a tall and thin man with rough eyebrows. He lowered his helmet mask so that Holler could see his face clearly. He might not be very familiar with Holler, but at least he knew who his superior was. The officer was stunned for a moment when he saw Augustus in crimson power armor behind Holler. Then he rubbed his eyes and said, Augustus Mengsk, shit, I must be dreaming. The officer took a few steps back, his face darkened with fear. For a rebel leader as famous as Augustus Mengsk, his first reaction was not that Holler had captured Augustus, but that Augustus had come down from the sky with his men. Before he could say anything, Titus flashed out from behind Augustus, took 2 quick steps, clenched his iron fist, and rushed towards him. The officer then fell on his back, blood oozing from his broken nose, and his eyes rolled back. Wake up from your nightmare, poor wretch. Titus looked at his bloody fist, raised his chin, and the scar on his face looked even more hideous. Heavens, devil, Titus Finley. The rest of the Nova Squadron soldiers were stunned on the spot. Only another lieutenant officer suddenly shouted, rebels. Before he finished speaking, Titus hit him to the ground with another fast and fierce punch. Nice to meet you, sweetheart. He had just been defeated by Holler and was full of anger. I'm Colonel Jackson Holler. Holler looked at the soldiers who were completely at a loss and had wooden expressions. The rebels have invaded this battleship. I need you to be ready and repel the enemy within 20 seconds. Yes, sir. Fight for the Federation. The soldiers immediately stood up and saluted Holler. Just looking at their appearance, it is difficult for ordinary people to find the difference between resocialized soldiers and ordinary soldiers, but as long as they pay a little attention, they can notice the barcode on the back of their helmets. The Federation has never regarded resocialized soldiers as human beings. Soldiers, remember your mission. Order and fairness are the cornerstones of the Terran Federation. Holler said. Eternal loyalty. Are they idiots? Titus felt bored and returned to the lifeboat to retrieve his heavy machine gun. At the same time, Titus made such a big noise that it was hard not to attract the attention of the ground crew on the dock. Some of them were still busy with their work, but they all realized that something was wrong. A federal engineer who was sitting on a pile of supply boxes and smoking shouted loudly, I say, what's going on? Those 2 soldiers look seriously injured. Most of the ground crew and engineers in the loyalty dock did not dare to speak. There were always a few people who were desperate and confused and tried to figure out what was going on by shouting. I'm Colonel Holler. There are rebels in this spaceship. Holler replied with an unchanged expression. They want to seize control of this battleship. We must eliminate this group of rebels. Okay. Aren't there enough troubles with the Zerg and the Protoss? The engineer believed it, but when he saw who got off the lifeboat, he almost fell off the supply box. It was not soldiers, engineers, or scientists who stepped off the lifeboats, but Protoss Templars in shining armor. The Protoss warriors stepped out of the lifeboats one after another, with thousands of gleaming blue eyes all facing the same direction. This time, the engineers dared not speak again. Augustus and Radnanix exchanged glances, and at the latter's command, a large number of Protoss Templars rushed into the corridors and entrances of the various ships. Any human soldiers who dared to resist them were cut by the psychic blades, and blood flowed. Follow me, Marshal. Holler made a gesture, letting his Nova Squadron resocialized soldiers walk in front, all the way to the vertical ladder with the indicating arrow. You'd better not lead us into a trap. Titus picked up his Persuader heavy machine gun. I will keep a close eye on you. Do you understand? If you want to betray us, I will smash your head. The Federation will not plant a spy at the cost of so many warships, right? Holler said. That's possible. Who knows what's going on in your ghostly head? You may hate the Terran Federation, but you may not like us. Titus shook his head and said, yes, I do not like you. Holler said, if you really think I know witchcraft, then you'd better be careful. Jackson Holler is a member of the Terran Empire's Hidden Blade Ghost Agent program, and one of the first psychics to use Terrazine on himself. Augustus ignored the quarrel between the two. Titus was not liked by people, and Holler was obviously a man with deep thoughts and ambitions. Such people who pursue power are not so difficult to control. Titus was not really keen on becoming a senior official in the Revolutionary Army, although he thought it was not bad, and a higher position would be more conducive to his own personal gain. Titus's mind was full of the idea of returning to his old job if the revolution failed. He was a chaos factor, but for Augustus, he was still much more reliable than Holler, who had just surrendered. After Augustus followed Holler into the vertical ladder, the alarm inside the Loyalty finally sounded. The captain of the ship had obviously seen what happened through the surveillance screen of the dock. I'm Captain Joe of the Loyalty. We have been invaded. Jackson Holler has betrayed the Federation. I repeat, Jackson Holler has betrayed the Federation. He is no longer our commander. The Protoss, they are coming. Augustus Mengsk is here with them. It is Augustus's rebels. Run. This is a trap. We are surrounded. Evacuate immediately. What you said is not a demon. Augustus thought that they didn't need to be so nervous. The vertical ladder continued to rise, and when it stopped, it had reached the topmost main deck. The corridor leading to the command area cabin was already full of fully armed Nova Squadron Marines. Fire! The officer commanding this unit shouted immediately. Stand at attention. Holler straightened his military cap and said calmly, put away your guns, eject your bullets. Dozens of soldiers in purple power armor responded to Holler's orders with a series of impeccable standing and holding gun movements. The clinking sound of bullets falling could be clearly heard in the suddenly quiet corridor inside the ship. All the resocialized soldiers could recognize who Holler was in their neurally modified brains. As the highest commander of the Nova Squadron, Holler's orders were obviously higher than anyone else's. Damn it, why did you betray us? You treacherous dog. The Nova Squadron officer said as he took out his own P220 electromagnetic pistol and aimed at Holler. I'm sorry. Holler's black pupils surged with gold. Then, the officer pointed the gun at himself and fired. Who are these people? Titus got goosebumps all over his body. At this time, Titus suddenly remembered the red-haired female ghost beside Augustus. Since Kerrigan started working for Augustus, she has rarely killed anyone, which made Titus almost forget that high-level human seekers are guys who can kill people with just one look. High-level seekers are very rare, and their tortured childhood often makes them more cold-blooded and even twisted than ordinary ghost agents, but this kind of people's minds are purer. In less than a second, Holler lowered his head and raised it again, walking in front of a group of Nova Squadron soldiers who were standing at attention on both sides of the corridor waiting for orders. The thin and resolute faces were reflected on the masks of these soldiers. Does killing make you feel painful? Augustus asked Holler. Yes, Marshal. The memories of the dead before their death will be rooted in my mind, and only brainwashing can forget all this. Holler hesitated and replied, but I can't be brainwashed, which means I can't forget those memories. Then you'd better not do that after this, Augustus said. Augustus was convinced that Jackson Hole was probably the strongest psychic he had ever seen besides Kerrigan and Nova, and one of the very few with special abilities. Moreover, at least in his opinion, this man was not hopeless. Hole continued to move forward, and almost every time he walked a distance, someone rushed out to stop him. The Federal Colonel was only wearing a blue Navy uniform and a Federal Guard medal on his shoulder, but no one could hurt him. When they rushed into the bridge, the Templars of Radnanix were already waiting for them there. The bridge was full of traces of fierce fighting. The captain of the Loyalty collapsed to the ground, and at his feet was an electromagnetic rifle cut off by a psychic blade. Lieutenant Colonel Joe, there is no need to work for the Federation anymore. Sooner or later, they will burn themselves. Holler said as he walked up to the captain of the Loyalty. It's time to establish a new order. The Zerg and the Protoss are poisoning our homeland. The Terrans need a wise leader. He is Augustus Mengsk. The Lieutenant Colonel did not speak, but remained silent. Outside the bridge of the Loyalty, the Nova Squadron fleet was in chaos. The 4 battle cruisers supporting Hollow were firing at the rest of the warships. When Augustus looked over, a Nova Squadron battlecruiser was firing hundreds of anti-aircraft missiles at her sister ship, leaving a large area of burns and damage on the side of the warship. Although the number of rebel warships was not dominant, the warships on the Federation side did not know which warships had betrayed the Federation. After several Nova Squadron warships took the lead in folding away, the remaining Federation warships actually began to retreat. Double monthly tickets have begun. Good brothers who forgot to vote can vote. Chapter 308 9 Behemoth-class battle cruisers. In front of Augustus, outside the porthole of the Allegiance Bridge was a magnificent battlefield. The Nova Squadron warships and spaceships that had surrendered to the Revolutionary Army were fighting desperately with their colleagues on the edge of the Char system. The majestic battlecruisers aimed their dense guns at the enemy dozens of miles away. Every fleeting fire in the barrage came from a Wraith fighter or a transport ship. Every warship and every person was merciless to their former comrades in arms, now enemies, like two fists colliding fiercely, again and again. A large number of spacecraft fragments and wreckage were thrown far away with the shock wave of the explosion, flying towards celestial bodies billions of miles away until they were captured by the gravity of asteroids and planets. In another round of salvos, two Nova Squadron battlecruisers that had turned their allegiance to the Revolutionary Army damaged a Federation warship named Achilles. A terrifying flash of light lit up in the middle of the Achilles, and the bright purple armor suddenly turned black. The Achilles did not retreat, but bravely fought back against the Revolutionary warships. However, there were only 6 Nova Squadron battlecruisers that were still loyal to the Federation and could still fight. After the Hyperion and the other 2 Revolutionary battlecruisers turned around and joined the battle, the Federation warships were already at a certain disadvantage. With the whole hostile Protoss fleet nearby, the Federation fleet had no intention of fighting, and one after another was ready to start the warp drive to escape. Stop them, Augustus ordered in the command channel of his own fleet. The Hyperion joined the siege of the Achilles and bitted tightly with the other 2 battlecruisers, making it unable to enter the warp state immediately. Rashly opening the hyperspace channel under the interference of strong plasma energy flow is likely to cause a terrible disaster. Normally, the captain who issued this order would not even have the opportunity to be brought to a military court for trial. The captain of the Achilles decided to use a short jump to avoid the attack of the Revolutionary warships, but the battleship was severely damaged by the salvo of the Hyperion's guns close to its stern, and the relatively backward armor failed to protect it. Within a dozen minutes, the battleships of both sides turned into a rout of the Federation fleet. A large number of armor fragments and ship wreckage drifted away with the wake of the warships and the time-space vortex flashing with colorful radiation. It was like a drifting bottle drifting along the ocean currents. The debris flow composed of fragments and wreckage stretched for dozens of miles. When Augustus refocused his attention on the captain of the Loyalty with the vibration of the bridge deck, the space war had entered its end. 4 Federation warships broke away from the pursuit and left the Char system. Achilles and another sister ship, the Epeos, were surrounded and severely damaged and failed to escape the battlefield with other Federation warships. The Loyalty did not join the battle. Augustus's troops only attacked the upper deck and the command mezzanine. The middle and lower decks were still under the control of the Federation crew. They were led by some brave officers to resist the attack of the Protoss and even wanted to recapture the battleship. Captain, if you can still listen to me, then I want to tell you that your fleet has been defeated, Augustus said calmly, in a tone that was unquestionable. Order your men to surrender immediately to avoid unnecessary casualties. I pity those Federation soldiers who are still fighting bravely. If they surrender immediately, I will definitely give them the opportunity to return home after the war is over. You devil. Who threw you here from hell? Captain Joe of the Loyalty was sitting on the ground, raising his thickly bearded face and staring at Augustus. Augustus Mengsk and Catherine Mengsk gave birth to a terrorist and extremist leader. The war you brought has killed so many people. How many more people will you have to kill before you feel satisfied? You are the devil. Remember Korhal. This revenge is not over. Do all the people who stay there deserve to die? Before Augustus could speak, his personal guard, Corporal Faraday, raised his fist angrily. I'm tired of telling others that iron and blood, sweat, and sacrifice are the price that must be paid for change. If you open your eyes and look, you should see that the farmers in Shillok, Helsin and Alta are starving because of the Federation's heavy taxes. You should see that, since the middle of the 25th century, the laws of the Terran Federation have been written to protect the interests of the rulers without any surprise. Augustus' voice seemed to have some kind of magic, so that when he spoke, everyone would look at him unconsciously. The number of people who died because the Federation refused to provide any assistance to the refugees from the edge worlds displaced by the Zerg invasion is far greater than the civilian casualties caused by the Revolutionary Army and the Federation Army. It's all because of you rebels. Without you, how could we not have saved those refugees? The captain didn't seem to believe what he said because his momentum was far inferior to Augustus. Augustus just laughed it off. This is the unified statement of the Federation military and official media. All wrong. It's the fault of the revolutionaries and rebels. If the Federation has any guilt, it is that they are far from enough to control the people and eliminate the rebels. Since Augustus Mengsk declared independence on Korhal IV in 2489, this white-hot revolution has been going on for 3 years. The people of the Federation often see news about the government army and the rebels fighting in certain extremely remote edge-world outposts and space stations. The conflict between the two sides has gradually become a normal thing. This guy's really a stone in the toilet, smelly and hard. Titus used the words that Augustus once used to describe himself on the federal captain. Hit him twice, and he will be obedient immediately. Colonel Holler. Augustus looked at Jackson Holler next to him and said. Hearing Augustus' words, Holler nodded, and the gold in his eyes shone even more. Point, I'm the captain, and this is my order. Under Holler's mental control, Captain Joe of the Loyalty twisted his neck unnaturally, and his lips trembled as he moved his headset. The war is over, and resistance is meaningless. I order you to surrender to any enemy you see. It was my mistake that led to this defeat, and the blame should be placed on me, he said. I order you to lay down your weapons. Joe's order echoed on all decks and cabins of the Loyalty, especially among the resocialized soldiers, which had a great impact. Even those federal officers with independent judgments soon realized that the Loyalty had become an isolated island in the universe. Before long, a large number of rebels and protests would board the ship in the Lost Dock. Augustus looked at the trembling captain of the Loyalty again, thinking about the position of the middle-aged man when he said those words just now. Not everyone can abandon everything and join the revolution, especially when the victory of the Revolutionary Army is still not obvious. After all, those who join the Revolutionary Army with full enthusiasm are only a minority. For those men who have already established a family, this usually means that he is likely to abandon his wife and children and follow the rebels whose future seems uncertain to go to a place several light years or even further away for many years. Corporal Faraday, lock him up. Augustus said. Captain, I will never execute anyone who surrenders. If you are unwilling to abandon your past and serve the Revolutionary Army, you will also have the opportunity to go home, of course, after the Federation is overthrown. Augustus would not refuse to incorporate the regular army of the Federation into his own army, because they are professional soldiers after all. When Corporal Faraday waved his hand and ordered 2 martial guards to take the captain of the Loyalty away, Augustus leaned over the control console on the bridge of the battleship, on which the captains of the revolutionary warships such as the Hyperion and the Arrow Thunder popped up. After waiting for a few minutes, the numbers of the 4 Nova Squadron warships that fought for the Revolutionary Army in this battle also appeared in the battle sequence on the screen. They were all captains that Holler had controlled or instigated to rebel with his powerful psychic and mental power during the years when he took over the Nova Squadron. They secretly swore allegiance to freedom rather than the Federation. What did you do to the captains of these warships? Augustus asked Holler softly. He didn't believe that he had conquered these captains who had at least thousands of men under his command with his personal charm. I can't just use my mental power to forcibly change their thinking and self-perception. Holler walked behind Augustus, with his hands behind his back. I can only temporarily take over the control of other people's brains over their bodies through mental power, and I can't directly distort their thoughts. What I can do is to add some different memories to these people, just like the neural transformation of resocialized soldiers, so that their self-perception will be distorted. he explained to Augustus. In the long run, these people will think that they are loyal to me instead of the Federal Navy Command in the Federation itself. But this is very dangerous, and it doesn't always work, otherwise you would have controlled the entire Nova Squadron in these years, Augustus said. Without prior contact, premeditation and detailed plans, Jackson Holler turned to Augustus. Originally, Augustus thought that he would be lucky if he just captured 1 or 2 battle cruisers. Yes, I have not succeeded many times, and those who are determined can find the deviation between the transplanted memory and the original memory. Holler said truthfully, they may also find out that they have been given extra memories one day in the future. That is to say, this is not stable, and it takes a long time to control them. Augustus nodded. So the captains of those warships should be replaced, because they may betray us. Holler has naturally spoken from the identity and position of the Revolutionary Army. Of course, Augustus would not allow a captain whose loyalty could not be guaranteed to command a battle cruiser that is precious to the Revolutionary Army, and even most of the crew members must be replaced. Soon, these battle cruisers that once belonged to the Nova Squadron will be full of Revolutionary Army soldiers from Korhal and Marcera. And those federal soldiers who originally belonged to the Nova Squadron must prove their loyalty before they can be incorporated into the combat sequence of the Revolutionary Army, and all of this must be confirmed by the psychics in the Revolutionary Army through deep mind reading. This is a very difficult task. There are at least 40,000 to 50,000 surrendered Nova Squadron soldiers, and there are less than 30 psychics in the Revolutionary Army. He knocked on the console and saw a communication from a Nova Squadron ship, a Federation behemoth battle cruiser named Deris. Augustus, I followed the protest to capture this battle cruiser. You can't imagine how fierce the battle was. The captain of this battleship even buried his own battleship to stop us. Raynor's head appeared on the screen on the console. Fortunately, Tacitus' temper beheaded him. What a good man, but it's a pity that he is an enemy. I'm Duke. The plan went smoothly. I led the protest to kill all the Nova Squadron people who dared to block the way. Duke's image also appeared. At this time, his arrogant voice did not sound as bad as before in Augustus' ears. We are clearing the remaining resistance forces on various decks and cabins. Many people tried to escape using the battle cruiser's lifeboat. He said arrogantly. These ships don't have warp drives, so they can only wait to die in char. Contact these ships. If they are willing to surrender, I won't leave them here, Augustus said to Duke. Roger that. Duke's avatar disappeared, and he turned to busy himself with completing Augustus's task. At this moment, on the main screen of the bridge, the cameras and sensors were aimed at Achilles and Appius. The assault boats and landing craft sent by Hyperion, Air of Thunder and NORAD 3 were still trying to approach the 2 ships with power engines, but they were constantly forced back by the firepower network of the laser gun group. The crews of Achilles and Appius still did not give up the resistance. Although they could no longer complete the warp, most of the weapon systems of the battle cruisers were still functioning normally. The 2 battle cruisers became mobile fortresses, and it was not easy to break into them. Sooner or later, Achilles and Appius will be ours. Holler smiled. Any fool can see that. Ty just said as he took a box of high-end cigars from the filing cabinet on the bridge of the Allegiance, secretly calculating how many good things he could get on this battle cruiser. What are the Zerg doing? Augustus turned on the radar surveillance map of the Allegiance and found that no Zerg life signals were detected on it. It seems that the Zerg are busy attacking air and have no time to pay attention to us. At this time, 6 Nova Squadron battle cruisers with dark purple paint and shining Nova loggers have appeared outside the bridge, and another 2 are on the right. When Augustus fully controls these battle cruisers, the 3 battleships he brought from Antigua will become a fleet of 12 battleships. Together with the original battleships, this means that Augustus already has the strength of 2 Federation Navy squadrons in his hands, not to mention that Tacitus' fleet will follow him. Thanks for voting. Chapter 309, Swarm Agent. Time had unknowingly come to the end of 2491, and the soldiers of the Revolutionary Army spent a simple but ritualistic Christmas on the warships drifting on the edge of the Char Galaxy. It turned out that the supplies brought from Antigua Prime were not enough for the soldiers far away from their homeland to feel the festive atmosphere, but the supply ships of the Nova Squadron solved the urgent problem. Raynor even found several Christmas trees on 6 supply ships full of boxes of food, medical supplies, tea, wine, and cola drinks, which made the soldiers who missed their families and hometowns overjoyed. In addition to the 9 Behemoth-class battle cruisers and 7 destroyers, Augustus's troops also confiscated more than 200 CF/A-17 Wraith fighters, more than 390 APD-33s and 5 scientific ships, and nearly 1,000 other shuttles, near-ground spacecraft and small and medium-sized transport ships. 3/5 of the Nova Squadron fleet ships were incorporated into the Revolutionary Navy's combat sequence. They once fought for the eternal glory of the Terran Federation, but now they only obeyed Augustus's martial command. The paint of these ships is also different from the past. In addition to the shining Nova logo, the Revolutionary Army's ring emblem is added to the bright purple shipboard, which means that they are now fighting for a lofty goal that is completely different from the past. As for the soldiers on it, Augustus retained the organization of all resocialized soldiers intact, but replaced their superiors with officers in the Revolutionary Army. The number of resocialized soldiers is about 35,000, which is an astonishing proportion. The remaining 22,000 are regular soldiers who enlisted in various ways. In other words, they are just like when Augustus joined the Federal Marines, ordinary people who enlisted for various reasons and have their own personality and consciousness. Most of them did not join the army voluntarily, and their attitude towards the federal government was similar to that of a shill-off arm boy like Renault. They were disappointed with the federal government and hoped that the government and parliament could take effective measures to save the sluggish market economy in those marginal worlds on the verge of collapse. The federal soldiers were more or less influenced by the federal government's overwhelming smear propaganda against the rebels and the compulsory ideological education in the army. They did not think that Augustus's revolutionary army was any good, or believed that they were just a group of displaced Korhal IV refugees and unscrupulous businessmen, pirates, private security guards and colonial militias, and did not notice why their army had been experiencing failures. Out of caution and other considerations, Augustus could only put these non-resocialized soldiers in prisons, converted from the living cabins of various warships, and only those who swore allegiance to him and the Revolutionary Army could be forgiven. The equipment gains were also the greatest, with more than 40,000 sets of CMC-300 power armor and AGR-14 and C-14 electromagnetic rifles from the Nova Squadron being equipped in Augustus' army. The more than 200 Arc-Light siege tanks, Goliath robots and Vulture vehicles in the arsenal of these battle cruisers were also a pleasant surprise. Augustus would soon be able to fully equip an entire Revolutionary Armored Division with them, which would enable the Revolutionary Army to compete with the Zerg or Protoss forces on the front battlefield. Augustus's team continued to grow, and this was by no means the end. On the last day of 2491, Augustus, who did not feel much joy for the arrival of Christmas, summoned his generals on the Hyperion to hold a memorial ceremony for the dead, and prepared to leave the char system before the arrival of the new year. Those soldiers who died in the battle and were brought back were lucky enough, while those who were torn to pieces by the Zerg and hastily buried in the deep ash layer of Char faced a more tragic fate. If one day, the living people return to Char again, they will find that their forgotten friends and comrades will reappear in front of them in a hideous appearance as part of the Char swarm. Thousands of brave revolutionary soldiers lost their lives in the battles of the Char system. On this day, Augustus, standing on the bridge of the Hyperion, stared at the orange-red lava flowing on the screen of Char between the dark brown or dark grey uniform shoulder straps of the scattered revolutionary officers, and began to think about this question. If there are souls in this world, then are the people who died on Char and other planets lingering on the battlefield and unwilling to leave. With so many dead people staring at Augustus, how could he stop? At 1422 on the ship, the senior officers of the Revolutionary Army who participated in the morning ceremony had dispersed, leaving Augustus staring at the star map of the Caprulu sector and even larger constellations, starfields and an entire spiral arm of the Milky Way on the main screen. On the other side of the Milky Way, the solar system and the Earth on the Orion spiral wall are just a small point of light shining with a little light. The area explored by humans is still insignificant on the scale of the entire Milky Way, but the enemies they encountered are so terrible. This young race, which believes that it has a unique civilization, still clamors to conquer the vast Milky Way, just like a bug that has just explored a pile of mounds and says it wants to conquer the world. Zerg and Protoss are enemies that are completely different from humans, and Cthulhu's human civilization is as fragile as a candle in the wind. Augustus has long lost hope in the Terran Federation, although the Federation is still powerful. At this time last year, Augustus was still working on resettling Korhal IV refugees in the agricultural colony of Agria, but now he has come to the other side of the star zone, fighting the Zerg to the death in this remote galaxy full of dangerous Zerg. At this time, standing next to Augustus were Raynor, Corporal Faraday and Jackson Holler, who had changed into the grey-blue Revolutionary Navy uniform, wearing a military cap and badge with the Ring of the Grip, Panda and Hammer emblems. Augustus also had to admit that Holler was the kind of person who looked righteous and majestic once he put on the uniform. No one would have thought that he was a traitor who was thinking about overthrowing the Federation all day long. At some point, a list folder popped up on the main screen in front of Augustus. It was the list of ghost agents in the Nova Squadron. As a federal naval squadron that is particularly good at special operations and secret infiltration, the Nova Squadron has a much larger number of ghost agents than other squadrons, which is why they were sent to set up psychic transmitters in Char. In addition to the Nova Squadron flagship Nova Terra, which has become scrap metal, there are a total of 64 federal ghost agents on the list, which surprised Augustus because he believes that these psychics have greater value than being cold killers. Augustus swiped his finger across the list on the screen, flipping through the names, and attached photos one by one. They are all young. The oldest is only 25 years old, and the youngest is only 17 years old. Every photo is a recent photo updated in real time, wearing ghost uniforms or officers, but without exception, no one has a smile on his face. Most of these ghost agents have pale skin and cold or gloomy expressions. They are killers, and they are told that they are born to be like this. After Dr. Frankus begins to remove the psychic inhibitors from their brains, these ghost agents will turn to us without hesitation. Holler said as Augustus reviewed the list, "I can confirm that the ghost agents deeply hate the federal government and the Ghost Academy that have changed their lives forever. How many of them can bear the possibility of the tragic memories they have lost being revived again? Beware of the possibility that the high-level psychics among them will lose control after the operation, and not all psychic agents are willing to believe in a rebel organization that has only been gaining momentum in recent years." Augustus only has the most cautious and lowest expectations for everything. It is enough for him to be happy that 2/3 of the ghost agents will join his revolutionary cause. Among the 64 new Star Squadron ghost agents, 53 have a C index between 5 and 6, which means that they have reached the minimum standard to become ghost agents, and have sensitive telepathic abilities, that is, the ability to read minds, but this does not allow them to gain any more abilities than this. 10 of them are level 7 Seekers, which are obviously stronger than most ghost agents, but also limited. Only one female ghost agent with long black hair is a level 8 Seeker, which means that she can not only read minds, but also use mental telekinesis to move objects. On those progressive planets, she may be regarded as a superpower, but she may also be regarded as a freak, alienated or persecuted by her compatriots. Seekers of level 8 and above have a certain chance to obtain special abilities, such as Holler's ability to temporarily distort the minds of others. Some unique performances are more like something similar to magic, such as using a deadly Seeker shockwave or creating fire. Augustus clicked and began to read the information of this female ghost. The childhood of this girl with beautiful dark brown eyes was as miserable as always. She was abandoned by her parents in the slums of Tarsus because of her strange performance. A butcher in a meat shop raised the child, but after the Ghost Project found her, the butcher disappeared. The next step is to learn the art of using weapons and assassination in the Ghost Academy. The students will be divided into 2 different teams and compete with each other. It's like the army there, and only the strongest can win respect. The equipment of this female ghost looks better and cooler than others. Raynor was standing on the right hand side of Augustus. This proves that she is the strongest among them. Augustus carefully checked her information. She has no special abilities, but she has lost control before. 45 people died in that accident, and more than 370 people became crazy or suffered from mental illness. This girl looks exciting. Raynor said, people say that you have a special liking for female ghosts. Yes, hot, powerful, dangerous, and can take your life at any time. Augustus warned Raynor. Colonel Holler, do you know this ghost agent? He asked Holler. In the past, I always stayed away from the psychics in the squadron as much as possible, because they might be able to detect that I have psychic powers. Holler said, I know her. Before the psychic suppressor and resocialization technology were invented, this person killed 2 instructors. She is extremely dangerous. He said calmly. Until the psychic suppressor was implanted, she was considered a lunatic and a monster. In the early days, Ghost Academy was full of psychopaths, big psychopaths and small psychopaths, some with obvious symptoms and some with less obvious symptoms. Holler was still reminiscing about the past, but he seemed to be telling another story as a bystander. The situation is better now, at least it's like a real academy. She is very dangerous. He added, generally speaking, I would suggest you kill her directly. But she is a psychic, and I just hope that all people with psychic powers can live like normal people. No more trouble forever. Raynor said, what a tough guy. You do this. Augustus handed the matter over to the newly surrendered Holler without hesitation. This was not a decision he made suddenly, because he always thought about everything again and again. At this time, Augustus found that he suddenly missed the days when Kerrigan was around, and he suddenly couldn't tell who was relying on whom. It's great that you can trust me. Holler didn't object. That's why I followed you, because you are willing to give Seekers a chance. He then said, I joined the revolution, because I believe that humans should live freely and freely choose the way they and their descendants live. People can follow democracy and freely elect every government and leader, and have the power to overthrow them. It sounds like it won't be difficult to do. Raynor said, I thought all Seekers were trained to become ghost agents at the Ghost Academy. How many ghost agents, like you, are out of the control of the Federation? Augustus asked Holler. As far as I know, there are quite a few, and they are all high-level Seekers. Holler thought for a while and replied, Captain Busen of the Chimera Pirates has several ghost agents under his command, and some have become mercenaries or professional killers. They can hardly integrate into normal life again. Chimera Pirates? I heard that those pirates are more terrifying than private armies. This is not the first time Raynor has heard the name Chimera Pirates. In the Kaprulu sector, powerful mercenary organizations and space pirates can even fight against government troops. At this moment, the lights of the Hyperion suddenly dimmed, and the Dark Templar Zerachel appeared in a cloud of mist. Augustus and Raynor both involuntarily put their hands on the electromagnetic pistols on their waists. Holler didn't know Zerachel, and he immediately stood in front of Augustus, trying to use his powerful psychic power to drive away the uninvited guest. Holler's reaction was definitely not fake. He really wanted to protect Augustus. Just like those who have seen Augustus, Holler also believed that this man, who was only 23 years old, could bring fundamental changes to the corrupt Terran Federation. I'm not your marshal's enemy. Zerachel raised one of his hands, indicating that he was not here to cause trouble. I say, please go through the main entrance next time. Raynor straightened his forehead. Dark Templars must remain secret. Zerachel replied, if necessary, I don't object to taking shortcuts. Okay, you have the final say. Raynor shrugged. You must believe me, Augustus. When I was on Char, I sensed the movement of the Zerg. I heard the Overmind and the Brainworm whispering under the lava. They sent the Zerg to a planet called Hiji to find a new Zerg agent. Zerachel turned to Augustus and said, that world is about to be destroyed. He said, you have no time to grieve. We must look forward. See you in 2022. Chapter 310, The Master's Plan. I believe you. Augustus recovered from his initial shock. To be honest, he was willing to believe Zerachel, because he knew what kind of Protoss he was. Please tell me what you found in Char, Elder. I need to know the details of what happened. The words of the Dark Archon Zerachel were always quite reliable, although in many cases he would only give a little clue and let others find the truth by themselves, rather than fully explaining the ins and outs of matter at the beginning. Zerachel might be a good teacher and guide for young people. His generous and magnetic voice and calm tone are very suitable for telling a story in an attractive way. He is very powerful. The psychic energy of this Protoss is colder than the glaciers that have not melted for tens of millions of years. Holland knew that Augustus knew this Protoss and no longer made an attacking and defensive posture. He looked at Zerachel and gave his evaluation of him, but still remained highly vigilant. Due to his special experience and personality, Holler would never easily trust other people. He even thought that he would never trust others again in his life. Swarm Agent Raynor looked at the dusty Zerachel and said, "What is that?" A human who was twisted by the Zerg infection, but still retained his wisdom. Zarachel's dull dark purple robe looked even more tattered, and his coat with a brown beastskin cap was covered with various scratches and holes left by sharp gravel and Zerg spikes. His robe may have been finely crafted and luxurious in the past few centuries, but now the edges have been completely worn and become ragged and worn. But Zarachel's clothes have not become dirty because of this. In fact, it is closer to spotless. Even so, Zarachel's eyes emitting dusk-like green light are still shining like stars. Since then, I have walked through the land of Char covered with ash and black rocks, and watched between the lava and volcanoes raging with heat waves and storms. Zarachel's image is telling part of an ancient poem. In the Overmind's main nest, I heard the conspiracy between the Overmind and the Cerebrates. Originally, I should not have been able to hear their conversation at the level of telepathic connection, but the voice seemed to come from the void. Zarachel said, in the process of invading the human world, the Zerg are constantly infecting the humans on those planets with viruses. It is not just a part of the genetic assimilation process. Without exception, all infected humans will become hideous, twisted and deformed monsters that have lost their wisdom. Only Seekers can retain their past wisdom under the infection of the Zerg. He obviously said these words after careful consideration. The Overmind needs such a creature. He was once a human. But after being infected, he will have the powerful and highly evolved body of the Zerg and the ability to control the swarm. At the same time, he will retain his wisdom, experience, and strategy as a human. Zarachel's voice was low and distant in everyone's mind. And hatred. This incomparable monster will eventually become an agent of the Overmind, a commander different from the brain worm. The Overmind is looking for a new Zerg agent, a creature powerful enough to control the Zerg when it leaves Char. It is so anxious that all the Zerg can feel the anxiety of the Lord of the Swarm. Doesn't the Overmind still have those brain worms? Renault asked puzzledly. Why would it go to a human planet to find an agent? What kind of person can be smarter than a brain worm? When it is not around, those brain worms are fully capable of commanding the Zerg. Wait, if the Overmind wants to leave Char, where will it go? He suddenly thought, it is as tall as a mountain, and rooted deep underground in Char. How can such a thing move? Don't be kidding. It and its swarm have only recently arrived at Char. The Overmind's huge body must be able to move between galaxies in some way. Zarachel replied, after I killed several brain worms, the Overmind realized the flaws in the Zerg Mastermind's command mode. This may be the main reason why it needs a replacement for the brain worm. Oh, Raynor said thoughtfully, it's chilling just to think about it. Go on, Elder. Augustus did not express his opinion on this matter. But after hearing what Zarachel said, the first person Augustus thought of was the Queen of Blades Sarah Kerrigan, the agent of the Zerg, the Queen of the Zerg. According to the meaning revealed in Zarachel's words, with Augustus protecting Kerrigan well, the Overmind decided on the next target. It is anxiously looking for such a role that can replace Kerrigan, a human who can still maintain wisdom after being infected. At the same time, this human must also have strong enough psychic power. At least level 8 should not be enough. As far as Augustus knew, there were only 3 clearly recorded 10th level Seekers: Sarah Kerrigan, Nova Terra, the youngest child of the Terra family, and Sarko Angelini, the principal of the Ghost Academy. And if Augustus remembered correctly, Hiji was the hometown of Gabriel Tosh, the future first Ghost agent, but Tosh's Seeker level had always been a mystery. Thinking of the scene of devastation, Augustus did not want to have another opponent as terrible as the Queen of Blades. Under the command of the Overmind, the hive of the brainworm Carlos and Nagar has gone through a newly opened wormhole to the world called Hiji, a human colony shrouded in strong winds. Zarachel looked at Augustus and said, That's the human world, so I came to you first, because you are the bravest and most courageous human I know. Most importantly, Augustus, you have a precious and upright heart. I'm afraid we are in big trouble, Elder. The wormhole means that the Zerg may have reached Hagi now. Augustus took a few steps back and entered Hagi's name on the star map console. A series of data popped up on the screen. One of the edge worlds, the environment is harsh, most areas are poor and backward, and the general education level of the people is extremely low. But the Terran Federation has set up an administrative center in that area and stationed an army. Renault said after taking a look. The population on Hagi is more than several million people. It's terrible. Why did the Zerg target that place? He said, this planet is far away from the system, invaded by the Zerg. It is safe in general. This is troublesome. Only we can help the people there. But as Augustus said, by the time we get to Hagi, it may be too late. The Zerg will not play by the rules. We can't delay any longer. Augustus said facing the main screen and activating the mechanical intelligent adjutant of the Hyperion. Contact the Star Shuttle, the mothership of the Protoss fleet, immediately. Marshal, with all due respect, are we going to travel thousands of miles to such a distant planet, just based on this one-sided statement from the Protoss? Holler was confused, because he really didn't understand what Zerachel was saying. Holler was used to understanding the meaning of other people's words by directly reading their minds, but this method was ineffective when facing the Protoss. Our most important task now should be to find the main fleet of the Federation and start a decisive battle that will determine the fate of several star systems, rather than wasting time chasing after the Protoss' illusory words. Who knows if what this Protoss said is true? I can't see through him. Holler said. Newcomer, I see you don't understand anything. Raynor shook his head. Anyway, the most important thing now is to save people. Put everything else aside. Hagi is our next destination for promoting the revolution, and the people there need us. No matter what the enemy is planning or doing, as long as we can disrupt their actions, it will be beneficial to us. The more the enemy wants to accomplish everything, we must do everything possible to hinder him. That's enough. At this time, the communication between the Hyperion and the Protoss flagship Star Shuttle was connected. The Protoss executor Tacitus swept across the bridge with his glowing blue eyes, and finally stopped next to Augustus and Zerachel, a Dark Templar. Tacitus immediately recognized Zarachel's identity from his attire and darker skin color. The muscles on his narrow face seemed to twitch and twist together, and the edges of his eyes stretched and drooped in surprise. In Augustus's interpretation, this should be a complex expression that includes fear, disgust, and curiosity. He swore that Tacitus' facial expression had never been so rich. You are Zerachel, the Dark Archon of the Dark Templar. I know you and your people. Tacitus stopped here and said no more. But Augustus, Zerachel and others could feel that Tacitus also had some prejudice against the Dark Templar. Due to his Templar education and the limitations of the times, this situation was common among the Ea Protoss. Yes, respected High Templar and Executor Tacitus, salute you. Zerachel stretched out his hands and spread them open, showing his palms, which was a gesture of friendship. I was told that the Dark Templar were traitors exiled for their sins. They were corrupted people who could not control their own power. Because they could not control their psychic power, they caused a storm that swept across air. Tacitus was an honest and frank Protoss. He would tell all his feelings, including good and bad. That is true, but now we have learned to suppress the powerful and primitive power, the void energy, which is the power we use to kill the brain worm. Zerachel said. I will consider your words carefully. Tacitus said, Dark Templar Zerachel, I hope you are not the corrupted people who do all kinds of evil in the legend. Your heroic feat of killing the alien brain worm is the only reason why I changed my opinion of the Dark Templar. Executor Tacitus, you must use your own eyes and wisdom to see through the truth of history, distinguish between lies and truth, and the great sages will give you the right guidance. Zerachel is a wise and knowledgeable elder. He can always see through the truth directly with his wisdom and experience. The Dark Templar only want to break free from the narrow and strict hierarchy of the Protoss Empire. We unite and help each other, but each Narazim has independent goals and ideas. Okay, Augustus, tell me why you contacted me. Tassida at least listened to what Zerachel said. I have guessed that it has something to do with my fellow Dark Templar Protoss. Zerachel learned that the Overmind is preparing to invade a human world. Augustus told Tassida the news that Zerachel brought, and emphasized the terrible consequences this would bring. If that's the case, I think it's worth putting my plan to return to Air on hold for now. Tassida said, my fleet is ready. You can go together through the time and space we opened. I will go with you. Zerachel said, I believe this may be an opportunity to mend the rift between the Dark Templar and the Templar. I have no objection at all, Master. Augustus saw that the port camera of the Hyperion suddenly issued an alert, and about 4 or 5 Dark Templar ships that seemed to be carved from obsidian appeared from one side. The Dark Templar did not assemble a large fleet like their brother Templar, but these warriors were equally important in fighting the Zerg. You will always have a place in my wartime advisory, he said. A Protoss? Zarachel's eyes narrowed, and he was obviously amused. The Dark Templar Elder was one of the few Protoss with a little humor. At least he could figure out whether the humans were joking. A Protoss, Augustus said with a smile. There is no time to delay. Inform the fleet that we will set off immediately. He then said in the fleet-wide command channel. The new destination coordinates will be sent to each warship soon. This time, we will still act together with Tacitus' Protoss fleet. At present, the Revolutionary Army led by Augustus clearly knows that they are allies with the Protoss fleet led by Executor Tassida. Just as most Protoss only know the name Augustus Mengsk, the human side also only knows the name Tassida. The Revolutionary Army still has a skeptical attitude towards the Protoss, believing that these aliens may suddenly turn their guns against them one day. The attitude of the Protoss towards humans is still as cold as before, and they can't arouse any interest. The Protoss sometimes regard humans as equals to themselves. As for other Protoss, just like humans can't regard monkeys as humans. Navigator, send the Hyperion into the hyperspace channel. Augustus said as various numbers and pointers popped up on the main screen in front of him, indicating that the Hyperion was ready to enter the jump state. Everyone stay in the acceleration seat and fasten your seatbelts, Raynor said in the Hyperion's channel. Directly below the bridge of the Hyperion were 10 Revolutionary Army battle cruisers lined up in a row, each about 20 miles apart, and thousands of ships were surrounding them. 6 scientific ships as large as the Behemoth-class battle cruisers were separated from the flagship. They were like giant scientific research laboratories with prototype bases, full of engineers and scientists who could repair the damage to the fleet's ships. A dark vortex emitting colorful radiation appeared in front of Augustus, and a Protoss fleet shining with golden and blue light entered it in a mighty manner, with Tacitus' flagship Star Shuttle at the forefront. New Year is here. Thank you for the reward from Mengsk's father. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 311 Haji. Strong winds blew constantly around the Tosh family's low shack, rustling the Haji reindeer moss and fluffy hay that kept it warm. Sitting on a bench with one leg missing in front of the shack, Gabriel Tosh stared out at the rolling waves, watching each wave break as it hit the shore. The sea in Haji was icy blue, and the tepid sunlight in early winter was like a fading layer on an oil painting, with various spots and stains on it, which was the turbid sewage discharged by the city and the heavy metal smelting factories on the coast. The old diesel fishing boats with clattering motors were at the equally shabby little dock on the coast, and the blue-green flags fluttering at the stern were like rags struggling in the wind. The fishermen of Gelady always drove their small fishing boats that seemed to have come from centuries ago to the sea to fish day after day. This was their only chance to get some money or even identity, but no one had ever succeeded. This ocean was once rich in aquatic products and picturesque, but now it is on the verge of death because of the brilliant human civilization here. People here always see no hope, but in this poor and backward world, tomorrow will never be worse than today. The clouds in the sky are loose, and the strong wind is blowing them around, as if it is a shot that is played 10 times or 100 times faster. Sometimes Tosh would try to figure out what is on the other side of the ocean, and then he knew that the sea is still the sea, and the other side is a wasteland that is even more vast than this ocean. When Tosh realized that his increasingly elderly grandmother was calling him, he stood up and looked back from the roof of his shack. There were more dilapidated houses and shacks built with bricks, rotten wood and scrap metal as far as the eye could see. Every few hundred feet there is a turbine wind engine, and the huge blades rotate with the strong wind that sweeps through the slums, bringing precious electricity to the poor people. This is also the cheapest resource in Haiji, a moon world that is always rolling with hurricanes and tornadoes. The noise of the wind turbine and the sound of the wind are the sounds that never fade in this world, better than the calls of birds and animals. Only the restless heavy metal rock music can bring a little ups and downs and passion to the desperate and oppressive life here. At the end of the slim shanty town, on the other side of this bay is the tall buildings of Grand City, where there are bright lights, factories, goods and clean streets. And the slums in the prosperous city are so close to the people here that they can walk across this distance in less than 40 minutes. Tosh has never been to Grand City. He has been in this slum with no hope since he can remember. Just like the people in this slum, Tosh can't go to school and can't even receive the simplest education. People in the slim shanty town can always see the brilliant city that seems to stand in the sky when they look up, but no one has ever been able to step into it. In a corner on the edge of the city, the filth, stench, poverty, hunger, and disease that even strong winds can't dispel are still destroying the lives of everyone here, making them age prematurely. This is also a place where filth and corruption are hidden, where grey interests and gangs are rampant. The Grandi slums that have been associated with the construction of Grandi City since then are the dark side of the entire city. Little Gabriel, go back to the house. Tosh's grandmother was still calling him. Mananthris told me that a powerful storm is coming. She will destroy everything, and the high walls will collapse. Tosh's grandmother was so old that her dark brown skin was full of wrinkles and spots, and she was so thin that she looked like a bag of bones. Grandmother has always been a strong family patriarch and the leader of this small tribe. She was wrapped in the robe of the high priest of the Hiji voodoo sect. It was a dark linen robe with twisted and absurd totems painted on it with blood red paint. The most eye-catching Vive logo symbolized Mananthris, the goddess of death of Hiji. Hearing his grandmother's words, Tosh turned around and returned to his shabby shack. His grandmother had always believed that she was blessed by Mananthresh, and red was the color of the goddess of death. The followers of the Hiji voodoo sect believed that the goddess of death was real, and the totems and ornaments symbolizing Mananthresh would bring them protection and strength. The low level of education, superstition, and ignorance caused the people in the slums of Grandi to return to the chaotic structure of gangs, families, and tribes after more than a dozen generations. In those more remote corners, nomadic tribes outside of civilization were the main worshippers of the popular voodoo sect. Tosh's shack was built with several suspended car frames and rain awnings, which could not last long in the hurricane. But even the stone houses were the same. After the hurricane destroyed everything, people always had to rebuild their homes, day by day, year by year. There was a 5-foot, about 1.5 meters, long bed in the shack, which was Tosh's most precious thing. The rest were some bottles and cans, animal furs or other things Tosh picked up from the garbage dump, expired food or rotten apples. Take it, and kill it. Mananthres needs blood for his sacrifice. Grandmother lifted the blue gauze curtain that protected the shack from flies and thieves, and handed Tosh a screaming blue-eyed rat from Grandi. There were no rats in Hedge originally, and like flies and mosquitoes, they followed the footsteps of Terran human colonists to this remote moon planet. These cunning rodents have adapted perfectly to the environment here, and their population is much more prosperous than humans. Tosh pinched the screaming rat's tail to prevent it from biting his fingers. Then, Tosh pulled a sharp triangular dagger from the garbage pile of bottles and cans nearby and stabbed it into the rat's brain and nailed it to the ground. Then Tosh used another knife to cut the rat's throat and drained the blood and then peeled off its skin neatly. You did well, Gabriel. Child, the angel given to me by Mananthres. Grandmother squatted in front of the small pool of rat blood. An angel who announces God's will and the time of death. But remember, next time before you peel off its skin, She wrote the Vive sign on the mouse's blood and kindly told Tosh, keep it alive. Man and Thresh will tell you when the right time is for sacrifice. Blood, killing and death will win the favor of the goddess of death. But why? We have been offering sacrifices to the goddess of death, but she has never responded to me. Tosh asked his grandmother. It's not the time of destiny yet. The grandmother showed an angry expression for a moment, which once made Tosh feel afraid, but fortunately her anger disappeared quickly. Man and Thresh is in the depths of the soul world, in your heart and ours. The grandmother has always been good to Tosh, even though she is a strong person that the tribe fears. The grandmother is a loyal believer of the goddess of death, Man and Thresh. She is weird and mysterious, a fatalist, and even Tosh, who can read other people's minds, can't see through her. Did I not do enough? Tosh's black eyes showed a milky white luster, and a red light lingered on the surface of his body. Oh, she is looking at you. The wrinkles on the grandmother's face gathered together because of joy. That is witchcraft, but don't show it in front of others, except for the voodoo sect. Destiny will guide you, it will never betray you. Witchcraft. Tosh concentrated his mind and released a powerful mental force. Everything in the shack flew off the ground and floated in the air. He knew that he could easily crush them, just like crushing the soft tissue in a brain or a throat. However, Tosh could not show his power because that would provoke the police or other departments of the Terran Federation. Whenever the federal government came here, nothing good would happen. They were more frightening than murderers and synonymous with trouble. That would bring misfortune. Tosh had shown his witchcraft when he was young, which triggered a terrible superpower phenomenon. The people around him were terrified of Tosh's power and drove his family to the edge of the slums, which is why this shack is so close to the sea. For a long time, Tosh believed in his grandmother's words. His grandmother's words were authority and all the facts. His power was of course a kind of witchcraft, which was given to him by the goddess of death, and his mission was to bring her blood. When you are ready, you can bring some higher level sacrifices to Man and Thresh. The grandmother picked up the skinned and boneless mouse, sucked the blood from her fingers and said, she said that everything in the world is made of water, and people are part of water. I don't like killing people. I don't like to do that, Grandma. Tosh once again rejected his majestic grandmother. Forgive me, I can't kill people. No, I can't hurt those innocent people. I only hear the souls of the dead crying, and Man and Thresh remained silent. He said, if possible, I hope I can kill some of the most heinous people instead of street wanderers and homeless people. Under your face, that makes those people feel scared. You are so kind. The grandmother did not show any anger. Then who should define the standard of crime? Haji is a lawless place. By me, Grandma. Tosh said. You will be an honorable leader, and one day you will rule the world. The grandmother laughed, but the laughter was as sharp as glass scraping against a concrete wall. Gabriel, you are the savior of Hiji and the gospel of the world, she said with a smile. You must save others, and announce the death of the enemies for Man and Thresh. Praise Man and Thresh and her gift. She made you born different. You are destined to be a leader and the master of the world. As the grandmother spoke, she took out several strings of beads strung together with thread from her long priest robe, and put them on Tosh's neck one by one. Finally, she took out a necklace with a small rag doll, and put it on Tosh, watching her grandson smile. It was a human-shaped doll, that was only a few inches big, sewn with cloth and buttons. The doll had two expressions on both sides, one happy and the other sad. An ancient spell doll. If you encounter an enemy you cannot defeat, the grandmother said slowly, just nail it with nails. Tosh replied, a lot of nails. At this time, the howling wind outside suddenly increased many times. It was a roar like a tsunami, as if the gods were roaring. This hurricane was much stronger than before. The shack was shaking violently. It would soon be gone. Tosh suddenly felt uneasy. He saw the gloomy dark sky from behind the blown curtain. A tornado sweeping across the ocean was forming, which would bring terrible disasters and death. The sky dimmed in an instant, as if it had entered the night. The small tonnage fishing boats that did not have time to enter the port were one of the few remaining lights on the ocean. They were racing against time. If they were a little slower, they would be swallowed by the tornado behind them. The heavy rain poured down, and it took only a few seconds to wet the waterproof awning above Tosh's head. The city of Grand in the distance was still brightly lit, and the neon lights became even more dazzling at this moment. The city stretched out in colorful lights, like countless Christmas trees with colorful lights or a beetle carrying fireflies on its back. The swaying shack made a more intense creaking sound, but Tosh heard something different from it. Monsters are coming, Tosh said to his grandmother. Monsters? Maybe they are messengers of Mananthris. Where are they? Asked the grandmother. In the sky. Tosh stood up and answered. At the same time, in the distant city of Grandi, the heart-wrenching air defense sirens sounded. Storms are common in Hiji, and the city will also sound sirens when they come, but the sound should never be like this. Several old Avenger fighters flew over the slums at high speed, and the tail lights flew above the dark clouds against the heavy rain. The accumulated cumulus clouds triggered a thunderstorm at this time. In a flash of lightning, Tosh saw hundreds of black spots falling from the gaps in the clouds in the sky. In an instant, the face of a screaming monster suddenly appeared in Tosh's mind. It was a creature with a dragon-like head, bat-like wings and a worm body. In the light of another lightning, a large number of huge, flying beetle-like creatures fell from the sky, like debris falling from the gaps in the clouds. Several bright orange explosions appeared on the horizon, which was the final fate of those brave Avenger fighter pilots. Run. Tosh suddenly rushed out of the shack and ran wildly in the slums. Run. Thank you for voting. Chapter 312 Gabriel Tosh. Chapter 312 Gabriel Tosh Run. It was still pouring rain, and the hurricane swept up the sewage, pipes and plastic on the ground and hit Tosh with a crackle, making it almost impossible for him to open his eyes. In the heavy rain and thunder, no one could hear what Tosh said. They could only see a crazy black child running around in the rain, talking to each other about the witch Tosh's grandson who was completely insane due to voodoo. After running a few hundred yards, Tosh turned back to his shack. Only then did he remember that he had left his grandmother behind. Where are they? I can't see them. The grandmother walked out of the shabby shack, letting the rain hit her high priest robe. Can you see them? No, but my witchcraft can sense them. Grandma, I'm sure that those monsters in the sky are not messengers of Mananthres. Although he was only a teenage boy, Tosh's mind was more mature than that of an adult. We will be saved if we go to Grand. The people in the city won't let us in. Grandmother said hoarsely. The people behind the high walls are greedy and evil. They don't believe in witchcraft and hate it. They are all enemies of Mananthres. They don't have time to care about us. Tosh pulled up the thin and sharp fingers of his grandmother, which were like eagle claws, and pulled the stubborn old priest out of the shack. In Tosh's heart, his grandmother has an incomparable position. Tosh is considered a real person who can use witchcraft, since he showed extraordinary abilities. Tosh is worshipped by the voodoo sect, and respected at a distance. As for those other people, they have long been alienated or avoided Tosh, because of their fear of the unknown and the mysterious. As a powerful psychic who is born with the ability to read minds, Tosh clearly knows that there is only one person in the world who still loves him deeply, and that is his elderly grandmother. Her thoughts, words, and deeds have left a deep imprint in Tosh's heart and deeply influenced him. Grandma followed Tosh into the shack and ran deep into the slums in the heavy rain. In the past, Tosh's grandmother had always been a strong female leader and the master of the house. She was always the one who made decisions in the family. She had not received a systematic education, but she was independent-minded and insightful. But now, Tosh's grandmother was too old, her thoughts sometimes became sluggish, and her body was no longer as tall as Gabriel Tosh, who was almost as tall as him. Tosh ran with his grandmother in the fierce wind, feeling the hurricane sweeping away everything on the ground. They ran all the way, passing through one shabby hut, shack and street built with car tires close to the ground. In this storm, everyone hid in their homes and shivered, unaware of the impending danger. They were about to cross the entire slum and walk onto the road until a sharp scream broke through the night sky, and a monster with flapping fleshy wings was hovering over Tosh. More monsters with flapping wings appeared, and their number increased, approaching hundreds. Tosh had never heard of the Zerg, and he knew very little about the wildlife in the system. These monsters circled over the slums like vultures looking for carrion. Their dragon-like heads had 4 pairs of scarlet triangular eyes, and their snake-like bodies were weird and twisted with sharp spikes and shells. With a terrifying scream, the monsters landed on the roofs of the huts and shacks in the slums and lifted off the tiles and awnings that blocked the water. They used the spikes on their tails to pierce the victims' bodies and grab them into the air, just like peeling off the hard shells of shellfish to grab the meat inside. The monsters grabbed the screaming people and took off with the wind, flying high into the air. The others in the slums then poked their heads out to try to figure out what was happening, but it was too late. More monsters fell from the sky, constantly grabbing the howling people and carrying them into the air. It was a nightmare scene. In the darkness of the storm, one howling person after another was grabbed by the monsters that fell from the sky. The men were soon thrown down again, broken into pieces, blood flowing everywhere. Darkness, hurricane, rain, thunder and countless screams attacked Tosh, forcing him to keep running forward. A monster with flapping wings stared at Tosh. It flew low over the ground and pounced on him. At this moment, under great pressure, Tosh obeyed his instinct and released the spiritual power that was originally suppressed in his body. An invisible spiritual shock hit the monster's brain tissue, and it immediately flapped its wings weakly a few times before falling heavily on an abandoned agricultural grain thresher next to it. It turned into a pool of green highly corrosive acid in a few seconds. With a tooth-grinding creaking sound, the thresher slowly melted in the acid. Tosh didn't dare to look at it, but just kept running forward. The grandmother had long been unable to keep up with Tosh's pace, so the child actually carried his grandmother on his back and ran with great strength and will. Most of the children in the slums of Grandie were weak and emaciated due to malnutrition, but witchcraft gave Tosh far more power than ordinary people. He had already passed through the slums and walked onto the road. He only needed to run for less than 10 minutes to enter the city wall of Grandie, which was equipped with automatic machine gun turrets, armed outposts and anti-aircraft missile towers. There was also a whole Federal Army division and a Goliath armed robot armored brigade stationed there. Originally, such a remote planet did not need to station such a large army. It was enough to maintain a militia force that could resist the Kel-morian space pirates. These were prepared for a man named Augustus Mengsk and his evil rebels. The federal governor of Haji and the highest commander of the garrison, General Sol Kurik, seemed to believe that the heavenly demons in the revolutionary army would attack this planet. So in the past few years they have been taking a series of measures to strengthen the military armed forces of this planet. Several more monsters roared and pounced on Tosh, but they were immediately hit by a series of tyrannical mental shocks and smashed to pieces. They are the embodiment of death, messengers of Mananthris, said the grandmother on Tosh's back in a hoarse voice. They are the banshees of the goddess of death, and they are reaping death. Behind Tosh, the entire slum was shrouded in the shadow of death of countless flying monsters, and it had completely turned into a hellish slaughterhouse. There was blood and the cries of human death everywhere, and the feelings and thoughts of each person at the moment of death would flood into Tosh's mind, who was extremely sensitive to psychic energy, making him on the verge of collapse. One after another, the outlines of larger shadows appeared from the sky, like round, shelled jellyfish. They moved slowly in the sky, surrounded by a large number of flying creatures. At this time, a beam of light tore through the darkness. It was the light of the Federal Army armored vehicle, followed by the sound of brakes and the operation of servo motors. Several 12-foot tall Goliath armed robots appeared in the light of the armored vehicle, and their drivers raised their 30mm machine guns and pointed them at the sky. As the machine guns rotated at high speed, the dense barrage of bullets instantly blasted a swooping dragon into a pool of bloody fragments. The front Goliath armed robot was carrying a red and blue Federation flag and the inverted triangle emblem of the local armored forces. The Goliath's huge walking feet strode forward, and its speed was no less than that of the vehicles. It's a dragon. Damn it, how did the monster from Antigua get here? We must report to the Federation Supreme Command. The hoarse voice of the Goliath wing commander came from the loudspeaker. He was smoking, and his voice was intermittent. Another dozen roaring dragons approached their target, like black shadows wandering on the ground. Fire! The Federation commander shouted and ordered. About 7 or 8 Goliath armed robots raised their Hellfire anti-aircraft missile launchers. Nearly 100 anti-aircraft missiles roared into the air, tearing apart all the invading dragons. A large amount of limbs and blood fell from the sky with the heavy rain. Command, tell the general that we are in big trouble. The federal commander said, "We need to block slum 16 immediately. Not only Wayne Street and Enrest Street, but the entire slum must have been infected by Zerg. They must have been lurking here for a long time. This is all the fault of the Grandee City Hall and the committee. It's the army. Help us. Help us." Tosh put down the grandmother on his back and jumped up, trying to let the soldiers in the Goliath robot know his presence. Locking the target. The voice of the Goliath's built-in intelligence and design-assisted fire control system made Tosh feel like he was falling into an ice cave. For a moment, he almost thought they were going to shoot at him. "Stop, don't waste bullets." The federal commander drove his huge Goliath robot to Tosh's side and noticed the trembling grandmother in the robes of a high priest next to the child. "It's the people in the slums who are unlucky. Help us, sir." Tosh wanted to get closer to the Goliath robots for shelter. He spoke incoherently. "There are still many people there. There are tens of thousands of people in the block. Get out of the way." The federal commander pointed his gun at Tosh and said contemptuously, "This bastard may have been infected by the alien Zerg. He will bring the plague into the city. If you take another step forward, I will kill you. Do you understand?" The federal sergeant shouted through the loudspeaker. Tosh immediately raised his hands to show that he was unarmed, calling the command center. "There are still civilians here, General." A woman's voice came from the cockpit of another Goliath armed robot. "Should we let them pass?" "I understand, General." The woman said immediately. "This is an order from the command center. Set up a cordon immediately. This road is blocked and no one is allowed to enter. The engineers will be here soon. We need to establish a defense line. Do you understand? Get back, you bastard from the slums, the son of a cockroach and a pillbug." The commander of the Goliath squadron lowered his cockpit in front of Tosh. The bright cockpit lights made Tosh almost unable to open his eyes. "You damn mudblood, bedbugs should stay with bedbugs. Don't bring the Zerg infection to us." Tosh's eyes widened. He knew that the people in the city didn't regard the people in the slums as human beings, but he didn't expect that they didn't care about the lives of these people. "Now, retreat. Yes, look behind you," the federal commander said in a cold and ruthless tone. "Go back to your doghouse. Look, those people are really damned." Tosh's grandmother sat on the ground and whispered to Tosh, "Man and Thriss won't let them go." Grandmother coughed and said, her voice getting weaker and weaker. Grandmother had lived through the same years as this slum. Many people said that she should have died long ago, but she was still surviving with witchcraft. "We just want to survive," Tosh shouted, and no one noticed the red light attached to his body. "Sorry, child. The female Goliath pilot should be a lieutenant." She walked towards Tosh and said, "We can't let you go. No one knows how long this place has been infected. Once the Zerg take root on a planet, the infection will spread immediately. The infection is an enemy more terrible than the fangs and claws. Only the Korhal rebels will risk being infected to save people, but in any case, it is no different from suicide. You don't need to explain so much to him. Many people die every day in slums like this." The commander of the Goliath squadron emphasized. "We should forgive them. After all, she has apologized." Tosh's grandmother's voice became weaker. Her voice was hoarse and sharp, containing some terrible creaking sound, like a screaming laugh. Tosh slowly sat down on the ground, leaning against his grandmother. Behind him was the slums, where the Zerg were rampant, and behind the slums was the ocean with huge waves rolling. No matter which direction he went, it was a dead end. At this time, some of the slum residents who escaped from the claws of the dragons escaped. There were about hundreds of them, followed by a dozen circling dragons. The Goliath robot core lined up and opened fire. The hot gun flames swept over the people on the ground and the dragons that flew too low, smashing everything they touched into a pile of debris. The next group of people ran out of the slums and were swept down one after another. Tosh just listened silently, and the desperate screams and grief of the people deeply reflected in his heart. Tosh's use of his witchcraft was still very crude, and he could not kill all the people of this federal Goliath robot core and the army behind them in an instant. Tosh could use his extremely powerful mental power to blow the brains of a few of them instantly, but the rest would kill him immediately. A feeling of despair gripped Tosh's heart. Hatred for these people, the Terran Federation, and the Zerg was growing wildly in Tosh's heart. He was on the verge of losing control and could no longer control his innate, terrifying power. An unprecedented psychic storm was forming. Please vote. More updates this month. Chapter 313 Shocking Augustus for a whole year. 2492. Exit of the Space-Time Channel. This is a special fleet of large-scale but unusual combination. The golden red steel giant ships of the Human Revolutionary Army and the golden blue warships of the Protoss Expeditionary Force sailed together, and a large number of escorting small and medium-sized human and Protoss warships shuttled back and forth on the bow on both sides. At the forefront of the joint fleet are two human and Protoss flagships, the Hyperion and the Star Shuttle, which are sailing side by side. If there is any difference between the bridge of the Hyperion and the past, it is that the chief engineer of the Revolutionary Army, Rory Swan, has referred to the new design of the newly captured Federation Nova Squadron battlecruiser and carried out a new round of ongoing renovation work on it, such as upgrading more advanced navigation maps, radar scanning systems, and sensor arrays, and sophisticated anti-eavesdropping devices under the bridge plywood. Of course, the most prominent change is the cables of various colors that are too numerous to be sorted out, which is why Swan, wearing an orange-gray engineer's work uniform, is working overtime here with his men. However, this mean Hofdwarf seemed to enjoy these heavy tasks. The main control console of the Hyperion's bridge was also different from the past. The keyboard was inlaid with a crystal clear, 3-foot-high green void crystal, which was obviously well polished and shaped like a warm pebble. This was the Zelniger Void Crystal that Augustus found in the corridor of Marcera's Purgatory. After Zarachil and his Nerazim engineers boarded the Hyperion, they kindly repaired the pieces of Void Crystal and placed them in the human computer. According to the Dark Templar, they also added the time and space technology of Shakurus. But according to Swan, those dark-skinned Protoss just glued the pieces together with some unknown glue and then randomly inserted them into a place. Although humans including Augustus doubted whether the crystal could make the passage of time faster, the computing speed of the Hyperion's computer was indeed much faster anyway. As for the ancient stone tablet that was excavated with the crystal, Zarachil gave his own answer by studying the Zelniger words on it. Those words are not chaotic and disordered ravings in the void. All the words come from the Void Forerunners, all come from our creator, and they all point to the same point. The Zelniger artifact fragments are the key to opening a door in the universe. For the Zelniger prophecy on this stone tablet, Zarachil chose to stay on the human warship Hyperion to decipher these beautiful words that are similar to the Protoss words, but have very different meanings. Augustus prepared a clean and quiet cabin for Zarachil and several Dark Templars who followed him, and ordered a captain of the Revolutionary Army to pay close attention to the requests made by the Dark Templars to fulfill his hospitality. It was just that during the time when the Hyperion entered the hyperspace voyage to Hagi, Zarachil and his Dark Templars had been living an ascetic life and spent most of their time sitting and meditating on the soft silk cushions. Although the Dark Templars also sleep and rest, it seems that they do not have the same entertainment and leisure activities as humans. The Dark Templars always sit quietly like silent statues. They also drink water, and when they feel hungry, these Protoss will go outside the cabin and go to the bridge or the public observation window to bask in the cosmic rays for a while. Hage, a place of disorder and trouble. The city of Grandi on the Morisay subcontinent is the capital city of this planet, and there are about 3 million people living in that city. At this time, Raynor was sitting in the command chair of the console and operating the search system of the battleship database. More than a century ago, the early colonists once discovered mysterious ruins on Hage. Later, the planet was also affected by the colonial wave during the expansion period of the Terran Federation. After a series of Earth transformations, it was incorporated into the Federation's vast colonial territory, Raynor said while browsing the information of the planet Hage. In any case, Hage's federal governor is absolutely incompetent. Otherwise this planet would not be like this now. Finally, Raynor concluded, this planet has a harsh environment, but the land is not barren. Considering that it is located in the Federal Interstellar Shipping Network, even if the resources are sold, most people here will not live so miserably. On a holographic projection main screen, a grey satellite and the huge rocky planet it orbits are rotating constantly. I believe that it is because these outputs are swallowed up by someone. Augustus was wearing a dark grey cloak and a golden emblem captain's hat, just like the wise and powerful image on the propaganda poster. The gap between the rich and the poor here is more exaggerated than that of Tarcinus, who is the highest military commander in the area. Augustus asked. It's General Saul Keurig. Raynor swiped a few times on the console screen and said with a grin, it looks like he is a general with outstanding achievements. From the local news reports, he has fought many tough battles with the Korhal rebels on the edge of the Kaprulu sector. I swear I have never fought with General Keurig. Augustus shrugged. Maybe that's because he is a small character wandering on the edge of a battlefield and has not attracted our attention at all. Raynor joked. Give the general some face, Jimmy. Augustus turned to the other side and looked at another command chair next to Raynor. It was the young Matt Horner of Terran IX. Although Matt still seemed to be not experienced enough, he soon won Augustus's attention because of his firm belief and intelligence and eagerness to learn. Matt Horner has good character and is serious. Augustus trained him as the captain of a battle cruiser and even the future fleet commander. Matt, is there any feedback from the radar monitoring system? Yes, sir. The Zerg are invading this planet. Matt looked up at Augustus and said, today, Horner is learning from the first officer of the Hyperion. His job is to report radar scans and alarms. Almost all major gathering places have been invaded by the Zerg, and more than 10 million people have been affected. All interstellar ports have been blocked by the Zerg Air Force. They obviously don't want anyone to escape from Hagi. At the same time, the main screen of the Hyperion showed the main picture of Hagi's ground. It was a desolate world composed of grey dust and huge craters. The dark purple fungal blanket was spreading on Hagi's surface at an alarming speed. The rampant Zerg submerged one city after another. The originally grey Hagi planet showed a grey-brown scar that was slowly growing on the satellite display. Our life detector shows that the Zerg invading Hagi is only about 800,000. Compared with planets like Marcera, Antigua and Char, it is really a small matter. Matt continued to report. Compared to tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of bugs baring their teeth at you, these are still ordinary. Raynor said, controlling the panel in front of the controller. These Zerg swarms in Hagi are also different from those we have seen on previous planets. They are rare, but there must be something else that is outstanding. We all know the characteristics of the Zerg. They don't need the genes of weak people. You know, even scum like Titus has his merits. Find out where they are attacking from. Augustus said. After a while, Matt Horner said, the scan results are out, sir. There are at least 4 Zerg Leviathans in Hagi's high altitude orbit. Conservative estimates show that there are at least tens of thousands of Zerg in their bodies. We have never seen this creature join the battlefield, but it is obviously more aggressive and threatening than Behemoth. He said. They are terrible enemies. Each of them is much larger than the warships of the Protoss and humans. This is a level 10 psychic creature. We must deal with it carefully. This shows that the Overmind attaches great importance to this operation and will not allow failure. Augustus nodded. When sending out the reconnaissance force, the Zerg only dispatched Behemoth. The scan of Leviathan appeared on the main screen in front of Augustus. They are so huge that the asteroids and rocks passing by them are dwarfed by them. These Zerg Leviathans can be up to 4 to 5 miles long, and there are even larger ones among them. Even the largest Hyperion in the Revolutionary Army seems small in front of these giant creatures. At the same time, unlike the Zerg Behemoth, which mainly serves as a transport ship without any ability to fight back, the Leviathan is more aggressive. It is a terrible space predator, rather than a slow-moving herbivore. Behemoth is more like a giant filter-feeding whale shark, while the Leviathan is a ferocious toothed whale. Send out our fighter jets and reconnaissance planes. I need to know the landing point and route of the Zerg. Augustus said, staring at the huge Zerg Leviathans on the main screen. If they are looking for a new Zerg agent, then it should be a high-level seeker with outstanding psychic talent. Pay close attention to possible psychic fluctuations. Send out all our science ships and ghost teams. We must find that seeker before the Zerg. Augustus, we can't monitor the situation on the entire planet with our equipment. Raynor said, this kind of thing can only be a matter of luck. We can only pray that it happens to be when our equipment scans there. What I'm more worried about is that we are too late. Augustus said. The Zerg jumped directly to Hagi through the wormhole opened by the Overmind. They arrived at least 2 to 3 days earlier than us. Sir, we received a communication request. The address shows that it is from the governor's mansion in Hagi. Matt, who was sitting in a command chair on the side, reported at this time. It is a highly encrypted communication signal. If it is a distress signal, then there is no need to worry about it being leaked or eavesdropped. Pick it up. Augustus ordered. Listen to what the governor has to say to us. After all, he is a local. It's you, Augustus Mengsk. The picture shows a fat-faced middle-aged man wearing a top hat. Under his gentleman's suit and blue scarf, you can vaguely see several gem necklaces. Judging from the way he sits with his back bent, these gorgeous jewelry must be a heavy burden for him. The rebel fleet and the Protoss aliens. I knew it was you who did it. You brought these alien creatures here. Only you would mess with the aliens. He twitched and chatted like a lunatic or an epileptic patient. I knew it long ago. Who else but you? How could the remote countryside of Hagi be invaded by the Zerg? The fall of this colony is all because of you. Damn it, I remember the federal governor said something similar. Raynor whispered, these stupid federal bureaucrats and fat bastards, they never think about their own problems. Is that what you want to say? Augustus glanced at Governor Hagi, and the contempt in his eyes was self-evident. Your people are being slaughtered. Think about what you have done for them instead of being furious here. You really look like a fat lame duck. Take the governor away. He looks completely crazy. At this time, a big hand wearing a power armor alloy glove stretched out from the side of the camera and pushed away Governor Hagi, who seemed to be drooling because of extreme anger. A man with a golden beard appeared in front of Augustus. He sat down on the red velvet chair of Governor Hagi and took off his hat with the Army Eagle emblem, revealing his head that was shining as if it was smeared with oil. I'm General Solkrek of Hagi, the highest ranking military commander on this planet. He slammed his fist on the expensive Chatsera sunwood table in front of him. I have spent my life fighting people like you, criminals, lunatics and regime subverters. I want to tell you, Augustus Mengsk, that the Zerg in Hagi has been effectively controlled, and the defenses of major cities are impregnable. It won't be long before the fleet's support arrives. The Federation doesn't need you scum to interfere, so stay out of it. If you dare to accuse me of collaborating with the rebels, I will tear you apart alive. General Krek said this, and disconnected the communication link, as if he hated Augustus to the extreme. Raynor said in surprise, these people think they can defend the major cities, but what about the people in other places? Are they crazy? I'm afraid so. Augustus said after hesitating for a few seconds. Order General Duke and Colonel Holler to prepare to send landing troops and medical ships. We will land in Hagi soon. From what this federal general said, he wants us to mind our own business. Raynor said mockingly. Who the hell is he? Augustus said in a rare angry tone. I'll make him mad. I'll make him mad. Chapter 314. Fenris Swarm. Augustus's order was immediately transmitted to the flagships of Nova Squadron and Alpha Squadron through the fleet's command system. At that time, Jackson Hole, the commander of Nova Squadron, was eager to prove his loyalty to the Revolutionary Army through a war, and Duke was very happy that the Marshal still valued him. Augustus Mengsk, an old voice came from Augustus' ears, and the Dark Templar Zerachel appeared beside him from a spreading black fog. During the time on the Hyperion, Zerachel studied the prophecy on the Xel'Nagus late forgetting to eat and sleep. Elder, seeing you at this time, makes me feel much more at ease. Augustus looked in the direction of the voice. This trust is really precious. Zerachel walked towards Augustus. This is Hagi, Zerachel. Raynor, who was sitting in the command chair, turned around and said, Captain Jim, reminds you that we have arrived at our stop. I'm very happy to see you in new clothes. At this time, Zerachel had changed into an ascetic dark purple robe and a new long veil, but it still looked old. The attire looked dull under the lights of the Hyperion's bridge, as if it could absorb the light. Their sun was shining their Protoss compatriots like golden blue, while the Dark Templar who live in the twilight-shrouded land of Shakiris prefer dull colors, because they are a race from a shadow planet. Thank you, James Raynor. Zerachel also knew Raynor's name. In his opinion, this pure and righteous human was indeed a likable guy. The reason why Raynor did not become the leader of this human army was not because he was not good enough as a leader, but because Augustus Mengsk's brilliance was too shining, and Raynor was willing to be inferior to him. In fact, Raynor had never thought about becoming a real leader. He didn't even have the slightest idea, especially when a leader like Augustus, who was shining with the glory of a great man, was right next to Raynor. He had no such idea. He was a member of the Heaven's Demon Platoon, and he followed Augustus to make a revolution with a passion. As for how to revolt, and how to truly change the corrupt political system of the Terran Federation, Raynor had never considered it. It was enough to leave this matter to Augustus. What he had to do was to shoot at the forehead of the enemy, the Revolutionary Army Marshal, if he/it had won. Augustus, I feel the presence of the brainworms Carlos and Nagar. Their tribes are aging like a storm on this planet. The idea that Zarachil wanted to express was directly transmitted to Augustus' mind. This was a direct spiritual communication between the Protoss, and it also came with a strong expression of emotion and thought. Since the two brainworms are still here, it means that the Zerg has not found the agent they want in Hagi. Augustus said. The alien Zerg that appeared in Hagi were temporarily named the Fenris Group. They had bright green shells, and were extremely aggressive and predatory. As for the other group, they had not appeared yet. We still have a chance. There are now 6 advanced giant science ships in the Revolutionary Army fleet. Each science ship is equipped with an extremely sensitive sensor array. They are not only mobile laboratories and supply centers, but also can provide the Revolutionary Army with qualitative detection methods. These science ships are the ears and eyes of the Revolutionary Army fleet. If we concentrate all our strength to find the Zerg agent, there should be a chance. Raynor suggested, but we still have many people to save. Damn it, judging from the distress signals from all over, the federal government, planetary defense forces and federal garrisons in Hagi have completely abandoned the areas outside the city. The people in the towns near the mines, gas refineries, factories and archaeological sites are quite a lot. Finding a person on a Zerg planet is not just about the number of people. Augustus said, we can't ignore the people who are ravaged by the Zerg. At this time, Tacitus' flagship Star Shuttle connected to the communication channel with the Hyperion. He was wearing a delicate silk high-level Templar vestment that shone with a blue glimmer, which seemed to be cut from the blue sky of air. Augustus Mengsk, my fleet has detected large-scale Zerg activity signals on the surface of Hagi. Tacitus said. I'm in the process of ordering the fleet to deploy orbital bombardment to clear the main administrative areas and settlements infected by the Zerg. There is no possibility of saving those areas. All Terran Federation humans have either been killed or infected. The 2 Zerg hives that invaded Hagi are better at infection, and their speed and sense of smell are also quite sharp. So, they are the hounds of the overmind. Raynor heard what Tacitus said. After all, every profession has its own expertise. Let's do it. Augustus thought for a moment and said, I have no objection to this. We will fight side by side again, and mankind will always be grateful for your righteous act, great executor Tacitus. And there are still a certain number of Terran Federation defense forces left in these locations. If you decide to send support troops there, my Templar will provide assistance immediately. Tacitus continued. Then the entire scan of Hagi was uploaded to the main screen of the Hyperion. There were several red dots marked with human text annotations on it. That was the last defense location of the Terran Federation garrison. The Revolutionary Army has not been able to intercept or decipher the communications of the Protoss so far. It is a transmission method that they cannot understand at all. On the contrary, human communications are still quite primitive for the Protoss. The technology of the Protoss is extremely advanced, and this is under the extremely conservative development of the Protoss Empire. In an era when both technology and civilization have reached extremely high levels, the technological development of the Protoss has stopped for many years and has imposed many restrictions on its own war technology. By comparing the scans of the Protoss, Augustus confirmed that the last defense positions of the Hagi Terran Federation garrison were only the cities of Grandi and Massara on the Hagi Moray subcontinent and the city of Hagi on the main continent of land. In addition, there are more than a dozen locations that are still sending distress signals to the outside world, and the Hagi people are still holding on. After thinking it over, Augustus gave the task of supporting these areas to Duke and Hollow's Alpha Squadron and Nova Squadron. Their troops had been ready to go. The Revolutionary Army's 1st Guard Division, the 3rd Army Division and Hogg's Armored Brigade will land 5 miles outside the city of Grandi. Considering that the federal garrison is not very friendly to us, if any federal troops shoot at us, we will immediately fight back. Augustus issued orders one after another. Tell the port that I hope all the shuttles and landing craft will be ready when I arrive at the bridge of the Hyperion. Are you going to command this army yourself? Renault asked. It's not time for me to retreat to the second line yet. After announcing his orders, Augustus looked around in the wide and bright bridge of the Hyperion and said, "Where is Titus?" Whenever the Revolutionary Army's Marshal Augustus was ready to dispatch troops or wanted to go to the battlefield himself, his first sentence would probably be to ask the people around him where Jim Raynor was. If Raynor was right next to him, then the person would become senior commanders such as Hank Hank, Titus Finley and Grunstein. In any case, only the people of the Heavens Devil Squad were the ones Augustus thought of and mentioned first. Oh, I saw Titus Finley when I passed by the bar, and he was playing cards at the time. Rory Swan, who was fiddling with cables nearby, replied. It's all up to you, you know, I don't have any objection anyway. Raynor spread his hands. Raynor was not idle. He had to coordinate the personnel transfers of the crew members and soldiers in various cabins of the Hyperion and the entry and exit of the spacecraft on board. After Augustus left, he was also the commander-in-chief of the entire fleet. Very good, Jimmy. Now I need you to take full command of this fleet and provide support for the landing troops. After Augustus finished speaking, he walked towards the air valve at the entrance of the Hyperion's bridge. The 2 soldiers standing guard at the door immediately saluted the approaching marshal. Their CMC 300 power armor with a golden red background was brand new and shiny, and their C-14 Gauss rifles were equipped with sharp bayonets. Corporal Faraday, the commander of the marshal's guard, was standing outside the bridge door. As soon as Corporal Faraday saw Augustus coming out, he immediately followed him. As the most trusted guard officer of the Revolutionary Marshal, Corporal Faraday would appear anywhere according to the needs of his superiors, including kitchens, restaurants, bars, and battlefields, because he should be omnipotent. Zarachel also followed Augustus, but he remained silent all the time, as if he was always thinking about something. The Dark Archon always thinks over and over again before giving his opinions, and spends most of the day meditating and thinking quietly. The Shadow Master of the Dark Templar practiced the doctrine of caution throughout his life. If Augustus asked Zarachel for his opinion on the war, Zarachel would remind him that he should hide himself before launching an attack. Augustus moved quickly through the corridors, hatches, and elevators that were crowded with orders. In the corridors between the crew cabins, dozens of revolutionary soldiers in dark grey uniforms and flat hats with gold emblems of the Ring of Weaving passed by him every few minutes, rushing to the armory to receive their armor and weapons. Most of them were young, some were still freckled boys, but they were already brave warriors and veterans. They still felt nervous and shy when they saw Augustus, and they admired Augustus' cold and serious eyes during the war. The Hyperion had more than 6,000 crew members. In addition to the ordinary crew members, it also carried 2 full-strength battalions of the 1st Brigade of the 1st Guards Division of the Revolutionary Army, about 1,800 people. The rest were on large troop transports, escorted by a large number of warships and fighter planes. When Augustus walked into the Hyperion bar, Titus Finley was sitting on a high stool rubbing his hands and preparing to violate the ban on drinking. When Titus pushed the bottle under the table calmly, Augustus had already grabbed his collar. Although Titus Finley has always been a rude and arrogant character, now he can only mutter, but dare not fight back. Titus has always been obedient to those who are much more powerful than himself. Put on your armor, Mr. Finley. Augustus's aura is very strong. I'll only say it once. Don't expect me to forgive you every time. The butt is moving, Marshal. Titus reluctantly put his cigarette in his pocket and followed Augustus. After passing through several opening and closing air valves, Augustus walked onto the noisy bridge of the Hyperion. One Apod transport ship after another was heading into space through the opened dock hatch. A platoon of the Marshal's Guards and an army company of the Guards Division were ordered to follow Augustus onto the imp transport ship. The performance of this transport ship was as reliable as its crew members. It and the Heaven's Devil Squad accompanied Augustus through the most difficult years at the beginning of the uprising. There were several sets of command-level power armor in the spacecraft. Augustus put on one of them with the assistance of Corporal Faraday, sat on the alloy bench in the crew cabin, and fastened his seatbelt. These power armors were all made by the Heaven's Devil power armor technician Hiram Fick, who was also Augustus' personal armor technician. As a soldier's second life, the reliability and safety of power armor are very important. Being granted the power armor to maintain the Revolutionary Marshal meant that Hiram was trusted by Augustus himself, almost like his personal butler. When Augustus confirmed that the vanguard, mainly the 1st Battalion of the Revolutionary Guard Division, had left the port on a transport ship, he ordered the imp to take off. At this time, Zarachel was sitting on Augustus' right, and Titus was sitting on the other side smoking. Because Augustus hated others smoking around him, Titus was one of the few warriors who dared to smoke in his closed armored helmet, so that Colonel Finley was always described as having an iron lung. Elder, I believe that you and your Dark Templars are crucial in finding the Zerg agent of Hiji, Augustus said to Zarachel. Of course, the Dark Templar will lend you a hand. When Augustus turned to him, Zarachel said to him, we fight together, so our fate is closely linked together. The imp accelerated out of the Hyperion's dock and joined a large number of transport ships and wraith fighters. These transport ships were loaded with fully armed Revolutionary Army soldiers, Arclight siege tanks, Goliath armed robots, vulture vehicles and spider mines. Hundreds of ships left the transport ships and headed for the surface of Hiji, away from the huge fleet, and gradually disappeared into the atmosphere of the planet. After a period of turbulence and sailing, the imp transport ship entered the sky above the Morae subcontinent. At this time, Augustus was able to see the narrow coastline and green coniferous forests of this continent through the external detector of the spacecraft. The core area of the subcontinent has been covered with dark fungal blankets, like a pool of disgusting and sticky paste. Prepare to land at the designated location, Augustus ordered in the command channel. Wait a minute, Augustus, I feel the residual traces of psychic impact nearby, which seems to come from a powerful human psychic. Zarachel said to Augustus at this time. We should go and take a look. Chapter 315 Infection. It was sunrise time, and the sun of Hiji cast beautiful red and orange rays along the horizon, where the water and sky met, and the valley surrounded by green plants was shrouded in a colorful halo. The hurricane swept across the plains and valleys as usual, circling in the huge crater mountains. Two golden red Revolutionary Army wraith fighters flew low over the devastated ruins of the Grandi slums. All the dilapidated huts and houses on the ground were covered with countless purple organic tissues and pulsating tendons. This place used to be part of the coastline, adjacent to an excellent deep water port, but now all signs of human civilization no longer exist, and there is no sign of any biological activity. If the tens of thousands of people who lived here in the past did not have time to escape, they would have already become part of the fungal blanket. The Zerg are not a human army. They have no mercy, and do not accept any mercy or surrender. If the human commanders still think that their wisdom and strategy can surpass these seemingly tyrannical, but lacking wisdom creatures, they are greatly mistaken. Thousands of overlords were floating in the sky above the distant Grandi city, and the towers of the skyscrapers surrounded by the dragons were flying like a group of bats returning to their nests at dawn. The anti-aircraft guns and anti-aircraft machine guns of the federal garrison were trying to shoot down the flying creatures above the city, and the staggered orange bullets swept across the airspace of the city. The fall of this city was only a matter of time, and a network of worm tunnels was extending underground. Once the fungal blanket began to spread, the terrible infection of the Carlos brain worm group would come as expected. The two gold-red painted wraith fighters circled over the Grandi slums for several times before leaving. 10 minutes later, dozens of Revolutionary Army Upper transport ships landed on the open ground of the slum ruins. In the airwaves raised by the plasma of the transport ship's thrusters, Augustus walked down the gangway lowered by the Little Devil. The entire slum was razed to the ground by the hurricane and the Zerg attack. The simple wooden and brick walls of the slum dwellers collapsed, leaving a wreckage of rubble and construction waste. In the small areas that have not been covered by the fungal blanket, bloody scratches are clearly visible, which are left by the fingernails of a person who is about to be dragged underground. In the places where the fungal blanket cannot cover, the Zerg will of course eat people, which may not be due to hunger, but due to the survival instinct mixed in their genetic fragments. The most terrifying thing about the Zerg is that they will kill a person in a cruel and bloody way, or eat a part of the other person's body while it is still alive. Titus Finley, carrying a heavy machine gun, followed closely behind, stepping into the sticky Zerg fungus clusters. It's so disgusting, sticky, and wet. I can't imagine anything worse than these things. In the words of Hank, the red-haired boy, it's like a pile of shit. More evolutionary guards and guards division soldiers wearing gold and red power armor filed off the Little Devil and other transport ships and lined up at the landing point. Several other larger transport ships drove off, rumbling tanks, Goliath armed robots, and T-280 space engineering vehicles. These vehicles and mechas more than 10 feet high were painted with golden wolf head logos and ring emblems on their deep red primers. Augustus took a few steps in the slum ruins covered with fungus, and the various environmental values of the area immediately popped up on the HUD display of his commander's armor helmet. At Augustus' feet was an alloy wheel stained with dried blood, which was once part of the tire of a heavy federal armored personnel carrier. It looks like there are no survivors here. I never knew the Zerg needed prisoners, Titus said, one hand on his waist. Zarachel also walked down with Augustus. His glowing green eyes swept around the landing site in silence, and then bent down to search the ruins for clues related to the psychic signal he sensed. In the strong wind blowing from the sea, the buds on the fungal blanket twisted and swayed like ears of wheat. Further away, there were many broken glass glittering in the sun, full body seats that were cut into pieces, control panels, and large caliber machine gun barrels that were cut into several sections. A charred Federation flag covered these wreckage. Federation Goliath walking robots, and there are more than one. The Zerg must have torn them to pieces. Titus smacked his lips and said, a bunch of poor bugs. I hope they didn't get scared to the point of peeing their pants when they were killed. At this time, Augustus pulled one of his feet out of the muddy fungal blanket and prepared to move forward, but he stopped just after taking a step. Where he raised his feet was a pile of twisted bones stained with rotten flesh and blood. Augustus and his men soon found themselves standing on a large pile of dead bodies. At least hundreds of bodies were buried under the thick Zerg-infested fungus blanket. These human bodies covered by the fungus blanket were becoming nutrients for the Zerg swarm. The dead people curled up their bodies and stretched their hands to the sky in the squirming fungus blanket and pass. A cemetery. Augustus had experienced battlefields with tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of people participating, and had seen hundreds of thousands of bodies placed side by side, but he could not find such a cruel scene normal. This was a slaughterhouse. The Zerg captured these people and killed them. Their butcher knives were as efficient as machines in a factory. It wasn't all the Zerg who killed these people. At this time, Zarachel walked around the ruins of the slums for a few times, and came to Augustus. The purple cape behind him fluttered in the strong wind of Hagi. It was human bullets and psychic energy that killed these people. So, it was the Federation who did it? Titus grinned, and was sure that the Federation army had clashed with the people in the slums. Human psychic energy. Augustus immediately summoned his own ghost agent. Recruit, what did you sense? The Revolutionary Army Ghost Agent Recruit appeared on Augustus' right hand side in the light and shadow of the environmental refraction clothing. There is no doubt that a human psychic with a C psychic index of at least level 8 has appeared here. The Ghost Agent was wrapped in a blue and white closed combat suit with a C-10 long-barreled rifle on his shoulder. He wore a precisely designed helmet, and the auxiliary mechanical prosthetic eyes transplanted on the mask allowed the wearer to see farther than ordinary people. This is just my guess. This Seeker is still unable to control his powerful mental power, or no one has ever taught him how to control his mental power. This is a compulsory course for higher level students in the Ghost Academy. The Ghost Agent squatted down and wiped off a part of the fungal blanket on the ground, revealing the head of the dead person below. Some people died directly from the damage to brain tissue caused by the mental shock. Their brains were crushed like garlic cloves, and they died with blood flowing from all 7 orifices. High-level seekers are more likely to lose control under great mental pressure and other stimulations, causing a disaster caused by terrible mental shock. If you have seen the psychic storm released by the Protoss high-level Templar, it's basically like that. He said, I saw it once, when I was in the Federation Ghost Academy in Tarsinus. An unstable 8th level seeker lost control because his cat died. The mental shock that broke out in an instant killed everyone within a diameter of 200 yards except him. I don't know why anyone allowed him to keep a cat. This human seeker is likely to be the swarm agent that the Overmind is looking for. He should not have been captured by the Zerg yet. Zarachel added. Oh, how did this guy do it? He was able to hide for so long when all the Zerg were looking for him like crazy. Titus was amazed. The good news is that he is probably still hiding somewhere. Augustus concluded. The bad news is that he hid so well that even we may not be able to find him. Maybe I can find the seeker. Zarachel said. I can feel his presence. Maybe to humans, seeker signals are as intangible as sound waves, but in our eyes, they are as clear as beams of light in the dark, like a thread connecting fate and an intangible light. The seeker didn't go far. He learned to shield his seeker signals to avoid the Zerg's hunt. But how can he survive? He looked at Augustus with glowing eyes. During my time on the Hyperion, I learned a lot about humans, that this strange race cannot survive on sunlight and water alone. Follow me, Augustus, I will take you to him. Zarachel said at last. I hope we are still in time. Zarachel left this sentence and walked forward. He seemed to be following a footprint. His steps were slow. We will follow you closely, Elder. Augustus said. This Protoss has a very sharp nose. Titus muttered. Be careful that Zarachel hears you saying bad things about him. Augustus reminded him. I don't care whether others like or hate me. Titus replied nonchalantly. Augustus looked to the right of the city of Grandi while Titus was speaking, where the cannons were still rumbling. This at least shows that the federal defenders of this city still have sufficient weapons and ammunition, and still firmly believe that a fleet will come to rescue them. However, according to the intelligence Augustus had learned, there was no Terran Federation Navy fleet at least 6 light years away from Hiji. These fleets were either consolidating the defenses at the edge of the Kaprulu sector in the core worlds, or near the star systems invaded by the Zerg. Hiji's position was quite awkward. It was on the interstellar shipping route of the Federation world, but it was not part of the developed core worlds. The economy was backward, the legal system was chaotic, and its political influence was almost negligible. It was probably only after the Zerg invasion war that the Federation would remember that this remote place had been attacked by the Zerg. Even if the federal government of Tarsinus received Hiji's distress signal, I'm afraid that by the time the slow-moving federal fleet arrived, there would not be many living people left on the planet. Forward. Augustus ordered in the command channel. Keep a distance between the front and the back, and be careful of your feet. The Zerg may come out from the ground at any time. Report to your superiors immediately if you find something wrong, and make sure that the officers and political commissars are where you can see them. About 700 revolutionary soldiers gathered under the orders of Augustus and the officers. They were all veterans who had experienced hundreds of battles. They were allowed to use the golden wolf head of the Mengsk family on their power armor. This was not only a symbol of honor, but also a strong proof of having experienced many battles. At first, Zarachel walked very slowly, but after more than 10 minutes he confirmed the direction, and had a clear goal. Augustus followed Zarachel on the wasteland, covered with fungal blankets for 6 or 7 miles, passing many towns and factories completely covered by Zerg tissues along the way, until they saw an abandoned border checkpoint. Zarachel stopped half a mile away from the border checkpoint, and Augustus ordered his troops to stop at the same time. Gots. When Augustus observed the unnatural and weirdness of the abandoned border checkpoint, Zarachel beside him sighed with fear. Too late. The border checkpoint was originally part of the old city wall of Grandi City, used to intercept homeless people, tribes, and people from slums who tried to enter the city illegally. It was originally just a few square single-story houses cast with clean cement, and next to it was a steam furnace powered by high-energy gas, which was used to provide electricity and heat for the entire building complex. Normally, the Hiji military is in charge of this place, but when Augustus saw this checkpoint, it was obviously abandoned. Not only that, the main part of the checkpoint building is completely covered with a sickly grey-brown film, like a fetus wrapped in amniotic membrane. Every part of the building is covered with clusters of fungal blankets, as if covered by a rotten blanket. Some sharp, more than 10 feet high spikes are derived from the edges of the infected buildings. They are active, like tentacles with chitin blades tied to the tip. These tentacles lurking in the fungal blanket can release a row of moving spikes from the ground, which can pierce the entire soles of human soldiers wearing alloy power boots. If Augustus opened his helmet mask, he would definitely be able to smell the foul smell of decay in the air. The Zerg had already infected this building, even more thoroughly than those in the slums. Even though Augustus had seen many scenes of Zerg infection, he still felt a physical disgust. "See what's in there." Augustus glanced at Zerachel and said in the command channel, "Keep moving forward. I need my bravest warriors to serve as the vanguard." Augustus issued a few more orders in the channel, and a vanguard mainly composed of firebats approached the infected border checkpoint first. At this moment, the sound of shells and sharp claws rubbing against hard objects suddenly came from the originally silent wilderness, and many hydralisks and zerglings with copper-green shells appeared from the infected checkpoint. Seeing this scene, Augustus' heart sank, convinced that the psychic had been captured by the Zerg. More Zerg emerged from the inside of the checkpoint and the nearby pits, making low humming sounds, like the low humming of countless insects in summer. These hideous monsters roared in a low voice. They did not immediately launch a violent attack, but wandered in the pipes and fungal blankets around the checkpoint. At this time, they were more like the guardians of a nest than bloodthirsty hunters. "Keep going, run and shoot, this is the only thing you have to do." Augustus ordered loudly, "Kill them." Thank you for the reward. A must-have update before the new year. Chapter 316 No Mercy. I knew it was not a good thing. Hearing Augustus' words, Titus rushed forward with a heavy machine gun in his hand. He was accompanied by more than 30 Red Devil firebats of the Revolutionary Army and the Dark Archbishop Zerachel, who moved like a shadow. The firebats of the Revolutionary Army had a different name from those of the Federation. They would proudly call themselves Red Demons, because Hanak Hank, the first firebat of the Revolutionary Army, still regarded his troops as part of the Heavenly Demons. A full combat company of about 120 people from the Guards Division strode past from both sides of Augustus. These elite soldiers were equipped with a large number of AG-12 grenade launchers, Punisher grenades, individual rockets and electromagnetic weapons, which were enough to deal with the hard chitin shells of the Zerg and the plasma shields of the Protoss. Augustus ordered the soldiers to launch an attack, while calling for more reinforcement. He believed that the Zerg would definitely defend the new agent of the Zerg swarm to the death. When a Goliath armed robot with a Revolutionary Army flag flying on its cockpit passed by Augustus, he announced his last order, and led the Marshal's Guard and several companies behind him to move forward. In Augustus' sight, Zerachel in the front was like a fleeting shadow. His steps in the light and shadow were elegant and coordinated, like a cat approaching its prey, incredibly fast. In comparison, Titus and other huge firebats seemed too bulky. They were able to keep up with Zerachel, because the Dark Templar Master deliberately slowed down his speed. This time, the Zerg did not roar and attack the humans. They hid behind the high walls of the infected border checkpoint, and in the shadows behind it, watching the attackers' every move. Deploy the psychic disruptor. Augustus waved his hand and ordered the engineers carrying the psychic disruptor components in the team to assemble them immediately, but with the low roar of a hunter-killer hydralisk. Hundreds of hydralisks, with their shells gleaming metallic green in the sun, swam through the fungal carpet like snakes, moving their spines on their backs to fire dense poisonous spines at the attacking enemies. These deadly spines, which can penetrate 2 centimeters thick fine steel plates at a distance of 500 yards, have sharp serrations and green acid on the edges. In a blink of an eye, they pierced through the power armor of several firebats in the front, and penetrated into the goggles of their helmets. The sound of the spines piercing the hard alloy steel armor was as crisp as a sharp knife cutting through a piece of white paper. The firebats, pierced by dozens or hundreds of spines, died the moment they fell to the ground, and their armor servo systems immediately locked the entire power armor connection in the bleeding area. Under normal circumstances, this would help the people among them to hold on until the arrival of the medics, but now it was just locking a cold steel coffin. The fire support team of the combat company of the veterans of the Guards division behind the Firebats almost simultaneously fired ground-to-ground missiles and used heavy weapons such as railguns to suppress the hydralisks in the checkpoint. The distance between them and the Zerg was rapidly shortening. After Augustus took another slightly rapid breath, Zarachil and the human vanguard behind him were less than 50 yards away from the entrance of the checkpoint. The entrance was full of Zerglings ready to attack. They paced around the walls and barbed wire outside the checkpoint like hounds hiding behind trees, as if thinking about where and when to launch the most fatal attack on their enemies. Augustus was surprised to find that the Zerg of the Fenris swarm were obviously smarter than the individuals of other groups, or in other words, more cunning. When at least 200 Fenris Zerglings gathered at the entrance of the checkpoint, they were like a group of hungry, but still patient wolves. They were as bloodthirsty as the Zerg of other groups, but they knew when was the best time to launch an attack. Even though they are few in number, the Fenrisian Zerg of Naga the Brainworm is still one of the main attacking groups in each hive under the Overmind. They possess an absolutely deadly acumen and the precision of a hunter. If the Zerg of other groups are mad beasts, then the Fenrisian Zerg are sharp wolves. The Fenrisian Zerg are deadly and even elegant hunters in the Zerg. Their mission is to find excellent genes for the Overmind and capture prey that is of great benefit to the evolution of the Zerg, expanding the gene pool of the entire Zerg. From a signal that cannot be detected by humans and Protoss, the inside of the checkpoint suddenly boiled up, and hundreds of Fenrisian Zerglings approached the attacking enemy from different directions at the same time. Although the gene sequence of Zerglings and the Zerg is known for speed and agility, the Fenrisian Zerglings are obviously faster and more sensitive. Augustus's revolutionary soldiers often describe the Zerglings as ugly, scarred, and moss-covered skinned dogs, and they are ugly, but Fenrisian Zerglings are encased in a copper-green carapace like a beetle. Their sickle-like appendages and transparent leaf-veined insect wings flutter as fast as a moving lightning bolt. Following the Zerglings are a large number of Fenrisian hydralisks, which are not as large and dangerous as the Sharmat swarms, but are much faster, swinging their spiked tails through the slimy fungal carpet like black mamba swimming through the grass. Zarachil was the first to engage the Fenrisian Zerg, following a moving shadow to a Zergling that leaped toward him on its powerful hind legs, and the green psychic blade that stretched out from the wrinkled back of Augustus's hand cut off half of the monster's head in a single breath. Then, Zarachil turned to a Fenris hydralisk that pounced on him, dodged the fatal blow of its sickle-like forelimbs, and leisurely used the psychic blade in his hand to dig open the relatively soft belly of the hydralisk while turning. Augustus' eyes could hardly keep up with Zarachil's movements. For the first time, he felt the limitations of human eyes. In stark contrast to his usual slightly hunched appearance, Zarachil on the battlefield was a deadly and elegant killer. He killed the Fenris Zerglings and hydralisks that pounced on him one after another like an elegant swordsman dancing a waltz to pick open the enemy's throat. Extraordinarily elegant and agile, graceful and deadly, this seems to be the innate talent of the Protoss. The difference between the Protoss and humans is not just the appearance and customs, but the body structure and function are very different. Humans had never seen how Zarachil and the Dark Templar fought, and Zarachil gave a lesson to the revolutionary soldiers behind him, including Titus, telling them not to try to provoke a Dark Templar in the future. Zarachil told Augustus that a Dark Templar should hide himself, strike from the shadows, seize the opportunity, and wait for the opportunity to strike. But in Augustus's eyes, the Dark Templar High Priest just rushed forward and cut up the enemy in the flash of swords. Zarachil may be deadly and powerful enough, but he is not enough to face an entire Zerg swarm alone. As Zarachil killed the roaring Fenris Zerg one after another, Titus raised his Honey Whisperer heavy machine gun and fired a series of depleted uranium bullets at a row of Zerglings, and the Red Devil Firebat behind him raised his flamethrower to fire dense streams of plasma flames. More than a dozen Zerglings struggled and fell in the hot plasma jets ejected by the firebats, making crackling sounds like burning dried gentian. Augustus was in the middle of the advancing column, with Corporal Faraday's martial guard and two huge Goliath-armed robots beside him. When the dense Fenris Zerglings tried to attack Augustus from the flank, the Goliath-armed robots beside him quickly calibrated and fired. As the 30mm machine gun barrel rotated, one Zergling after another was blown to pieces. However, these Zerglings were not only extremely agile and fast, but also obviously adapted to the human attack method. Their zigzag formation was quite scattered. It was impossible for humans to easily sweep several or even more Zergs with a missile or a row of bullets. At this time, the psychic jammers carried by the Revolutionary Army were activated, but the Zerg here did not seem to be affected much. The jammer failed again. An agile Fenris Zergling deftly jumped over the corpses of its own kind lying on the ground, and dodged among them, leaping left and right, and pounds towards Augustus along the gaps between the Goliath-armed robots and the revolutionary soldiers' Gauss rifle bullets, as nimbly as a coyote or a sparrow on a branch. For a moment, Augustus could almost see the terrifying scalloped eyes of the screaming little monster. Augustus was sure that the Zergling was heading straight for him. He raised the Gauss rifle with the golden wolf emblem on the butt in his hand and aimed at the fast-moving Zergling, aiming and shooting calmly. Augustus had acquired this quality during the Telesis boot camp. Even if the shells fell not far from his feet, he could still keep shooting. When dense, large groups of Zerg pounced on the front line, such momentum was enough to intimidate any enemy in front of the Zerg. As long as a human soldier could shoot at the enemy accurately and without making mistakes, he could already be considered a veteran. Just as Augustus emptied his first clip, the worm was hit by a barrage of bullets. Augustus didn't know if the bullet that killed the worm came from the gun in his hand, but no one cared about that at this point. Even though the Zerg of the Fenris swarm were more deadly and dangerous than those of other groups, they were also facing an elite force. The soldiers around Augustus were the best fighters from the Korhal Revolutionary Army, and their equipment was also the best, comparable to the Federation Special Forces and the most famous elite mercenary squads in the Kaprulu sector. The Zerg invading EG obviously didn't expect Augustus's troops to come here, and in the eyes of the brainworms of these groups, this plan should have been flawless. Augustus's men quickly repelled the Fenris swarm's attack and forced them to retreat, opening a clear path between the Zerg and the border checkpoint. The Fenris swarm retreated temporarily, but judging from the vibration frequency on the surface, a large number of Zerg reinforcements should still be on their way through the underground tunnel wormhole network. When Augustus arrived at the entrance of the checkpoint, the steel door stained with creeping fungus had already been torn apart by the Zerg, and the remaining part was also covered with sharp scratches left by the Zerg's fangs and claws. All the Zerg organic tentacles with spines had been swept away by Zarachil and Titus, and the remaining Fenris Zerg were forced to retreat to the warehouse inside the checkpoint. One of the warehouses was particularly well defended. The Firebats and the Guards division behind Zarachil and Titus were launching the final assault there. There were dozens or hundreds of Zerg and Revolutionary Army soldiers on the ground. Many people had their limbs cut off by the scythes of the Hydralisk, or had their chests pierced by the spiked tentacles. The bodies lying in the pool of blood were torn into pieces. At this time, Augustus left a dozen Goliath-armed robots and arc tanks to guard the direction they came from, and brought his own guards to support Zarachil and Titus. There were still a dozen Fenris Zerg guarding the entrance of the warehouse. Behind them was a huge fiberglass door. Its smooth surface was covered with vine-like tentacles and tough green veins, locking the door like a chain. The walls of the entire warehouse were covered with organic main nest honeycomb shells and intertwined hard exoskeletons. Augustus killed the last Fenris Zergling in front of the warehouse with his own hands and ordered the demolition hand to use D-type explosives to blow up the door. When the flying fiberglass fragments scratched Augustus's shoulder armor, the scene behind the door made his eyelids jump. It was a huge, oval pupa or cocoon, composed of sharp bone nails and a green film-like skin. It looked more like a soft snake egg than a cocoon formed by the transformation of an insect. The pupa shone like the sun, emitting a bright light in the dim environment. Augustus could see through the thick, sticky pupa wall a humanoid creature inside. It should be an underage child, curled up in the pupa filled with liquid. After that, the pupa will be taken to Char or other places for further transformation by the evolutionary master of the Zerg. The cells of this humanoid creature will be deconstructed, stretched, extended, and reassembled into an incredible creature by the Zerg. Near the pupa, like a snake embracing a snake egg, there are 4 Fenris Hydralisks of the Zerg crawling. Their bright green crowns are almost half the size of Augustus' body, and the huge bone sickles on their forelimbs are like bone-colored giant swords inserted into the wooden floor. The robe with a bright red weave pattern painted on the pupa and several papers covered with various symbols make this place look even more weird. If you look up, you can find that the top of the warehouse is hanging with a head and a bright red human spine. Surprisingly, even though there were hundreds of rifles, grenades, and rocket launchers pointed at them, the 4 Fenris hydralisks were unusually calm, like dogs lying at the door guarding the house in the midday sun. The hydralisks only made threatening hisses, and occasionally raised their crowns like cobras, to look at the humans outside. This is too weird. Ty just got goosebumps all over his body. My mother, he's still alive. I can sense that this human named Gabriel Tosh still has a clear mind. Zerachel ignored Augustus's shouting and slowly walked towards the chrysalis. He is immersed in grief. He is crying. Is there any hope for this child? Augustus asked Zerachel. The Zerg have infected him, and this infection has changed his essence at the genetic level. As far as I know, this is irreversible. Zerachel replied. This is my order. Augustus ordered without mercy after a moment of silence. Destroy this chrysalis. Chapter 317 Igsi Giant King Bug. Fire. After Augustus gave the order, a captain of the Revolutionary Army immediately shouted and ordered his company soldiers to shoot. They used almost all weapons that could destroy the chrysalis, including the Mark railgun, electromagnetic pulse grenade and explosives. This triggered a chain reaction. The 4 Fenris hydralisks that were originally guarding the chrysalis immediately turned from a peaceful rest to an extremely manic state. Their huge sickle-shaped forelimbs pried open the fiberglass door and crawled out of the warehouse. Their heads with bright crowns roared and pounced on the Revolutionary Army soldiers who were shooting at the chrysalis, as if they were pharaoh guards walking out of an ancient tomb. These huge Fenris hydralisks were not only much larger than any hydralis Augustus had ever seen, but also had indestructible shells. Their chitinous shells seemed to be integrated with some special materials or rare metals, becoming extremely hard. Once the ordinary 8mm caliber electromagnetic rifle bullets touched the shells, they would bounce off immediately, just like hitting the armor of a tank. 4 Fenris hydralisks stood between Augustus's Revolutionary Army bullets and the dark green chrysalis. Each of them was 15 feet tall, about 4.5 meters, like a real behemoth. Not only that, they could even ignore the hot plasma flames released by the revolutionary firebats. Augustus was watching a brave revolutionary firebat trying to burn the Fenris hydralisks in front of him with his hellfire flamethrower, but the flames, that were usually enough to burn zerglings and hydralisks to ashes, only left black marks on the copper-green carapace surface of the Fenris hydralisks. Back off. Corporal Pascal, you are no match for him. Augustus ordered the firebat to retreat, while calling for fire support from the single rocket team. Augustus knew the firebat. He was a meritorious soldier of the Red Devil Flamethrower Brigade of Hanakak. Augustus had read the name of this firebat when he inspected the troops, and he remembered this man because of the prominent and dense Kel-morian Ripper emblems and 18 Kel-morian Combine Guild family emblems on his CMC 250F power armor. It was like a tattoo engraved on the armor. Corporal Pascal was a veteran of the Alpha Squadron Federation during the Guild War. The graffiti-like emblems on his armor represented how many people he had killed. If you pay attention, you can also notice the emblems representing the planetary defense forces of Chatera, Marcera and Antigua Prime, and even the heads of Tutalda and Protus. But the firebat did not hear what Augustus said. This eccentric corporal liked to listen to hot heavy metal music in his power armor through private lines, to cheer himself up when the high energy gas fuel turned into a raging flame. Considering that this brave soldier never retreated, he would not obey the order, even if he heard what Augustus said. Even though the giant hydralisk in front of him remained motionless in front of the blazing flames, Corporal Pascal was still concentrating on pouring hot plasma on its abdomen. He was intoxicated by it. Corporal Pascal had burned many people to death, but such a huge hydralisk was the only one on his barbecue list. However, this time, Corporal Pascal did not burn all the enemies in front of him as he did in the past. The hydralisk in front of him raised its forelimbs with huge bone sickles at the ends and chopped them directly at the firebat, cutting off an arm that was still spewing plasma flames. Then, the Fenris Hydralisk once again swung the huge bone sickle to cut off the remaining arm of Corporal Pascal, to ensure that this human would not pose any threat to them again. In the war with humans, the Zerg gradually learned one thing, that is, killing a human would only eliminate the enemy's living strength, and seriously injuring this human would force several or even more people to take care of him. As for the Zerg, there was no such concern at all. If humans killed a Zerg, hundreds and thousands of times more eggs would be hatched in the hatchery in the main nest. The Fenris Hydralisk's ferocious mouth was wide open, and it roared with a shocking roar as it attacked. Augustus had no doubt that it could bite off half of a person's body. Kill it. Kill this bastard. In addition to Corporal Pascal's heart-wrenching screams, several officers shouted out attack orders in the communication channel. More Gauss rifles were aimed at the Fenris Hydralisk, but it was useless against its small caliber bullets. At this time, a ground-to-ground missile from a Revolutionary Army armed robot whizzed past Augustus' head, hitting the huge crown of the Fenris Hydralisk and tearing it apart, causing a part of the entire bone crown to be torn off. Augustus, Corporal Faraday and 2 other martial guards rushed to Corporal Pascal, who had fainted on the ground, and grabbed him and dragged him back. When Augustus and others handed Pascal to the medic, a Goliath armed robot was rushing towards the Fenris Hydralisk at the fastest speed. Using the inertia, it used the alloy shield welded on the shoulder of its full range of motion mechanical arm to hit its injured head. The Gatling gun at the position of the other mechanical arm continued to shoot at the Hydralisk's abdomen covered with hard scales, causing the monster to further howl in pain. This golden red Revolutionary Army Goliath armed robot has been modified to a certain extent. The 230mm cannons have been replaced with Gatling guns and mechanical arms that can be replaced with mechanical claws and buckets. Such modifications are common in the hands of the Kel-morians, because Goliath armed robots can accept a considerable degree of modification. Not only that, they can even be equipped with the laser pulse cannon of the Wraith fighter. After the Guild War, the Terran Federation Army also saw the Goliath armed robot, which was modified to adapt to the changing battlefield environment. The most common modification was to replace the machine guns on both sides of the cockpit with flexible multifunctional mechanical arms, which would make the Goliath armed robot more like a larger T-280 space engineering vehicle, rather than a walking giant. The Goliath armed robot's driver fought the Fenris Hydralisk bravely, as if a steel giant was wrestling with a monster. A few hundred yards away, the other 2 Fenris Hydralisks were killing Titus and the Guards Division Battle Company, and 14 or 15 Revolutionary Army soldiers had already fallen to the ground. Dark Templar Zerachel faced a Fenris Hydralisk alone, which made the Revolutionary Army soldiers behind him hesitant and unable to aim decisively. He didn't know when he had jumped onto the huge crown of the Hydralisk, hanging on the edge of the crown with thorns like a matador on the back of a bull so as not to be thrown off by it. As Augustus looked at Zerachel, the Dark Templar Master had already used the psychic blade on his right arm to pierce the hard and thick skull of the Fenris Hydralisk, gouging a huge bloody hole in it. Guards, kill the chrysalis. After noticing that all the Fenris Hydralisks had left the warehouse, Augustus realized this was an opportunity. A team of martial guards rushed forward without hesitation, but at this moment, a crimson scorpion suddenly emerged from the pulsating organic flesh pads under the chrysalis. Its multi-segmented body was 20 feet long, making it look like a giant millipede or a scaled snake. The scorpion itself was a monster, and it raised its upper body like a cobra, and made a hissing sound. It was not the hissing of its vocal organs, but the inhalation sound of its shell contracting. A powerful elite scorpion, the Unclean One. The Unclean opened its hideous mouth and spit out a ball of scarlet neurotoxin towards the martial guards who were close to the worm pupa. The sticky red liquid that fell on the soldier's golden red power armor seeped into the armor in an instant. Almost without any signs or cries, all the people fell down. Augustus fired a burst of bullets at the huge red scorpion worm, but it only splashed a burst of sparks on it. Follow me. He waved his hand, and Corporal Faraday and the remaining martial guards followed their marshal, and rushed towards the huge scorpion worm. But the ground suddenly began to tremble violently, and the thick dark purple fungal carpets collapsed one after another. The walls of the entire warehouse covered with Zerg organisms collapsed in the tremor. A pair of extremely huge eyes appeared from the ground and slowly rose up, and countless curled tentacles broke out of the ground. "Oh my god," Corporal Faraday beside Augustus exclaimed. It was a giant king worm that had buried itself underground. It had awakened and broken free of the concrete blocks, lifting its pupa and the entire warehouse from the ground. It was the largest king worm Augustus had ever seen. When it rose from the ground, hundreds of thorny appendages and tentacles fell from the air like the roots of a banyan tree, along with a large amount of reinforced concrete debris. This king worm was so huge that even the Goliath-armed robot looked small in front of it. Yggdrasil, the world tree in Norse mythology, the middle part of its branches is where humans live. The giant king worm had wisdom that was unmatched by other members of the alien insect group. It looked down at the humans on the ground from a high place, making a thunderous humming sound. The pair of claw-like appendages hanging from its lower abdomen swayed from side to side, and the thick appendages on its body that stored a large amount of helium emitted a dangerous red flash, which came from its terrifying psychic power. Augustus immediately understood that it was probably this extraordinary elite king worm that strengthened the mental connection between the Zerg and made their psionic jammers ineffective. In a buzzing roar, the huge shell of the egg-seeking worm and the capsule underneath it stretched out, and hundreds of Fenris dragons stretched their thin bat-like wings and flew into the air, surrounding it and screaming trickery trickery. At this time, Augustus received a report from the troops guarding outside the checkpoint. The detector showed that a large number of Zerg were approaching through the tunnel worm network. Before the situation got further out of control, the sky suddenly darkened, and a huge circle that was absorbing sunlight appeared. It was a wormhole that was about to take shape. Damn, the number of Zerg is increasing. Titus Finley, who was holding a heavy machine gun and shooting at a Fenris hydralisk, shouted in Augustus's channel. The huge Fenris hydralisk in front of Titus was trying to drag away the Revolutionary Guards Division soldier's chest armor with the bone sickle hydralisk on its forelimbs, while the surrounding soldiers opened fire desperately and roared to kill it. Retreat. Leave this checkpoint immediately. Augustus realized that, even if they buried all their people here, they might not be able to destroy the chrysalis. Insisting on this meaningless attack would only fall into the encirclement of the swarm. The brainworms of the Fenris swarm are quite smart. Although they did not expect the arrival of Augustus and Tacita, they would not be careless. The specialized and rare elites of the entire swarm were deployed around the chrysalis. The brainworms are not the corrupt and greedy federal governors of the Terran Federation or the generals who have mixed in the high-level positions only by background and qualifications. They are smart and cunning, proficient in strategy, and almost never make emotional mistakes. Augustus ordered the troops to retreat, while carrying the martial guard soldiers who had fallen to the ground due to the scorpion's neurotoxin spores. The soldiers were already dying, but the toxins would not kill them immediately. Master, Augustus called Zerachel, but noticed that the other party had already dealt with the Fenris hydralisk, and was standing on the head of the giant kingworm fighting with the red scorpion worm, just like fighting with a giant red snake. Hundreds of Fenris dragons were rushing towards Zerachel, and the heroic Dark Templar was becoming more and more difficult to sustain. At the same time, the height of the egg-seeking worm continued to climb towards the wormhole that was being formed in the sky, until it became a black dot in the sky. After being scratched by the knife-like forelimbs of the red scorpion, Zerachel came to Augustus with a cloud of swirling black smoke. These cunning creatures have evaded my eyes. They have been guarding here to protect the creature in the chrysalis. We need to take a long-term view. A large number of Fenris Zergs are still approaching here. They no longer attack the human cities of Hagi, but gather together and wait to evacuate the planet. The brainworms of this race obviously think that Hagi is no longer safe. Jim. Augustus carried a wounded martial guard soldier on his back regardless of his shame and tears, and contacted the bridge of the Hyperion. Damn it, prepare a tactical nuclear bomb. Not the little one with a yield of 10,000 tons. Take out all our assets. There is also an apocalypse on the Norad III. Yes, it is this one. Where is the target? Raynor asked. Augustus reported a series of longitude and latitude coordinates. There is a wormhole there. Don't worry about it. Just drop the nuclear bomb in. Wow. A voice of exclamation came from Renault. I like this move. A great gift. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel. Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 318, Throwing a Nuclear Bomb into a Wormhole. Before the Fenris Zerg reinforcement could surround them, Augustus's troops quickly but still maintained their organization and order, and withdrew from the border checkpoint outside the city of Grandi. However, the Fenris Zerg seemed to be uninterested in pursuing Augustus' troops. Only a small group of Zerglings followed them slowly, and the rest of the Zerg gathered under the wormhole to guard it. Augustus stopped at a depression 6 miles away from the checkpoint, waiting for the transport ship to land. Below the sea level, the depression was a nearly regular circle, like the part of a coin, that someone had embedded in the soil and then dug out. While gathering the wounded together, he ordered the Goliath armed robots and Arclight siege tanks to build defenses, and sent more than a dozen scout teams to this temporary resettlement. Only then did Augustus's men have time to set up psychic jammers to prevent the Zerg from continuing to pursue. While waiting for the transport ship to arrive, Augustus put down the soldier he was carrying. The soldier's name was Elvin. He was a member of Augustus's loyal Marshal's Guard. Few people knew that Elvin was the only remaining heir of an old noble family in Castelling. When Augustus took off Elvin's armored helmet, he was already in tears because he could no longer fight for the Marshal. A cunning and vicious Fenris Hydralisk cruelly cut off Elvin's 2 legs. Although the servo emergency lock device and hemostatic agent of the power armor had stifled a lot of bleeding, he could no longer fight as a Marshal's Guard soldier. Augustus half knelt in front of Sergeant Elvin and praised the warrior's bravery and patiently told him that he would never abandon him and that he still had a chance to fight as a member of the Revolutionary Army. Titus and Corporal Faraday both stood beside Augustus and watched all this. Corporal Faraday had a serious expression, while Titus smoked silently, feeling particularly unhappy about the scene in front of him. Dark Archon Zarachel leaned over to check the warrior's injuries, but he could do nothing about it. If the Protoss could regenerate the limbs of the wounded, there would be no need for the Dragon Rider mecha, which could be equipped with artificial intelligence instead of the Protoss warriors with broken bodies. Not far away, there were more than 40 wounded revolutionary soldiers and their bodies, and many of them were torn to pieces, and even their bodies were not recovered. Among the survivors, some were very brave and did not say a word, while others were crying silently. They were the bravest warriors, who had experienced battles of all sizes and even saved many people from the sharp teeth and claws of the Zerg, but honor could not make these warriors invulnerable. After comforting Sergeant Elwin like his own brother and son, Augustus walked towards the other wounded. Some of them were lucky and only had their armor pierced by the sharp sickle limbs of the springtail. After returning to Umagen for treatment and recuperation, they had a chance to pick up their guns again, but others were not so lucky. The soldiers who were infected by the deadly toxin of the giant scorpion worm did not last long, and all died of brain tissue suffocation caused by the neurotoxin. Augustus had lost count of how many dead warriors he had said goodbye to. He had thought he would remember all their names, but he failed to do so in the end. There were so many casualties that it would take Augustus several days just to read out the list of names. After assuring the wounded that they would receive prompt medical treatment, Augustus rushed to a high hill outside the depression and used a telescope to observe the checkpoint they had escaped from. He could not see exactly how many Zerg there were, but he could see the black, twisted wormhole in the sky. It was already afternoon in the local time, and the sun was low in the sky. The sunlight was light orange, which contrasted well with the blue sky of Hagi. If it were normal times, Augustus might have the leisure to appreciate this scene. The space here was pure like a piece of glass, blue with green, as if it came from the plateau. At this time of year in Grandi, especially in windy weather, the temperature has been maintained at around 10 degrees Celsius. Without the servo system inside the power armor, Augustus and his men would have to waste their attention on the bad weather. The Zerg are going to run away. Titus stood on Augustus' right hand and said maliciously, "The Zerg are ready to leave Hegji. Their mission has been completed." Zarachel said, "We failed to keep the chrysalis and the Seeker named Gabriel Tosh in Hegji forever." Augustus lamented. He was now more worried about the fate of everyone in the Kaprulu sector, including his family, rather than Tosh alone. The Overmind will use Tosh to create a character similar to the Queen of Blades Sarah Kerrigan. He will become a terrifying character with an immortal body and powerful psionic power, rather than a brain worm that cannot protect itself when encountering an enemy like the Dark Templar. This new swarm agent will also be the key to the Zerg's escape from the slavery of the corrupted Zelnagaraman, which is why the Overmind has to create such a creature. However, Sarah Kerrigan should be irreplaceable. She is not only the strongest human seeker in history, but also a unique human who has some other connection with the Zerg. No one can replace Kerrigan, and the Overmind must not be very satisfied with Tosh as a replacement. What Augustus is more worried about is that Tosh may not be the only candidate for the Zerg agent. In any case, Augustus can no longer kill Tosh. At this moment, in Augustus's vision, the overlords and dragons that cover the sky are flying around the wormhole, and from time to time a group of dragons from other directions rush into the wormhole. This is the Hyperion. This is Jim. The fusion strike is ready. When can we send the nuclear bomb in? Raynor's voice came from the communication channel at this time. Now, Augustus said. Okay, let me find that red button. Raynor replied, I didn't like this thing in the past. A light press can decide the life and death of hundreds of millions of people. But if the ones who get hit by the nuclear bomb are the Zerg, then I won't have so much burden. That's our limited inventory. Even for ship strikes, tactical nuclear bombs can be used. It seems that we have to tighten our belts for some days. After all, we can't build such a large fusion weapon now. Pay attention to the sky, guys. In 8 minutes, nuclear bombs will rain in some areas of Grande City on the Star Hagi. Jim Raynor reports for you. So we will see big fireworks soon. Titus was also on this channel. A few minutes later, the first curved trail crossed the sky above Augustus' head. It was a small tactical nuclear bomb with a TNT equivalent of 20,000 tons, followed by the second, third, and fourth. The one with the brightest trail was the Apocalypse class nuclear bomb, and the energy it released far exceeded the sum of all other tactical nuclear bombs. If there was a command center near Augustus with a top-notch sensor array, radar antenna and signal sensing tower installed on the top, then he must have received the alarm that the mechanical intelligent adjutant detected the fusion strike on the way. Fusion strike weapons. Primitive but powerful. Zarachil was also staring at the sky with his eyes emitting green light. Whenever these nuclear bombs fall on the enemy's head instead of our own, this is my favorite thing. Ty just roared, I can't wait to see which lucky guys will be hit by the nuclear bombs. I have said it long ago. Damn worms, we have long way to go. Augustus watched at least 40 nuclear missiles fly towards the wormhole. The Zerg tried to intercept those nuclear bombs, but it was useless. More than 30 nuclear bombs passed through the wormhole, and the rest detonated above the checkpoint. The world suddenly turned extremely white, and the light was enough to blind a human's eyes. The ground began to shake, and red clouds rose in the area. Jim, report to you. Augustus, we detected that the energy released by the wormhole in Hagi is weakening, and it is likely to collapse soon. Half a minute later, Raynor contacted Augustus. It's a pity that we can't see what happens behind the wormhole, but I guess it must be exciting. I hope those nuclear bombs can kill Tosh. Augustus shook his head. He had done everything he could. Although Augustus was not a fatalist, he could only say that everything was left to fate. The place where Augustus had fought just now had been razed to the ground, and the wormhole disappeared completely. The shock wave generated by the nuclear explosion tore apart all the Zerg there. My detector shows that the Zerg on Hagi are evacuating several major settlements. It's strange that they don't plan to continue the attack and eat all the people. Raynor said in Augustus's channel. The Overmind is not trying to conquer Hagi, but is only trying to find the Zerg agent on this planet. Augustus explained, before our fleet and Tacitus' fleet arrived, the Zerg did not need to evacuate immediately. But after the Protoss fleet came here, the Zerg gave up, because the Protoss would blow up the entire planet sooner or later. Raynor said, this is the Protoss style, so Hagi's strategic value to the Zerg is equal to 0. If only we came, it would be hard to say. Augustus said. The latest movement of the Zerg fleet was discovered. The Zerg Leviathan in Hagi's high altitude orbit is retreating, and it looks like they are about to leave here. Raynor cheered again. Good things come in pairs. The next step will be much simpler. Augustus announced his order. Once it is confirmed that the Zerg Leviathan has left, immediately send 2 additional divisions to the surface of Hiji. We need to clear all the remaining Zerg and Federation forces on Hiji. I hope the governors and generals of Hiji can cooperate with us more. After all, we are not here to save them. Raynor muttered. I heard that you have some wounded. The Alpha Squadron science ship Amerigo is entering Hiji's atmosphere to support you. If the weather in that area is good enough, you should be able to see the behemoth now. As Raynor was speaking, a huge object appeared above them. It was a science ship with a diameter of more than 1,700 feet, about 530 meters. This bright white painted Alpha Squadron science ship is made of a wide metal frame and solid electroplated steel plates. The sloped superstructure is equipped with a cutting-edge sensor array and a landing platform. In the light of the plasma thruster, it looks like a steel mobile platform floating in the sky. This supergiant exploration ship is almost equivalent to a mobile space station. It can also be transformed to take on the work of a mothership, and can dock fighters, transport planes, and load sufficient supplies and personnel. However, the science ship of this period did not have the ability to defend itself, and was also an auxiliary ship incorporated into the main fleet. Therefore, there were 2 squadrons of nearly 100 latest Wraith fighters escorting the Amerigo, and these fighters were all from the Nova Squadron, fleet that had just joined the Revolutionary Army. One after another, Apod transport ships took off from the science ship and landed in the depression where Augustus was, sending all the people on the Amerigo science ship. After commanding the crew to send the wounded to the first aid station of the Amerigo, Augustus walked into the interior of the science ship. The Amerigo was a large ship, and its internal aisles and corridors were even wider than those of the Hyperion. At the same time, because it was a scientific research and exploration ship, the proportion of its internal laboratories and warehouses was much larger than that of giant ships such as battle cruisers, because science ships did not need to carry fighters and other weapons. Its internal structure, including the design of the crew cabin, entertainment area and canteen area, was more humane, unlike the cold and pragmatic style of the fleet's warships. Augustus led Titus and the others through the corridors and the elevator to the Amerigo's control room, and the Dark Templar Zerachil followed him silently. Although Zerachil still had various worries, he usually just buried them in his heart. That was not because the Protoss was a taciturn race. Whenever Zerachil talked about something, it often meant that he had thought about it countless times in his mind and had his own answer. The Amerigo's control room was far from being as wide as the Hyperion's bridge that could overlook the entire battlefield, but it could barely be called a combat center. The observation window glass between the fine steel guard plates seemed too narrow, but the control panel display screens connected to the detector sensors and sensors replaced the commander's eyes, allowing him to see more information. The captain of this scientific ship was Lieutenant Commander Mal Heisenberg, a middle-aged man with golden curly hair, and his every move was elegant like a Tarsanus noble, and Titus would privately call it affectation. Marshal Mengsk, the Zerg life signals on Hiji are now less than 100,000. Lieutenant Colonel Heisenberg saluted Augustus upon seeing him coming in. Considering that the Leviathan in orbit has been evacuated, the Zerg population on Hiji should not increase in the short term. Augustus did not dislike noble officers like Heisenberg, as long as he was talented and proved to be loyal. After being read by the psychic, he would trust him. We must clear out all the Zerg and main nests on Hiji to prevent the Zerg swarm from continuing to expand, and use fire to prevent them from reviving. Augustus walked past Lieutenant Colonel Heisenberg, turned around and looked at everyone behind him, and said with a serious and resolute expression. Chapter 319 The Messenger of Justice. 2492. Montecato, a suburb of Grand, in the morning light. This is a town that rose from oasis agriculture. The developed irrigation industry and the use of giant agricultural machinery have made it possible. The impact fan area at the foot of the giant crater has become one of the main food production areas of Hiji. It is precisely such scattered agricultural and industrial areas that provide food and raw materials for the city. The surrounding craters can shield Montecato and Grand behind it from the strong winds of Hiji that can blow up houses and livestock. It is not only a natural barrier, but also part of the local strange and alien landscape. This was once one of the few natural landscapes in Hiji that could be shown on postcards, because other places were either deserts or endless craters. However, when the new year came, all the beauty was gone. The Zerg attacked the town at midnight on January 3rd, when people were still asleep. Countless screaming, nightmare-like monsters fell from the sky, with hideous giant mouths and bright shield-shaped crowns, and broke into this quiet town like a torrent in the mountains. The sounds made by these hideous monsters seemed to come from all the fantasies of humans about alien monsters in thrillers, from the screams of ghosts. At first, only a few people realized that they were attacked. By the time the sheriff in the town called the local garrison, the streets were already full of ferocious skinned dogs and twisted creatures like giant snakes. The swarm slaughtered more than 6,000 people in one night, leaving less than 200 town residents who survived by relying on the wreckage of a colonial ship left over from the early colonial era and the weapons in a federal outpost. People used huge agricultural tillage machinery and harvesters to build the last line of defense and struggled to survive in despair. On this morning, when the morning light just sprinkled on the bloodshot people from the bunker shooting hole in the center of Monte Cato, which was originally the cockpit of the colonial mothership, the crackling sound of the alien insect shells and spikes colliding with each other was heard again. That was the swarm on the move, a group of swift, organized, abominable creatures that moved like insects crossing a field on a summer day, buzzing across the ridges. The smooth carapace of each Zerg shone a brilliant metallic hue in the sunlight, and their thin leaf-veined wings vibrated the air, making a crackling sound. The streets were already devastated, with street lamps lying across the center of the road, and everywhere was broken glass, rubble, and human corpses that had been gnawed into pieces. People died in different postures. Some were bitten off their necks by Zerglings that jumped on their necks as they walked along the street, and others were cut into pieces by roaring hydralisks. The streets were stained red with blood. These ugly alien creatures, which looked like a cross between reptiles and insects, were extremely unfamiliar to the people of Monte Cato. They had only heard a few words from the radio programs of the Un-Universe News Network, but they had never thought that Zerg would appear on the remote planet of Hiji. In just over 20 hours, those creatures that seemed to have walked out of a nightmare have brought too many painful memories to the people here. The sleepless townspeople picked up their last weapons, the police station's grenade launchers, electromagnetic pistols, shotguns, and even the sickles that farmers usually use to weed. These weapons allow these farmers who have never received professional military training to have some ability to fight back when facing the alien insects. If it weren't for the harsh strong wind environment and agricultural labor in Hiji that forged the strong physique and tenacious will of the townspeople, they would not be able to hold on until now. Mayor Gray of Monte Cato was once a soldier and interstellar adventurer. He has been to many places in the Kaprulu sector and has seen the profit-seeking Kel-morians and the Umayans who always talk about democracy and freedom. He has seen the most vicious people and the most upright people. Mayor Gray had fought against illegal colonists, mercenaries, scavengers, scrap recyclers, and interstellar pirates. He knew all kinds of people, and his magnificent life was enough to be written into a book. But Mayor Gray had never seen these hideous monsters in front of him. If Manon Threz wants to punish the disrespectful, she can punish me instead of the people in this town. Mayor Gray walked in front of the defense line built by more than a dozen agricultural harvesters and cranes, constantly encouraging the townspeople with weapons with words. The federal sheriff of the town died heroically when the alien Zerg arrived. Now Mayor Gray is the only commander here. If you hold on for another day, the army will come. Don't give up. For your family and children, don't give up. We must continue to live. In the Grand Area, Voodoo is a sect with a considerable influence, almost able to compete with Christianity. Because the Voodoo priests had just held a witchcraft ceremony outside Monte Cato when the new year arrived, many people believed that the Zerg invasion was related to the Voodoo goddess of death, Manon Threz. No one responded to Mayor Gray's words. Everyone had been fighting for a night and was extremely tired. To this day, Mayor Gray still felt that it was unreal that these hastily built houses could last so long in front of the Zerg army. The only explanation was that the main force of the Zerg easily entered Monte Cato and then turned to attack the city, leaving these unappreciated people here to struggle. It was simply a fantasy to expect these people who trembled at the sight of the Zerg to withstand the Zerg's offensive. The ammunition was almost exhausted. If the federal garrison in Grandee did not send more people over, the remaining people would have to fight the Zerg with hoes. However, Mayor Gray knew that support would not come again. The enemy this time was not just some space pirates or small-scale rebels, but the Zerg, a vast sea of Zerg that devoured everything. Mayor Gray looked up at the sky, and the huge kingworm seemed to be right above his head. No one had taught the mayor about the Zerg, but he believed that these giant creatures in the sky must be commanding the entire swarm of Zerg. As the buzzing sound got closer and closer, Mayor Gray and the people around him could almost smell the stench of the Zerg's bloody mouths filled with saliva and poisonous liquid. The small monsters in the front were jumping back and forth swiftly between the walls and rubble of the ruins, and from time to time they made shrill screams. They looked like coyotes with skin ringworms, extremely ugly. Today, Mayor Gray noticed that the attacking Zerg were no longer as orderly as before. From time to time, Zerg stopped to gnaw on human corpses on the ground, and even fought each other for a piece of meat. The scene was bloody, but this was not a good thing for Mayor Gray and his colony. These Zerg were no longer as orderly as before, but they were also hungrier. The first round of firing was from the few C7 electromagnetic guns in the colony. They should have been discarded by the federal army, but they were already the magic weapons in the hands of these people. The weapons of the Tyranids were not helpless against the Zerg's shells, but what the townspeople lacked now was the accuracy of aiming. When facing a large-scale, densely packed Zerg, even random aiming could still hit them, but now it was difficult to hit the extremely sensitive Zerglings. Mayor Gray grabbed a double-barreled shotgun that had been with him for many years and fired at a gap between a tiller and a grain thresher. He fired more than a dozen shots in a row, but none of them hit the target, as if the Zergling he was aiming at reacted faster than the speed of the bullet. A few lucky guys or experienced hunters shot one or two Zerglings, but it did not have much effect on the situation on the entire battlefield. As the Zerglings climbed up the shelves of a large seed transport truck, the friction between their claws and steel made the townspeople feel like they were falling into an ice cellar. Mayor Gray could even hear the excited purring of the Zerglings from a distance of a freight truck. This reminded Mayor Gray of a dog begging for food and a cat playing with mice. This time, humans were just meat in the mouths of the Zerglings. Some people began to cry, and all their courage had been exhausted in the nightmare of yesterday. People knew that, once the Zerglings crossed the barrier built by the vehicles, even a Zergling that was not much bigger than a large dog could easily harvest the lives of dozens or even more people. Mayor Gray gritted his teeth and roared at the coward who disturbed the morale of the army, but the next moment a Fenris Zergling with a bright green shell jumped into the crowd and started killing like a wolf among sheep. The closest to the Zergling was a middle-aged man holding a semi-automatic rifle. He wore simple framed glasses and had conspicuous muscles and a sturdy physique. The man was the blacksmith at the town school, still forging farm tools and furniture using centuries-old techniques. He was a generous man who used to drink with Mayor Gray, but the Zergling simply leaped forward and grabbed the blacksmith, Crowley using its sharp fangs and claws to tear the man to pieces, and the latter died before he could even utter a wail. Then it jumped up from the corpse, arched its back, and pounced on the next victim, biting a half-grown boy who was defending with the adults in half like tearing a piece of rag. More Fenris Zerglings jumped down, ruthlessly harvesting people's lives. No. It's gnawing on my leg. Save me. Save me. Scream after scream further destroyed the will of the townspeople, and the wails on the verge of despair did not sound like something that could be uttered by humans. Despair failed to destroy Mayor Gray, a Hemingway-like tough guy, as he rushed towards a Zergling that was gnawing on a woman, trying to attract its attention by shouting. The Fenris Zergling that was gnawing on the woman's soft face was attracted by Mayor Gray shouting. It threw away the prey in its hand and jumped towards him. Each jump was 6 or 7 feet high, and it flew forward. Damn bastard. Mayor Gray stood still and shot at the alien insect, but 2 consecutive shots missed. When the mayor was ready to reload and shoot again, the Zergling was only a few feet away from him. Mayor Gray had not yet admitted defeat. He pulled out a dagger that had been with him for more than 30 years and prepared to fight the Zergling. At this time, a roar from a fighter plane reached Mayor Gray's ears. It was a golden red Wraith fighter plane diving towards the ground, followed by at least 20 Wraith fighter planes, Avenger fighter planes and Apod transport ships. The bright ice blue tail was like the wings of a blue phoenix. The beautiful Wraith fighter spun and used its 25mm pulse laser cannons under its wings and belly to shoot several orange-red beams at the ground. After a burst of burning sensation, the Zergling in front of Mayor Gray was immediately burned to ashes by the laser. The Wraith fighter flew very low, almost passing over Mayor Gray's head. He recognized the logo on the tail stabilizer of the fighter at a glance, a golden, powerful arm wrapped around a whip on the shiny crimson primer of the fighter, and a golden 5-pointed star between the arm and the whip. The Car Revolutionary Army. It's beautiful, look at that fighter. No matter how the news channel discredited this army in the past, in Mayor Gray's eyes, they were the saviors of himself and the townspeople. It's the Revolutionary Army's fighters. They are here to save us. Another formation of 5 Wraith fighters flew over the people's heads, and the Zerg in the crowd fell to the ground one after another, burning under the laser pulse beams. The people who were still alive were stunned. They looked up at the sky in disbelief, cheering or crying. These people may not recognize that this was the famous Korhal rebels instead of the regular forces of the Terran Federation, but they knew that it was a human fighter plane, a human army. 2 Apod 33 transport ships painted in the same golden red color tore through the sky and landed among the people with the roar of the engine and the wind raised by the thrusters. One after another, Goliath-armed robots walked out of the open hatch with heavy steps, and the rotating automatic machine gun swept the remaining Zerglings. The torrent of caseless bullets was like a roaring torrent of steel. A ferocious Fenris Zergling was about to pounce on a panicked child, but it was immediately swept down by the bullets of the 30mm machine gun. A modified Goliath-armed robot used the diamond drill on its modified automatic multifunctional arm to smash the crown of a hydralisk and its brain, and then stepped on a Fenris Zergling that was swept down by the machine gun to death. A team of fully armed revolutionary soldiers in red power armor. The leading soldier stretched out his hand to show the armband with a black panda head on his right arm and made an attacking gesture. Kill all these bugs. The political commissar of the Revolutionary Army waved his powerful right hand. All civilians get on board immediately. We are the Revolutionary Army. Repeat, we are the Revolutionary Army. Although the progress of the saved manuscript is touching, I still ask for a recommendation vote. I want to get a milestone of 30,000 recommendations. AHH. Chapter 320 Thunderstrike. January 7th morning. Grandi Administrative Region, Revolutionary Army base in Montecato. As in the past wars with the Zerg, the reliable Revolutionary Army Engineering Corps would set about building fortifications, bases, or outposts around certain buildings after the combat troops recaptured cities and towns. This was originally the central square of Montecato town, but now it has been transformed into a base surrounded by more than a dozen supply depots, warehouses, barracks, heavy factories and command centers. The wide open space with anti-aircraft missile towers standing in the middle of these red painted buildings is the location of the landing platform and the battlefield medical center. Montecato town, which was once a hunting ground for Fenris Zerg, has been swept by the Revolutionary Army Airborne Division. More than 100 Zerg hiding in houses, vehicles, and irrigation canals have been completely eliminated. The work of collecting the bodies of the dead townspeople and repairing the damaged roads and living facilities began on the day of clearing the Zerg. Even though the Revolutionary Army had many experiences with the Zerg, the extremely tragic bodies on the streets and in the houses of residents still made it difficult for the soldiers who were doing the body collection to eat normally for many days. In order to prevent the Zerg virus from spreading in the military camp through the creeping fungus, the Revolutionary Army burned all the fungus with refined high-energy gas fuel, and then cremated all the bodies and buried them. All steps and procedures must be strictly followed. The next day, a storm washed away most of the blood, as if it also took away all the people who had lived here in the nightmare. The survivors were temporarily placed on a scientific ship of the Nova Squadron, where they would be tested to confirm whether they were carrying the deadly Zerg virus. Because the Revolutionary Army found that the infection in Haji was more terrible than those in the Serra and Antigua systems, If the Fenris tribe is a tribe that excels in sophisticated and efficient hunting, then the tribe of Carlos, another brainworm that came to Hagi, is a tribe that excels in infection. They are even more inclined to drive infected humans to fight. Hagi's Zerg virus has changed greatly compared to the previous ones. The RNA sequence has undergone fundamental changes. It can be said that it is two completely different viruses from before. Just like the Zerg itself has been evolving, the virus has also been changing. This is also the real reason why human technology has never been able to develop an effective antidote. The Zerg virus mutates too quickly and cannot be cured at all. Augustus once asked Tacitus for help, but because a Protoss cannot be infected by the Zerg, there is no need for the Protoss to develop an antidote in this regard before, and Tacitus does not have enough scientists around him to carry out related research and development work. If Augustus wants to get help from the Protoss in the future, he can only count on Ea. At this time, an Apod transport ship painted with the Heaven's Devil was landing on the helipad of the base. When Augustus, wearing a dark grey cloak with golden wolf head epaulets, walked down the gangway of the transport ship, a colonel brigade commander of the Revolutionary Army's 1st Guard Division and a dozen senior officers and staff were standing there waiting for him with their backs straight. The strong wind of Hagi blew the lapels and long hems of the dark grey military coats of the Revolutionary Army officers, and a crimson flag fluttered in the wind. Marshal, the main nest of the Zerg in the Grandi region has been cleared, and the remaining Zerg have fled into the well-developed wormholes underground. The dark and narrow underground caves are the battlefield terrain they are best at. Colonel Gorod, the commander of the 1st Brigade of the Guard Division, saluted Augustus and said, Colonel Gorod was originally an army captain of the 33rd Ground Assault Division, Augustus's brother, and came from the isolated colonial world of Tartarus. After his old boss Augustus Mengsk publicly declared that he was an enemy of the Terran Federation, he chose to withdraw from the army and proved his loyalty to Augustus. Colonel, I want to know how many people you saved. Augustus stood on the crowded tarmac, with Titus Finley and Corporal Faraday guarding him on both sides. One of them was full of impatience, while the other raised his head slightly, because of a sense of honor and mission. We sent companies, special tactical forces and rangers to all areas where there might be survivors, but we weren't able to save many people. Colonel Gorod sighed. Apart from the cities, the outlying villages and towns have at most some machine gun turrets and missile turrets to defend against bandits and space pirates, and there are no policies or measures to deal with the Zerg invasion. This is still considered good. The vast slums of Hagi are where the most casualties occurred. We probably only rescued more than 20,000 people, not counting those in the cities. The conservative estimate of the death toll is more than 3 million. The colonel then gave the specific numbers. There were almost no casualties. Only a few Hagi people who were not sure whether they were lucky or unlucky were burned by the acid of the alien dragon and saved their lives by pretending to be dead. You've done a good job. At least we have saved so many people. When facing the Zerg, we can only try to be an optimist. Although Augustus said this, his face was not very good. All the rescued people have been properly settled. Colonel Gorod continued, unfortunately, among them, about 8,000 people have been infected to varying degrees. But do your best, and accept your fate. Augustus was silent for a moment, as if mourning for those people. This is probably the most despairing thing. They escaped when they thought they were going to be eaten by the Zerg, but then they learned that they would soon become hideous and twisted monsters. This kind of joy and sorrow after surviving a disaster is enough to make people mentally collapse. When will the people in the biological laboratory find a way to deal with the Zerg infection? I don't want to be infected with a strange disease that will turn me into an idiot. Titus said. I'm afraid this can't be solved in a day or two. The Zerg virus has been mutating, and the people of Francus are completely helpless against it. Augustus was silent for a while, and then asked Colonel Gorod, what about the movement of the Federation troops in the city? I learned that they are sending reconnaissance planes to the outlying villages and abandoned outposts. Since the Federation noticed that the large Zerg force had evacuated Hagi, its military actions have become more and more bold. 10 minutes ago, a Federation garrison just exchanged fire with our garrison at the new St. Francis Church. As the colonel spoke, Augustus glanced around and strode towards the command center with a vigorous and strong style. No matter how approachable and easygoing Augustus was in his daily life, he was now accustomed to giving orders from a high position. Augustus was a stern marshal who always remained calm, serious, restrained and convincing. He was also a charismatic commander without surprise. He was extremely confident, but that did not turn into arrogance. In any case, what kind of person Augustus was depended on who commented on it, and what position these people held. Some people began to worry that Augustus, who was in a high position, would be farther and farther away from all the people he swore to protect, but more people thought that was just nonsense. "Go on, Colonel," Augustus said as he walked. "Once the Federation army is convinced that the Zerg have evacuated Hagi, they will most likely launch an attack on us immediately." The colonel said, "They are detecting our outposts and bases more and more frequently, and refusing to communicate with our troops, even when our army is fighting the Zerg. This is a sign of an upcoming large-scale attack. General Saul Kurek knows that there is absolutely no possibility of peace talks between the Federation army and the Revolutionary army." Augustus had already walked into the command center while he was speaking. A battle map drawn by Colonel Gorod was displayed on the wall facing the door of the operations room. The command room was well lit, with transparent glass on both sides. Officers and staff stood on both sides when Augustus walked towards the battle map. "If I were you, I wouldn't waste my time talking to those Federation bastards." Titus couldn't help but say as Augustus examined the battle map. "This is one of the rare times I agree with you, Titus." Augustus nodded, "But I believe that the first to launch an attack will be Hagi's federal army. I asked someone to investigate the information of the local military commander, Sol Korhal. His career in peacetime was mediocre, and he never fought any tough battles. This person is like Duke, who likes to show off his military achievements and fabricated exploits, but he is a complete idiot," he said. "He has appeared on the cover of Hagi fashion magazine many times, posing and flirting. He is more like a politician and star who likes to show off. You know, Titus, I have always favored people who are willing to do things down to earth. Wait, if our Korhal wants to attack us first, then he will definitely make big mistakes in tactics and strategy. The enemy will be the first to show its weakness when it is well rested. This is what I learned from my swordsmanship teacher. The Zerg siege of the city of Grandi caused heavy losses to the garrison there, but if they continue to rely on their strong fortifications to hold out, unless they use orbital bombardment to destroy the entire city, well, since they have withstood the Zerg's attack, there is no reason for us to be able to take it easily," said Colonel Gorod. "But I think the military commander of the Federation may rush to attack without even figuring out how many troops we have deployed in Hagi. I don't believe he has the guts to do that." Titus said, "We are not some poorly equipped local militia or small pirates. Most importantly, the bastards in the Nova Squadron have just surrendered to us. If they kneel down and beg Master Finley now, I might be able to spare them out of kindness, right?" Calling the command center, "I'm Lieutenant Colonel Rowan, the commander of the 34th Battalion. The Federation Army has launched an attack on Hill 1174. We have at least 2.5 motorized infantry divisions and 2 armored regiments in front of us." At this time, the holographic projection screen inside the command room suddenly lit up. The voice on the other side was intermittent, obviously interfered by the Federation equipment. "Hold your position. Reinforcement will be here soon." Colonel Gorod replied immediately. "Look what I said." Augustus found the location of Hill 1174 on the battle map and noticed that the area was an extremely wide plain, which was quite suitable for armored units and large quarter fight. But that also means that this hastily launched federal army will become a sitting duck for the Revolutionary Air Force. They can't hold their breath anymore, he said in a deep voice. "Now it's our turn to strike hard." Upon receiving the order, the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd Armored Brigades of the Revolutionary Army will immediately set out along the Bivokal-Tolan Road to support Hill 1174. If possible, advance all the way. Augustus drew the route of the attack on the battle map. The 2 Goliath robot armored battalions of the 2nd, 5th, and 7th Divisions of the Revolutionary Army in the Solon area and the 4 artillery regiments of Ward will set out from their bases to the east and head straight for Grandi City. Xander Maximum will be the commander-in-chief of this operation. He said. This military operation will be carried out with the cooperation of the Air Force. Please read the mission briefing issued in detail for the specific time and space arrangements. Augustus took off his gloves and threw them on the command table next to him. Tell the generals that I hope to see Governor Hedgie before sunset. Yes, Marshal. The officers and staff in the command room immediately saluted and took the documents on the table to carry out their tasks. Colonel Gorid was still standing beside Augustus because the main task of his troops now was to protect Augustus in the command center. The outcome of this battle is already determined. Titus laughed. How long can we stay in Hiji? Brothers have been running back and forth in Antigua, Char and Hiji for so long. It's time to have a good rest. The Zerg won't rest, Titus. Augustus said. If the enemy doesn't rest, I won't rest either. Once we finish this matter with Hiji, we will immediately return to Antigua Prime. By the way, has anyone seen Zerachel, the Dark Archon of the Dark Templar? He has been missing since he returned to the Parliament from that abandoned federal border checkpoint. I guess that sneaky guy must be planning something bad. At this time, Titus suddenly asked. When Hiji was first discovered, there were many ancient city ruins on it. You should know that there were no humans here originally. If cultural relics are found, they must be aliens. This is the work of human archaeologists in the Kaprulu sector. Augustus said. Before leaving, Zarachel told me that there is probably an ancient Zelnaga temple on this planet. Temple. We have been dealing with mysterious guys during this period. You should believe those who will steal your thoughts. Titus shrugged. In the following time, Augustus and Titus have been waiting in the command center for reports sent back by the frontline troops. The 1st of July 11:45, the 1st Armored Brigade arrived at Hill 1174 and has engaged the enemy. The 2nd and 3rd Armored Brigades are north of the Grande River. The headquarters of the 1st Armored Brigade the 1st of July 13:23. The 5th Division has completed the siege of the main city of Grande. The enemy troops defending the city not only refused to surrender, but also dared to fight back against us and resisted stubbornly. The headquarters of the 5th Division of the Revolutionary Army the 1st of July 14:06. The enemy on the front of Hill 1174 began to retreat, but it did not turn into a rout. Our troops are pursuing them. The 1st Armored Brigade headquarters the 1st of July 16:38. Our troops entered the city, and the defenders were retreating towards the governor's mansion the 1st of July 16:57. Our troops entered the governor's mansion of Hiji the 1st of July 17:04. Our army won a great victory. After friendly negotiations, Hiji Governor and McMaster agreed to accept the summons of Marshal Augustus Mengsk before sunset. Commander General Xander Maximum. Thanks for voting. Chapter 321 Governor Hiji. The sunset in Grande is as punctual as the sunrise. In the past, Governor Hage and McMaster would always stand on the top floor of the governor's mansion in Grande at this time and admire the silver-white high-altitude suspended train tracks surrounding the city center and the shuttles between the interstellar port and space in the brilliant and short afterglow of sunset. In the gradually dimming afterglow, the roofs of the city were plated with a layer of gold. When countless hazy colorful lights were lit, the governor would think of the prosperous metropolis of Tarsinus instead of this backward planet that was as desolate as a stone. Planets and cities should be crawling at the feet of the founding family McMaster. But now, this honorable Governor Hage, the highest decision maker of this colony and the manager of the galaxy, is crawling and trembling at the feet of the rebel leader Augustus Mengsk. Perhaps because he had heard that Augustus Mengsk could eat people, or because he had heard rumors that the Revolutionary Army had shot federal officials, he did not even dare to look up at the man in front of him in a dark gray military coat. Hello, Mr. End McMaster. I met your cousin in Tarsinus a few years ago. He is a very easygoing person. Augustus sat down on the governor's luxurious chair inlaid with a huge sapphire. In the strong wind, raised by the hem of the dark grey coat, Augustus raised one foot and placed it on top of the other. I hope you do the same. At this moment, Governor Ent McMaster was kneeling at Augustus' feet in a posture that was almost like prostrating himself. Fortunately, the floor of the entire governor's office was covered with soft wool carpets, Otherwise the governor would have been shivering with cold when the cold wind blew in from the door. But Augustus never asked McMaster to kneel, and he would not ask anyone to kneel to him. It would be more accurate to say that Governor Hedgie knelt down before Augustus than to say that he collapsed to the ground out of fear. When Augustus just walked in from outside, his cold grey eyes only glanced at McMaster and frightened him to the ground. This made Augustus wonder what false claims the federal government and UN had made against him. In addition to eating children, he didn't know what other tricks the federal government had come up with recently. There's no need to be so polite, Mr. Governor. Titus and Corporal Faraday stood behind Augustus. The former was a burly man with a hideous scar on his face and a fierce look in his eyes. Although the latter looked much more respectable, he was holding a Gauss rifle in his hand. Titus stared at Governor Hedges' trembling body with mockery in his eyes. I thought that those who could become governors were at least capable people. Now look, what kind of idiots are these? An idiot can control a colony. The Federation is completely finished. How many federal governors have we seen in these years? Except for that tough guy Pryor, the others don't seem to have a good ending. Hearing what Titus said, the fat on Governor McMaster's face trembled immediately. The McMaster family is one of the founding families of Tarsinus Prime. They are a prominent family mainly engaged in politics. They firmly occupy a lot of voice in the federal parliament. The Speaker of the Parliament is either from the Tagore family or a McMaster. With more than 200 years of development, the power of this family has long extended from Tarsinus to many colonies of the Federation, and even the ancient families in these colonies are mostly their vassals. Due to the advancement of artificial insemination and other technologies, the McMaster family has many descendants, and their shadows can be seen in all walks of life and all aspects of the Terran Federation. To be the governor of a colony, McMaster can never be just a weak and incompetent person. He must have his shining points. For example, he is very good at making money and is proficient in connections. In the early days of the Terran Federation's expansion of colonies, family background and bloodline were not synonymous with nobility. If a person could become the governor of an entire colony, he would definitely be a respectable leader. The leader of the interstellar colonial era should be an upright, diligent, responsible, and charismatic person. But now, the appointment of a governor is often related to a myriad of relationships and interest chains. The Parliament and the Creation family are doing their best to gain power and wealth through these positions, or both. Stand up, Ent McMaster, don't bring shame to your glorious family. Augustus also said, stand up, that will make outsiders think I'm a slave owner or a violent person. Governor McMaster staggered when he struggled to stand up, and it took a long time for him to stand up. In the past, the governor should have scolded the servants around him, but now those people are free, and no one will bow down in front of him anymore. When the governor sat down on a chair opposite at the signal of Augustus, two revolutionary soldiers in military uniforms walked towards him with the sound of boots, and stood on both sides of him, as if he, the distinguished governor, was a prisoner waiting for trial. Hello, brave Marshal Augustus Mengsk, the savior of the people. Your wisdom and bravery have long been widely known among the nobles of Tarsinus. McMaster has not flattered others for a long time, but he still hasn't forgotten how to please the stronger. More than a dozen hours ago, McMaster said something different. He even called Augustus Mengsk a wild dog and a vampire. Really? People of the Creation family are so consistent in what they say and what they mean. It's better for my enemies to worship me than for them to hate me. Augustus smiled kindly at Governor McMaster. It's nice to see you here. Me too. I'm glad too. McMaster's expression had nothing to do with happiness. Before Augustus could say anything else, Corporal Faraday suddenly whispered to Augustus, Marshal, just now, General Sol Kurik, the federal military commander of Haji, shot himself. I know. Augustus sighed, but did not feel sorry. Mr. Governor, no. I will tell you everything. I don't want to die. I don't want to be killed. I know how you deal with people like me. McMaster suddenly got a start and shouted, almost shouting at Augustus to spare his life. You are quite self-aware. Titus laughed. How could we do that? Augustus was stunned at first, then he laughed. That's you. Please rest assured, I won't hang you. He said, I would rather arrange for you to go mining, to the gas refinery, to look after the exhaust valves, in short, to give you a chance to start a new life. You only need to admit that the governor's office and the grand city government colluded with each other, embezzled taxes and used voodoo sects to traffic in people. As for the more disgusting part, I don't even want to say it. Augustus said, just tell the truth. There is no need to exaggerate. Mr. Governor, whether you can survive the rest of your life in the shameful years to come depends on how many people you can drag into the water. Then sort out the evil things that the McMaster family has done over the years and tell in detail about how you passed legislation to bankrupt the farmers of Peritalta and then dumped your own food company's products on a large scale. McMaster hesitated and looked up, but found that several cameras were already aimed at him. Augustus soon lost interest in Governor McMaster. He stood up and walked towards the huge glass window of the governor's office. The greatest value of this Governor Hagi is that he can help the Revolutionary Army obtain evidence to expose the dark side of the Federation or make the Creation family feel ashamed. But Augustus does not need a puppet. At a height of several hundred feet above the ground, the wind is particularly strong, and even this solid plastic steel glass is shaking in the strong wind. There is no moon in the sky, but because there are no clouds, the stars are shining. Two small motorboats with bright blue lights flashing on their thrusters passed by the window, carrying Revolutionary Army soldiers who were patrolling over the city. There are still some cunning and dangerous Fenris kings and dragons scattered in the city. They hide on the roofs or inside the skyscrapers in the center of Grandi. These Zergs seem to have learned how to build nests in the steel forest made of reinforced concrete by humans. Once the brainworms are too far away from them, the Zerg will return to instinct to a certain extent. Marshal, the government of the Hegegland administrative region has been reorganized under your instruction. Corporal Faraday walked to Augustus' side and said, the army's offensive against the remaining two cities is also unstoppable. The whole of Hegi is ours. How do the locals react? When Hegi Governor McMaster confessed his and the Hegi Federation's shameful crimes to the camera, Augustus was still looking at the scenery outside the window without turning around. Many people welcomed us, but more people expressed doubts about us. Compared with the people of the Serra Galaxy and Antigua, the reaction of the Hegi people was relatively flat. Faraday replied. The people of Hegi were not very enthusiastic about the arrival of the Revolutionary Army, and could even be called confused. In the political slogans of the Terran Federation planetary councilors and the unpropaganda based on this, the Korhal Revolutionary Army has always been a heinous rioter. But the Federation will not make it clear which areas the rebels have affected. They will only emphasize the viciousness of the rebels, while claiming that the rebellion is still under control. Hegi is a remote and backward colony with poor information. The most important thing is that there were no revolutionaries active here before, which led to the locals still not knowing much about the Revolutionary Army. Although the propaganda of the Revolutionary Army in Hegi is inspiring, such as the new government that replaced the corrupt governor's office, the new constitution, the new administrative agency and the simple and clear tax system, which have won the support of the middle and lower classes. The Revolutionary Army's vigorous cleansing of local black forces has also made them widely praised, but there are still a considerable number of people who are influenced by the federal political propaganda and think that this army is outlaws and terrorists, and they are on the sidelines. It will only take a while for the Hegi people to find that the changes we have brought have profoundly affected their lives, and they will never want to return to the oppressed federal era. Augustus said, the cause of justice will never stop. Faraday said loudly, I think you are right. Titus has been examining the luxuriously decorated governor's office. In fact, he didn't listen to what Augustus and Faraday were talking about. At this time, a burst of black smoke and cold chill suddenly rose around Augustus. Augustus Mengsk Dark Templar Zerachel appeared again. Elder, what have you found in those ruins in Hegi during this period? Augustus has become accustomed to Zerachel's sudden appearance and inexplicable disappearance. But no matter what, when he needs Zerachel, he will always appear in time. I found a Zelnaga temple in the polar regions of Hegi. Although it is not exactly the same as the one in Shakuras, the hometown of the Dark Templar, I can still be sure that it comes from the great creator Zelnaga. It is a relic from the vast years and billions of years ago, a brilliant miracle that shines like a gem. Zerachel said to Augustus. Unfortunately, the destruction of the Zelnaga temple by the Hegi people was almost devastating. They excavated all the clusters of Kel-morian crystals around the temple and emptied the stone statues and the exquisite obelisks inside. This is really a catastrophe. I expected it. Augustus was not very surprised. The poor Heji people would not build a protective museum around the Xel'Naga temple. After more than 100 years of excavations by countless immigrants and archaeologists, it is now difficult for people to find many valuable things inside the Heji Xel'Naga temple. The Umayyad people are the main buyers of these relics of alien civilizations. They have always been happy to pursue advanced alien technology. However, I also found a complete Xel'Naga portal not far from the Xel'Naga temple. Zarachol continued, the ancient and magical Xel'Naga portal is hidden under the frozen ocean of Heji, so humans have not discovered it. Xel'Naga portal? Augustus' eyes lit up, which made him see an opportunity to connect Heji with other colonies. The most well-known Xel'Naga portals are probably the ones in Air and Shakurus. These portals, created by the Xel'Naga, are found all over the universe. They are equivalent to wormholes. If you walk into one portal, you can immediately exit from another. This will undoubtedly greatly shorten the distance between the vast colonies of humans that are far apart. Unfortunately, only the Protoss know how to open and use the Xel'Naga portals. Although humans can pass through them normally, they don't know how to open them. Moreover, once a Xel'Naga portal is destroyed, it cannot be repaired. Can that Xel'Naga portal be used normally, Elder? Augustus immediately asked Zarachol. Yes, Zarachol said. Not only that, it's still functioning as it did when the Xel'Naga built it. In other words, this Xel'Naga portal in Heji is connected to other still functioning ones in the universe, but we don't know whether behind it is a paradise with a pleasant climate or the orbit of the hottest blue star. Tell my warriors, I need a brave volunteer. Whether he is. Augustus turned to Corporal Faraday. No, there is no need to do that. Zarachol's mental language was mixed with a smile. The Dark Templar know how to use it, and I can use this portal to connect with the ones I know. For example, Shakurus, the home of our Dark Templar. Augustus was helpless about Zarachol's habit of not liking to finish his words at once. So, you can now summon reinforcement from Shakurus? This chapter has been posted in the first volume. I was wondering why I couldn't find it. Chapter 322, Xel'Naga Portal. This is a vast ocean that was frozen at birth, with thousands of feet of glaciers on its back. The tens of thousands of miles of glacier walls are magnificent under the cobalt blue sky, like the residence of gods at the end of the world. The extreme cold and freezing made the Federal Exploration Department not carry out secondary development, even after detecting rich high-energy gas reserves, but just put the plan on hold temporarily, because Heiji has other resources that are easier to obtain and cheaper. At the entrance of a glacier crack that is several miles long, a scientific research station and camp that was just completed today are brightly lit. Outside these white buildings built of environmentally proof materials are several golden blue Protoss buildings. The ice surface emits a bright sky blue light under the illumination of the Protoss Kel-morian crystals. Two huge deep purple revolutionary Aminova squadron science ships are anchored on it. A large number of transport ships and turbine detection drones are surrounding the two science ships and traveling between the sky and the ground. These buildings are not mass-produced houses made of prefabricated panels, but solid observation stations built with thick board walls and furnaces. The outside is connected to pipes filled with refined high-energy gas and fuel oil, shaped like tree stumps with intertwined roots. Augustus was standing at the door of a barracks, next to Titus, Faraday and the Dark Templar Zarachol. At this time, Augustus and others were wearing warm polar work clothes, and only Zarachol was still wearing his thinner dark purple robe. Since the Dark Archbishop Zarachol claimed that the extreme cold of the polar regions was also part of the Dark Templar's asceticism, Augustus no longer worried about being frostbitten or frozen. A quarter mile in front of Augustus and others was the Xel'Naga portal that Zarachol mentioned. It was a giant arched door more than 1,000 feet high, with a stepped pyramid with hundreds of steps at the base. The stones used to build the pyramids seemed to be some kind of living organic matter, with a fluorescent green light that symbolizes life on the surface. Shell-like spiral patterns and difficult to understand Xel'Naga hieroglyphs cover the surface of the main body of the building, making it look like part of an altar. A perfect combination of nature and technology, a living building that seems to have a soul. This Xel'Naga portal was originally buried a mile under the glacier. It was only after Zarachel's Dark Templars used the void energy beams released by their Xel'Naga spacecraft Voidseeker to evaporate all the ice on it that it was exposed to the sun. The sharp ice cones in the surrounding area are left by the recondensation of water vapor. Around the Xel'Naga portal are towering buildings that are being built. They are interstellar ports and transportation platforms being built. The plan to develop a high-energy gas collection industry in the geological layer under the Hiji Arctic Glacier has been implemented. In the future, this will become a gas mining and refining base based on gas veins. Considering the extremely high strategic value hidden in the Xel'Naga portal, Augustus attaches great importance to it. This is the first Xel'Naga portal controlled by the Revolutionary Army. Through it, the Revolutionary Army can not only transport personnel and supplies to other star systems, but also attack planets or resource collection stations at unexpected times and locations of the Federation. This is the creation of the Xel'Naga. The Protoss has been imitating it, but cannot reach 1/10,000th of it. Zarachel and Augustus walked towards the Xel'Naga portal in the distance. Its steps and erected obelisks record a long poem by a Xel'Naga prophet, recording the story of them coming from the void and spreading the seeds of life in the universe. The beauty and poetry of its language are the only ones I have ever seen in my life. Excuse me, Elder, I can't see it. Augustus actually doesn't care much about the artistic value of the alien relics. He cares more about the actual value of such things to himself. This is exactly what makes Augustus different from other members of the Mengsk family. He is really not interested in appreciating art. Of course, so I told you all this. This came from Zarachel's cold sense of humor. At this time, a small Protoss shuttle, shining with golden blue light under the cold polar sun, landed around Augustus. When the shuttle landed, it was as light as a leaf falling on a sponge, without stirring up a hurricane with ice chips like a human spacecraft. The high-ranking Templar Tacitor, wearing a golden and blue robe, walked out of the iris of the Protoss shuttle, without any Templar accompanying him. Hello, Augustus Mengsk. Although we failed to kill the new agent of the Overmind, at least we saved this planet and the people on it. Tacitor greeted Augustus first, and then turned to the Dark Templar Zarachel beside him with a little stiffness. I have long heard of your heroic deeds, Dark Archon Zarachel. Although Tacitor spoke with reverence, he involuntarily took 2 steps back. Then the respected executor lowered his head, as if blushing. The teachings I received still affect me, but that will not hinder my communication with the Dark Templar. In the name of Adun, I swear to look at the feud between the Templar and the Dark Templar without prejudice. The Dark Templar have always respected our Templar brothers. We always believe that it was the arbitrator class of the Supreme Council who expelled the Nerazim, and Adun of the Templar class protected us. Zarachel said. Point usually I don't discuss the decisions of the arbitrators, but they have done a lot of wrong things recently. Tacitor also had some complaints about the Supreme Council, which at least showed that he now had a lot in common with the Dark Templar represented by Zarachel. Despite this, Tacitor still tended to keep a certain distance from Zarachel. Many Templars have an almost instinctive aversion to the Dark Templar, so much so that some Templars will have spots like goosebumps when they approach their Dark Templar compatriots. Let's see where the Xel'Naga portal can take us, Augustus said as he extended his hand and asked Tacitor and Zarachel to follow him up to the base of the stepped pyramid below the Xel'Naga portal. Every few steps below the Xel'Naga portal stood a revolutionary soldier wearing a golden red CMC 300 power armor holding an electromagnetic rifle and a banner fluttering in the wind. Walking on the steps would give you a strange feeling of stepping on soft grass. The spiral patterns and words engraved on the steps and the giant obelisks on both sides were emitting vibrant green light. The light flickered every moment, and the frequency of the flickering was like a heartbeat, as if it had life. The steps led directly to the main body of the magnificent portal, a giant gate that should have been built for giants, and could accommodate a fleet. At the top of the steps was a facility similar to a control console, which was built of green organic stones, with green void energy flowing on the surface. How great. It was not the first time that Tacitor had seen a Xel'Naga portal, but he still exclaimed in amazement. To this day, we rarely use the Xel'Naga portal on Ea. Just like the Xel'Naga temple, it is not common, but the places the Xel'Naga have reached are definitely not what we can imagine. so there may still be a considerable number of Xel'Naga portals in the universe, but they are extremely far away and difficult to find. Yes, after being expelled from Ea by the Supreme Council of the Protoss Empire thousands of years ago, our ancestors also wandered in the universe for a long time, before they knew their current home, the twilight-shrouded land of Shakurus. Zarachel agreed. The reason we stopped in that gloomy world was only because we discovered the Xel'Naga temple and the portal there. So, we stayed there forever. Zarachel said as he walked towards the portal console inlaid with a huge green crystal, stroking its seaweed-smooth surface. Even after countless years of erosion, the various facilities of this portal have not been affected by the years. Although it can still be damaged by external damage or even cannot be used again, Hage's portal has not been destroyed. Xel'Naga, distant wanderer, sage, teacher Ihan, they must have been here, and these ruins are the evidence. Zarachel was obsessed with every ingenious structure of this Xel'Naga portal console, and was deeply fascinated by it. Why are these Protoss saying things that I can't understand at all? They just need to tell me whether this door can be used. Titus listened carefully for a while, but didn't understand. He really couldn't understand what the Protoss god Xel'Naga was. Of course, I'll activate it now. Zarachel didn't care about Titus's impatience. He could understand the special personality of this human. The Xel'Naga portal can connect to all portals that are still functioning, unless the other party refuses it through the console. As he spoke, he fumbled with the crystal button on the console, injected a huge amount of void energy into the crystal at the core of the console and activated it. I'm transmitting instructions so that it can connect to the portal in Shakurus. Although I have been away from my hometown for a long time, I believe the Dark Templars guarding there are still doing their duties. They know it is me, so they will not refuse to connect to Hage's portal. A bright blue light began to light up on the portal, and it radiated a dazzling brilliance outward, making Augustus almost unable to open his eyes. Until a mysterious vortex formed, the light gradually dimmed. Elder, can this portal connect to the Xel'Naga portal in Ea? Augustus walked towards Zarachel and said. And Tacita just said that Ea has a Xel'Naga portal. You can give it a try. Tacita also came over and said, if this works, I can always use this portal to help Ea. This magnificent Xel'Naga portal is more than a few miles in diameter and can accommodate a Protoss aircraft carrier. Give it a try. Augustus also admitted that the idea was tempting. I can find the one in Ea on this Xel'Naga console, but I remember that the portal is closed to the outside world. Zarachel said. I know very little about it. Tacita showed regretful emotional fluctuations. Tacita is just a Templar. His duty is to practice combat skills diligently and comprehend the mysteries of Kala. The work related to the creation of Xel'Naga is the responsibility of the Arbitrator tribe, the Cyric tribe, and the Templars rarely get involved. In other words, now the one in Ea is only allowed to leave, not enter? Augustus speculated. As soon as he finished speaking, Zarachel sighed and said, the Xel'Naga portal on Ea has been locked. Not only that, I believe that after the golden age of the Protoss Empire, the conservative Imperial Supreme Council has never activated the portal again. The Ea Protoss of the Protoss Empire are introverted and conservative. After the end of the Golden Age, they completely lost the spirit of expanding territory and pioneering innovation, because they firmly believe that their civilization and technology have reached perfection. In the minds of the entire race, the idea of stability first has subtly influenced all aspects of the cultural and technological development of the Protoss Empire. They will no longer try to explore other unknown worlds through the Xel'Naga portal. For scholars in the Protoss Empire, the Xel'Naga portal should be a precious cultural relic and heritage that is worthy of being properly preserved, so that future generations can visit it again. I will locate the one in Shakurus. Zarachel saw Augustus nodded, and then looked at Tacita. Tacita had already anticipated that he might meet Zarachel's compatriots. He hesitated, but finally agreed. I hope they will not hate the Templar because of the dark clouds of the past. No, our matriarch Rastigal taught us what forgiveness is. It was not you who coldly expelled us from Ea, but the arrogant Supreme Council. Zarachel said, and the vortex of the portal in front of them suddenly fluctuated. An arm covered with dark black armor came out of the vortex iris of the portal, and then a Dark Templar in dark black armor and black robes walked out. Oh, I think we just poked the Dark Templar's nest. Titus whispered to Augustus. That's a good thing, Titus, Augustus said. The more Dark Templar are willing to help us, the more the Cerebrates will have to think twice before invading our world. The distance between the Dark Templar's green eyes shortened a little, a gesture similar to scrutiny, but then he emitted a mental wave of joy. Zerachel. Lilac. Brother. Zerachel recognized the other party with surprise. Gods above, is it really you? Lilac is a shadow master who guards the Zelniga portal to Shakuras on the orders of the Nerazim matriarch. Will I really be able to see you again, Zerachel? Chapter 323, Sagiras. You have some new friends. Lilac, the Dark Templar who came out from the other side of the Zelniga portal, looked at Augustus and Titus, and the distance between his eyes widened a little. They are crude and ugly humans, weak but violent. Humans killing each other always brings violence and destruction. Wow, you hit the point, ugly thing. Titus immediately hit back. Point, you may be right, but Augustus Mengsk and his human revolutionary army are different from those humans. Zerachel introduced his human friends to his fellow Dark Templar. Zerachel praised Augustus. Augustus has a Protoss soul. When a Protoss says that a human is like a Protoss, it means that they have recognized the noble qualities under the appearance of this human, and are willing to treat him as a fellow. I believe you, Zerachel. This human is indeed outgoing and fearless. Lilac examined Augustus for a few seconds, then turned to Titus. But why? Both of them are human. Are they completely different? I can't understand. I'm going to get angry. Titus warned Lilac. Titus Finley is actually an upright and selfless man. He is as reliable as a high wall you lean against. Augustus said a few good words for his old friend. I don't mind you praising me a little more. Titus smiled, not feeling ashamed or blushing at all. Augustus was good at discovering and praising the good qualities of others, but Titus was almost never praised. Dark Templar Lilac lost interest in the human, and narrowed his eyes warily when he turned to Tassida. A Templar. Hi Templar, I'm not happy to see you here. Lilac spoke his mind frankly. Granted, his hatred for the Aya was not as deep as that of some of his fellow Nerazim, but he did not have a favorable impression of them either. To this day, you are still hunting us. His smooth skin, which is darker than Tassida's, is spotted with anger. Even if they are executed, the Dark Templar will never recognize Kala. Kala is a cage, a chain around our necks. It clamps our thoughts, suppresses independent personalities, and blurs the differences and boundaries between each other. We choose to liberate freedom, embrace freedom and truth. This is the meaning of the Nerazim, people who embrace the truth. I'm not here to hunt down the Dark Templar. On the contrary, we should be compatriots and allies. Tassida was frank about his views on the Dark Templar. I have always thought that you, and the power you wield, are heretics and wrong, but now I have seen that the Dark Archon Zerachel has proved to me the bravery and kindness of the Dark Templar. What did he say? Cages and chains? Titus, who was listening nearby, retrieved the keywords. He whispered to Augustus, someone put chains around the necks of those Protoss. It reminds me of dog leashes. What kind of person would do that? Treat the Protoss like dogs? I care more about whose hand is holding the end of the chain. Augustus' tone sounded like he was joking. Anyway, it must feel good. Titus said. Tassida was once an executive officer of the Protoss Empire, but was exiled for disobeying the order of the Supreme Council to destroy the colonies infected by the Zerg. Now Tassida and his Templars have broken with the Supreme Council. Zerachel explained to Lilac at this time. You surprise me. When Lilac heard that Tassida, as an executive officer, had broken with the Supreme Council, his attitude towards him suddenly changed 180 degrees. High Templar, I see some characteristics of the Twilight Apostle done in you. Salute to you, Tassida. You are a friend of the Nerazim. It's Milner, brother. Tassida made a forward bowing gesture. Zerachel, many magnificent stories must have happened during the long time since you left Shakuras. Lilac turned to Zerachel and Augustus again. You just mentioned the Zerg. The disturbing whispers in the void have intensified, which indicates that the disaster is coming. The abominations are destroying the gardens of the Zelniga. This may be the beginning of the end. He looked at Zerachel and said, The matriarch has learned about the news that the Xel'Naga creations, the Zerg, are wreaking havoc in the Kaprulu sector. You are the only dark priest nearby. The matriarch hopes to learn what is happening there. Glad to do so. Zarachal spread his right hand flat on his shoulder to show respect for the matriarch mentioned by Lilac, and then he looked at Augustus and Tacita. I hope to invite you to my hometown of Shakuras, Augustus Mengsk, Tacita. I'm honored. Tacita said immediately. Dark Templar Lilac didn't seem to have any objections. Shakuras welcomes non-hostile Templars in Calais, but no arbitrator of the Supreme Council is allowed to enter. If you invite me, Elder, I will go. Augustus said after a moment of silence, but I may bring a few people with me. My people have not seen much of the world. Augustus would not miss the opportunity to meet the leader of the Protoss Dark Templar. After all, Zarachal could not represent all the Nerazim Protoss of Shakuras. If possible, Augustus hoped to gain the support of the Nerazim matriarch. Shakuras welcomes them. Zarachal looked at Titus and Corporal Faraday, and then he led Lilac and Tacita through the portal. Notify the headquarters that I will be away for a few hours. During this time, Major General Zundel Maximum will be the Supreme Commander of Hagi. Augustus first conveyed his orders to the headquarters, and then prepared to follow Zarachal through the Xel'Naga portal in front of him. Do you really want to go? We don't even know what's behind it. Titus was reluctant to go. Do you know what kind of place that Shakuras is? The Protoss are completely different from us. Who knows if the place where they can live is harmful to us? Follow me. What are you afraid of? Augustus smiled and provoked Titus, saying, if Jimmy was here, he would definitely not complain about this, or be afraid of that. Faraday, let's go. Do you want to bring the guards? Faraday said, I'm worried that those Protoss may be unfavorable to us. I know what you think, but the Revolutionary Army can lose me, but it can't lose you. No need, we are not going to fight. Augustus shook his head and ignored Titus's muttering and walked into the vortex of the Xel'Naga portal flashing blue light. As soon as Augustus stepped in, he found himself stepping on the soft sand. The blue light of the portal illuminated the sand and the huge purple crystal clusters around it, but there was darkness farther away. Shakuras is shrouded in eternal twilight, as if it is always between day and night. It reflects the lavender light of the desert, and the mountains buried in the crystal veins extend on its vast and empty land. The planet has sparse vegetation, and strong winds can easily blow up the sand. These sands spinning and flying in the wind reflect the blurred blue-purple light under the light of the moon, with a unique and strange and magnificent beauty. The fresh and cold air here can meet the standard of human breathing, but you must be careful of the broken sand in the wind. In the distance is the lavender desert, empty and far away, silent and quiet. There are two huge purple moons in the sky, which almost occupy half of the sky. This makes Augustus feel that the sky is so close to him, and the mountains like the back of a dragon seem to be on the moon. Not far from the portal is the magnificent Protoss building complex, and several dark green giant crystal towers are radiating bright light outward. A small Protoss shuttle, only 100 feet long, was parked at the steps of the Xel'Naga portal. Zarachal, Lilac, and Tacita were walking down the steps and talking towards the dark small shuttle. The atmosphere seemed quite harmonious instead of the tense atmosphere at the beginning. Why is it so dark? It's all sand and pebbles. How come we have to come to these poor and bad planets these days? Marcera, Antigua, Char, Hegi, and this damn place. Although Titus was reluctant, he finally followed. Titus walked to Augustus' side, took out a laser lighter from his pocket, and started to light a cigarette. Isn't it? Augustus glanced at Titus and walked towards the Protoss shuttle with Corporal Faraday. Augustus followed Tacita into the shuttle through an iris-emitting green light and was surprised to find that it was already full of Dark Templars wearing black armor. Rather than showing the Dark Templars' attention to the guests, it was more like a warning against them. Facing the 20 or 30 silent Dark Templars, even Titus did not dare to complain about the bad weather in Shakuras. Augustus sat down calmly and admired the magnificent and fantastic natural scenery of Shakuras through its huge portholes as the shuttle took off. The shuttle was as light as a butterfly in the blue glare of the portal. It was almost non-reflective and silent. The shuttles continued to travel in the sky above Shakiris at a speed far exceeding that of conventional human near-ground aircraft, passing through vast deserts, mountains and shallow lavender rivers. Augustus even saw a group of creatures that looked like pterosaurs flying past the shuttles. About 2 hours later, the magnificent and brilliant cities finally took shape. It was a majestic city standing in the lavender twilight and thick fog. Thousands of dark golden towers and towering pyramid-shaped buildings rose from the rocky ground that spread like thorns. Countless green crystal towers and light bridges connecting the tall buildings formed a shining city. It seemed to be made of bright metal and crystal, and it looked like flowing gold and silver in the dim twilight. A large number of probes and long shuttle-shaped dark green spaceships were flying over the city, like fish swimming in the water. A magnificent Nerazim warship was sailing out of the Stargate in the sky, followed by hundreds of Dark Templar pirate ships. Temetris, the first city built by the Nerazim Protoss, after arriving in Shakiris. Zerachel, who was sitting opposite Augustus, introduced the city to Augustus. "It's shocking," Augustus exclaimed. "The center of the city of Temetris is a towering Xel'Naga temple. It is more majestic than any human building or temple Augustus has ever seen. The shining organic metal surface is dotted with geometric figures of golden ratio and spiral patterns like tender tendrils of ferns. It is like a mountain with a shining spire. The top reaches the sky, surrounded by hurricanes, and stands tall." The shuttle flew around the Xel'Naga temple and headed to another conical spire, suspended on the anti-gravity flying saucer next to it. At the top of the spire is a spectacular landing platform, where a large number of elegant Protoss dark black shuttles take off and land. The internal structure of this giant spire is very strange, consisting of multiple sets of spiral staircases, as if it is a hollow structure suspended in the air. It is gorgeous but not set, shining like metal and gems, but light as velvet. When Augustus walked down, he noticed that he was on a huge circular platform, and under his feet was a dark golden spiral pattern engraved ground. At the edge of the platform stood Dark Templars wearing dark purple cloaks, each of them standing still. If the matriarch of the Protoss of Shakiris was here, then those warriors must be the Shadow Guards. The magnificent dome with exquisite carvings stretched in front of Augustus, and the green crystals embedded in the dark golden alloy walls around it emitted a gentle and bright light. The several hundred feet high statue in the center of the platform was particularly eye-catching. It was a composite statue. A Protoss Templar with the same decoration as the Protoss executor Tacitus was standing in the middle. He looked softly at the slender Protoss girl who was half kneeling in front of him, and holding the end of her robe close to her forehead. There were several Templars and a large number of ragged Protoss standing around. "That's done," Tacitus said in surprise. At this time, two Dark Templar elders who were much more hunched than Zerachel and a young and agile female Dark Templar appeared in the shadows, and walked towards Zerachel and Tacitus beside Augustus. "Zerachel, my old friend, welcome back. You are home. Ha ha ha." The Dark Templar elder hugged Zerachel, and both of them laughed like an old man. Mohanda, the wise man. Zerachel was also very happy. "Dark Archon Mohanda. Archon, mother is waiting for you." When the young female Templar said this, her shining, green eyes stayed on Augustus and Tacitus for a while. Her eyes were extremely aggressive, alert, and sharp, like a wild ocelot in the jungle. The tall and slender female Dark Templar wore dark armor and purple battle robes, and the same long veil as Zerachel fluttered in the wind. Her twilight robes are like a long dress, dotted with star-like green jewels. Her impressive figure, slender and sharp cut, are the symbols of grace and beauty in the minds of the Nerazim. At first, those who see this Dark Templar will be taken lightly by her slender wrists, but she is definitely a powerful and majestic master of shadows, with many disciples. Augustus knows her, the daughter of the current Nerazim matriarch Rasigel and the future matriarch Vorazan. Chapter 324 Female Chief. Augustus followed Zerachel and his group of Dark Templars along the long corridors and spiral stairs to the core area of the towering tower. Along the way, they could see Nerazim warriors standing on both sides. They were wearing purple robes and armor, silent and sharp-eyed. This place was very different from the golden and magnificent style of the Star Shuttle aircraft carrier that Augustus had visited before. The white corridors were decorated with exquisite ornaments and green crystal gems, but it gave people a sense of oppression, as if countless eyes were peeking at this place in the shadows. Although they have been separated from their compatriots in air for many years, the skills of the Nerazim Protoss craftsmen are still as exquisite as before, and all their creations are exquisite. The difference is that the Shakiris Protoss, who lack sunlight, do not advocate gold and blue. They are more accustomed to hiding in the shadows, so the Nerazim architecture is much more low-key and restrained than the Aya Protoss. However, the architecture of the Shakiris Protoss is still magnificent and shining, not inferior to their alienated Aya relatives. Tacita and Augustus walked side by side. Both of them had a wonderful feeling of having their eyes opened. The former had always thought that the Dark Templar were barbaric thugs who could not control their power as recorded in the Templar archives, while Augustus was just shocked. They walked into a circular hall together, and the oppressive atmosphere was swept away immediately. This was a wide and bright circular hall, enough to accommodate 2 Tarsinus Federation opera houses. The light from the outside world shone through the translucent crystals of the dome, and the entire dome was supported by clusters of bright purple crystals, as if it was decorated with the sun, moon, and stars. Sitting on a huge chair inlaid with green gems and crystals was Ratziger, the female leader of the Protoss of Shakiris. She was wearing a reddish-brown elegant robe, golden armor and accessories, and a huge blue crystal on her gorgeous headdress. Her clothes were more like those of the Aya Protoss than those of the Dark Templar like Zerichel. The female leader's eyes were bright, as if a beam of light was piercing her eyes. Augustus remembered that Ratziger, the matriarch of the Protoss of Shakiris, was one of the oldest Protoss, but was surprised to find that there were no obvious signs of aging on her face. Ratziger looked very similar to her daughter, Vorazan, but was undoubtedly much more mature and stable. She was calm and quiet, and won the respect of all the Protoss of Shakiris with the majesty and fairness of a female patriarch. The signs of aging of the Protoss were not as obvious as those of humans, but time would still leave marks on them, making them fragile and slow, until their strength declined significantly. I'm Ratziger, the matriarch of the Dark Templar, and welcome you to our world. Ratziger's voice in Augustus' mind was a mature and beautiful female voice. The Protoss had no vocal cords, and their voices were determined by their psychological age. Ratziger, the leader of the Dark Templar, was solemn and beautiful, and the signs of aging were visible in her sharp green eyes. When Ratziger was still young, she led the Nerazim Protoss who were expelled from Aya, and forged them into one whole. Matriarch Ratziger was once a majestic and powerful Dark Templar, but now her power is obviously weakened. Augustus walked towards Ratziger under the gaze of the Dark Templar, and bowed in the etiquette of Korhal as he approached her. Corporal Faraday behind him followed suit, while Titus was just stunned for a moment, and after a brief embarrassment, he also made an impeccable ceremonial gesture. Tacita was a little uncomfortable with the oppressive atmosphere around him, but he still stood firmly beside Augustus. Dark Templars such as Zerichel, Mohinder and Vorazan stood behind Matriarch Ratziger. It is an honor to meet you, Matriarch of the Protoss Dark Templar. I'm Augustus Mengsk, leader of the human Korhal Revolutionary Army. Augustus took the lead in introducing himself to the Matriarch. Augustus Mengsk, I have heard from Zerichel about the tragic experience of your people and the bravery of you and your warriors. Ratziger stood up and walked to Augustus amid the jingling of the crystals in her headdress. Ratziger was much taller than Augustus, who was not wearing CMC power armor. Her palms, shining with green light, passed through the air, forming a gesture representing a prayer for peace. As the leader of the Dark Templar and a Protoss, Ratziger was far from the word arrogant. She even naturally regarded Augustus as a Protoss equal to herself, rather than every uncivilized primitive animal. The Zerg, they appeared suddenly. The Dark Templar and Xelnaga scholars who traveled in the universe had never found any trace of the Zerg. Ratziger said, the Zerg are the enemy of the Protoss. It is the responsibility of the Dark Templar to eradicate them. This is not only a war for the human race, but also ours. Ratziger's assurance made Augustus believe that his visit to Shakiris was rewarding. If the discovery of the Xelnaga temple in Hiji was a pleasant surprise, then what Augustus had to do was to seize this opportunity to seek help. At this time, Ratziger realized that she seemed to have left the Templar's Executor Tacita aside, and turned to look at him. Hello, Executor Tacita, please forgive my rudeness. You are dressed exactly like a Dun in the past. Razigal looked at Tacita. A Dun, my mentor, the Dark Templar still chant your name with respect, she said in a nostalgic tone. Will I see you again? Entaro a Dun. Tacita stretched out his hands and spread them out in front of him with his palms facing up. This was a gesture that represented friendship and had no offensive meaning. Aden, his heroic legend has been sung by poets and all the Protoss, and is still praised today. My ideal is to become an executor like him and lead the Protoss into a golden age of revival. Enerudin Adan. Raziga responded to Tacita and said gently, Executor, you are the same as Adan. Not only in your clothes, but also in your kind and merciful soul. I have heard about your experience. Adan was once held accountable by the Supreme Council for sheltering the Dark Templar, and now you are convicted for sheltering humans. A long time ago, I was arrested by the Supreme Council and thrown into prison for refusing to join the Kala. They tried me on charges of heresy and decided to execute me and my followers from other tribes. She said, it was Adan who saved us. At that time, I swore to him, I will remember this favor in my heart forever. We will follow your orders and use the void power you taught us to hide ourselves to ensure that we will not be discovered by the Supreme Council's pursuers. When the time comes, we will be happy to reunite with our brothers and sisters who believe in Kala. We, the Dark Templar, have never opposed the will of our fellow Templars. We just want to maintain our own identity and pursue our own path. Praise your tolerance. Tacita bowed and said, I heard that air was also invaded by the Zerg. Raziga sighed again. I'm one of the few Dark Templar who still remembers our ancient homeland. Air's lush green rainforests, azure skies, and jewel-like lakes and oceans are so charming, and it seems that everything is still vivid in my mind. Yes. Tacita said the fact with regret. The Zerg invasion of Air is a catastrophe. The bravest Templars guard our sacred homeland Air, but the Zerg are the most terrible enemy the Protoss Empire has ever seen. The arrogance and underestimation of the enemy by the Supreme Council will inevitably lead to strategic failure, he said. The Templars' blades can easily shatter the Zerg's shells, but they are endless. Without the help of the Dark Templars' void energy, the brain worms will continue to die and resurrect, and the Zerg will continue to be reborn. But our Templar are limited. I'm worried that, if the Supreme Council doesn't summon those invincible fleets scattered across the universe, unfortunately, even if the Dark Templar want to help you, the Supreme Council will never allow it. Raziga looked at Tacita and said, however, the power of the void is not only something we can master, including the Templar, all Protoss can master it, because it is a power that exists in our origin. Her words surprised Tacita. In the era before Kala appeared, our ancestors had already mastered psychic power. That kind of raw power is the void psychic energy, a raw energy that has not been restrained by the Kara and has not been suppressed and circulated. As long as you are trained and learn how to meditate and sharpen yourself, you can master the power of the void like us. Razigal raised her hand under her brown-red sleeves while speaking. Without using the psychic blade wrist guard, a shining green psychic blade suddenly formed in her hand. This green psychic blade itself is not icy, but Augustus standing next to it still felt a biting chill. So, I can also become a Dark Templar? Tacita asked happily. The power of the void is hidden in your body. Razigal pointed to the location of Tacita's 3 hearts. Don't you think the power of the Dark Templar is corrupt and sinful? I don't think so. The Dark Templar are just living their own way. They are just a part of the people who disagree with the majority. Tacita said frankly, power is not divided into good and evil, but who uses it? You are a powerful apostle of Kala. You have been trained since birth to control your impulses and how to control their minds so that your innate power will not get out of control. Raziga accepted it happily. You are extremely talented and will soon learn how to master the energy of the void. There was a hint of smile in her words. But if you want to become a Dark Templar, you must pass our trial Shadow Walk. Dark Archon Zerachel will teach you how to master the void psionic energy. After all, you have known each other for some time. As long as we can save my people, we are willing to try anything. Tacita responded immediately. Wow, can I learn it too? Magic? Only Tychus would interrupt at this time. All the Protoss looked at Tychus, and then looked at each other blankly. You have not shown any talent for psychic powers, human. Only Rassegel still explained to Titus patiently and gently, moreover, we can only teach human seekers to coordinate their own psychic powers and skillfully control and use them. We cannot let you control it from scratch. Damn it, Colonel Finley, your sea talent is almost equivalent to nothing. Corporal Faraday tactfully reminded Titus that he had no psychic powers. That means you are a squib. No, you should be a muggle. Augustus quoted a joke from Harry Potter, but Titus didn't understand it anyway. But this gave Augustus some inspiration. The psychic development system of the Protoss has been quite mature after a long period of development. In comparison, the use of psychic power by the young human race is still quite primitive. The Terran Federation Ghost Academy has only been built for a few decades, and higher-level seekers often lose control, which is impossible for the Protoss. If the Protoss were allowed to train human seekers, they would undoubtedly become more stable and less likely to lose control. After mastering their own seekers, they would become more powerful than before. Augustus decided to wait until he had a better relationship with Tassida or Zerachel, and then ask them to teach the seekers of the Revolutionary Army. Now is not the time to talk about this. Rassegel walked past Augustus and Tassida, and walked to a spherical control console in the circular hall. Your boss, what is she going to do? Titus, feeling a little disappointed, asked Zerachel who was walking by. Point, the matriarch is going to summon our warriors through the void mind crystals throughout Shakuras. Zerachel was silent for a moment and then said, originally, Shakuras was still far away from the Kaprulu sector, but the discovery of the new Zelniga portal allows us to quickly rush to Kaprulu, or even Air. Augustus also followed Rassegel. He originally thought that the leader of the Dark Templar would at most summon one or two shadow guards or centurions, but it seemed that she was going to send more than that. However, considering that the population base and size of the Protoss of Shakuras are still far less than their compatriots in Air, the number of this expeditionary force should not be too large. After all, they still have to keep troops to defend their homes. My people. Augustus stared and listened to Rassegel's speech. Because the Dark Templar did not have Kara, their communication would still be mainly face-to-face spiritual communication and psychic voice. You all know the existence of the Zerg, and you must eradicate these abominations that are wreaking havoc in the universe. Rassegel said. From now on, all Shadow Masters and Dark Templar will once again embark on the path of Shadow, bringing death and fear to our enemies. Our blades will illuminate this dark age until the day of triumph, she said. I will call for an expedition, which will be composed of the bravest shadow hunters. Warriors, draw your swords in the name of the gods. And Zagatinas, Kalani language of the Protoss, meaning that the gods are watching you. Chapter 325 Auriga. Augustus was moved by Rassegel's words, not just because he was moved by the determination and courage in her words. Now the Zelniga portal in Hiji, which is under the control of the Revolutionary Army, is directly connected to the homeworld of the Dark Templar, Shakuras. This means that, if the Zerg invade this world again, they will face the wrath of the Dark Templar. If the Federation fleet invades Hiji, Augustus can also seek help from Shakuras, although he thinks it is very unlikely that the Dark Templar will intervene in human internal disputes. They will surely not allow a Zelniga portal connecting to Shakuras to fall into the control of the Terran Federation. Mother, I'm willing to participate in this expedition. At this time, Vorazan, the daughter of the matriarch Rassegel, walked towards her mother and whispered, I'm glad that you will fight alongside the warriors of my people. You will grow and be tempered until you return to the people again. Rassegel agreed happily. Zerachel. She then turned to the dark priest beside her. I hope you can lead these brave warriors. Far away from Shakuras and their kin, the young Dark Templars need the guidance of their elders. This is my responsibility. Zerachel accepted the appointment of the matriarch. For a long time, as the Dark Archon, Zerachel has been traveling in the distant worlds far away from Shakuras, following the footsteps of the Zelniga. Compared with the respected Dark Archon Mohanda, Zerachel has almost never managed the affairs of the clan. After saying this, Rassegel looked at Augustus and Tassida, and asked them to follow him to the top of the tower. Augustus, Titus and Corporal Faraday followed Rassegel up a spiral staircase inlaid with green and vermilion crystals, and came to the circular platform at the top of the tower where shuttles and aircraft were parked. This spire is the tallest building after the Zelnaga temple. The spire, surrounded by strong wind, stands above the thick fog that permeates the entire city. Tens of thousands of spires gleaming with brilliant light shone in the hazy mist, and hundreds of giant circular floating transport platforms and docking platforms stacked on top of each other were like clusters of mushroom caps. Shakuras was a world in twilight. The light of the lighting crystals in the city never stopped, and it was impossible to judge the time by the rising and setting of the sun and the moon. As the matriarch Rastigal preached, more and more spaceships flew over the city of Tamatras, and the Dark Templars and Nerazim civilians who were meditating in their residences also came out one after another. Rastigal just stood on the edge of the top platform, staring at the city and the mist through the energy-shaped wall. We will soon be able to gather enough volunteers. The Dark Templars are the best and bravest hunters and warriors in the Nerazim, she said to Augustus and Tassida. Before she finished speaking, 2 Dark Templars in black armor appeared in front of Rastigal as the black smoke rose. Their decorations were exactly the same as Zerachel's. Dark Master Asma, Dark Master Zoraya. The Shadow Guard is ready, Patriarch, said a Dark Master. Dark Templars who wish to join the expedition are gathering in the central square of Telmatris, and the number has exceeded 10,000. Our phase technicians and starship craftsmen also want to contribute their strength to this expedition. Thank you for your support, Rastigal said. Augar of the Alisa tribe requests your summons. Another Dark Master said. Augar? The last time I saw him was in the Temple of Wisdom, a large library that preserves the history and ancient skills of the Dark Templar, in Elna, a dry satellite and a holy place for the Dark Templar, where he was an apprentice of Kriska. At that time, his hatred and disgust for the Aeoprotus and the Templars were already very surprising. Zarachel said. Over the years, Ulriga has become more and more extreme. He left the holy place of Elna and spread his ideas among the Dark Templar in Shakuras. Vorazan said, it is rumored that Auriga violated the rules of Elna and was expelled, but his teacher Master Kriska did not want to reveal too much, just worried that Auriga might hurt himself and his people because of his hatred. Auriga was not like this in the past. He was smart and meticulous, and dedicated his youth to the Temple of Wisdom in Elna. He was pious and simple, and all the Dark Templars who met Auriga were willing to make friends with him. Zarachel's deep mental fluctuations were like a sigh. Mother will not support his extreme ideas. Although we have been persecuted and exiled by the Aeoprotus, there is no need to contact them again for hatred. Vorazan said. This is the internal division among the Protoss of Shakuras. Some Dark Templars have forgotten the history of being expelled from Ea by the Supreme Council in the past, while others still remember that period. Auriga of the Alisa tribe among the Nerazim tribes is an example of extreme hatred of the Templars. Tell Auriga. Rastigal was about to say something. A half-kneeling Dark Templar appeared in front of everyone. He was wearing a blue-black robe and veil, and his cut nerve bundles were tied together with dark golden hoops and other ornaments. Who allowed him to come in? Vorazan asked sternly. I came for the expedition. Auriga kept kneeling on one knee, looking down at the ground. I will fight for my people and defend our homeland. The threat of the Zerg must be eliminated, otherwise they will find Shakuras one day. Templar? When the Dark Templar named Auriga slowly raised his head, he noticed Tassida and Augustus standing side by side with him. Tassida's shining golden blue armor and blue eyes were out of tune with the Dark Templar, and were quite conspicuous among the dark black and dark gold armor. Why is there a Templar in Shakuras, an executor? Has the executioner of the Supreme Council found Shakuras? Arlaga narrowed his dark green eyes and slowly raised one hand. A long staff inlaid with green crystals appeared in Arlaga's hand. With the crackling sound, two curved and long green sickle-shaped psychic blades appeared at both ends of the staff, like two symmetrical crescent moons. The next moment, the Dark Templar in blue-black robes appeared in front of Tassida, and the curved blade in his hand almost brushed Augustus' body and swung at Tassida. Although he did not expect to be attacked by the Dark Templar, Tassida still reacted quickly. He clenched his right hand into a fist and stimulated a hot blue psychic blade to collide with the incoming green curved blade, making a crackling sound like sparks exploding. Titus Finley and Corporal Faraday rushed to Augustus to protect him, but Augustus remained calm and motionless. Augustus was not shocked, but was sure that he could not be harmed in the presence of so many Dark Templar masters and Matriarch Rastigal. The battle between Tassiter and Dark Templar Olaga was like a duel between swordsmen, moving forward and backward with smooth and graceful steps, and swinging the sword with elegant skills and terrible precision. The incredible speed and power of their psychic blades had an advantage far beyond that of humans. Augustus had learned swordsmanship since he was a child. He was sure that both his swordsmanship and strength were better than ordinary people, but if Olaga's enemy was him, Augustus would not even last 2 seconds. The blades of the psychic blades pressed against each other, separated and clashed again several times, and every move of Tassiter and Olaga was artistically resolved by the other, like actors dancing in an opera house. This was an artistic, beautiful battle. Under the gaze of Titus and Faraday, Augustus put his hands behind his back and suppressed the urge to shout, "Stop fighting. What's going on?" They started fighting among themselves. Titus looked like he was watching a joke. I knew that the Protoss were not united. Haha. The Dark Templars present were all surprised that Auriga could fight an executor on equal terms. He was just a scholar and not a veteran and powerful Dark Templar. Put down your blade, Auriga. You can't be so presumptuous in front of the Patriarch. Zarachel appeared between them with the rising black smoke, separating Tassiter and Auriga. You want to stop me, brother? Auriga's eyes glowed with green fire, and he said in an unbelievable tone, "He is a Templar, our mortal enemy. High Templar Tassiter is not the enemy of the Dark Templar. He understands our culture and customs." Zarachel explained to Olaga, "He has broken with the Supreme Council, and is no longer an enemy. On the contrary, Tassiter is now our ally." You actually believed the sweet words of the Templar. Olaga's emotions were almost out of control. The overflowing void energy stirred his silk robes, and its powerful force even made the female leader Asuga look sideways. "You betrayed the Nerazim. Zarachel. You traitor. Back off, Olaga. This is my decision." Rasuga majestically and resolutely shouted Olaga back. "This is your decision. Let this once persecuted." Olaga seemed to respect Rasuga very much, but he just retreated indignantly and announced loudly to Tassiter and the Dark Templar present, "Templar, if you intend to harm my people, I will hunt you down to the ends of the earth. I will never forget that our ancestors were driven by you onto the Zelnaga spaceship and forced to exile in the universe." He looked at Rasugal. "Does the expedition have to cooperate with this Templar? If it must be done." Rasugal replied, "The Zerg are a threat that can devour the entire universe. I will not, and will not allow a war against the Ea Protoss. Point if that is what you want to do." Auriga was silent for a long time. He thought he understood. "I understand. Now is not the time to start a war. The power of the Ea Protoss is still very strong. Although Rasugal's power has begun to weaken in these years, her meticulous thinking is still not something that others can understand. The Shakiris Protoss does not have Kara, so they themselves cannot understand each other and have more disagreements than the Ea Protoss." Before Asugal could say anything else, Auriga disappeared without a trace in the rising black smoke. From the beginning to the end, Auriga didn't care about Augustus, who was beside Tassiter. In his eyes, there was only anger towards the Templar Tassiter. Auriga is just too obsessed with the pain of the past, which has created an unbridgeable rift in his heart. Rasuga sighed. Tassiter also put away his psychic blade. "I can understand him, Patriarch. I think I can't allow him to participate in this expedition again, otherwise it is likely to cause a conflict between us and the Templar." Rasuga said. "The Protoss named Auriga is very dangerous. Augustus warned the people around him, but we don't have much contact for the time being." Then, Dark Templars kept coming to Rasuga to report the latest progress of the expedition. Thousands of Dark Templars swore to join the expedition, and the enthusiastic Protoss of Shakiris poured into the square and the streets. There were so many Protoss warriors who applied that Rasuga finally had to limit the number of people. Augustus, who was a guest at Shakiris, could not wait there until the expeditionary force was assembled. When a large number of shuttles and warships loaded with Dark Templars were ready to enter Hedge through the Zelnaga portal, Augustus and Tassiter had already returned to Hedge through the Zelnaga portal on the same Protoss shuttle they had come from, and rested for a night in the governor's mansion in Grandi. The next day, Augustus was told that the Dark Templars of Shakiris had warped into a city near the Zelnaga portal at the north pole of Hedge, and a fleet of about 20 Nerazim warships larger than battle cruisers and thousands of shuttles jumped into Hedge. The aircraft carriers of the Dark Templars were not as old as those of the Tacita Protoss expeditionary force built in the late period of the Aeon of Disaster. They were all built a few centuries ago, and the number was limited. After all, the Protoss of Shakiris was a branch of the army that separated from the Protoss Empire 1,000 years ago, and did not have the huge military force of the Protoss Empire's invincible armada. But according to the information Augustus got from Zerachel, these warships and spaceships carried at least 40,000 to 60,000 Dark Templars. Considering the Protoss' sparse population, but extremely powerful individual combat power, this is definitely a devastating force. Previously, Zerachel and his more than 100 Dark Templars had already caused the Overmind to lose 2 Cerebrates. Tens of thousands of Dark Templars were enough to make the Overmind re-evaluate the war with the Protoss and the Human Revolutionary Army. Augustus stayed in Hagi for another week to ensure that the Hagi people who were displaced by the Zerg invasion had been properly resettled. He set about rebuilding agriculture, mining, parts processing and military industry, and planned to build Hagi into a future military factory for the Revolutionary Army, based on its rich resources. Afterwards, Augustus decided to hand over the post of governor to a professional politician from the Pan-Terran Revolutionary Party, Korhal IV, who was a senator and a staunch supporter of Augustus Mengsk's revolutionary ideas and new policies. On January 16th, Augustus decided to return to Antigua Prime to completely eliminate the Zerg that was infesting that star region. This was what Tacita and Zerachel were planning to do. They would not return to Ea for help right now. First, no one believed that Ea would fall in a short time. Second, once they returned to Ea, the Supreme Council would immediately turn their swords against them. However, this time, Augustus already had 2 large-scale Protoss fleets behind him. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.